I'm going to ping /all. Here we go.
Hello and welcome. We are live. It's release party number 2. Some people might have watched release party number 1. That was in September. It feels like another lifetime ago, where we spent all day on YouTube building a feature and releasing it. And for some reason, we're doing another one.
So not true.
The of the previous one wore off.
Only spent 11 and a half hours. It wasn't all day.
felt like 2 days. Anyway, so to give us a summary of what we're going to be doing, here is everybody's favorite furry face man, Mr. Chris.
Hello. Thank you, Phil. So I'll give like a quick rundown of what we're going to try and build today, and then maybe people can give their introductions and explain what they're going to be working on. So we've had this idea for a while that we wanted to sort of collate all the projects that we've been building and that the community has been building, like all these cool apps that run on Balena. We want to bring them together into one place where people can come along and they can browse and see what's available and just choose the things that they want to try out. Because we're thinking right now we've got like projects featured in Etcher, blog posts, tweets, YouTube happy hours, social medias, all these kinds of things, but it's kind of all scattered all over the place. And people always say to us, well, where can I find like a list of all the projects that you featured in Etcher, for example? And we're like, don't know. But then today, we're hopefully going to address that with the launch of balenaHub. And we're going to, as an MVP, we're going to try and launch with a list of all the projects that sort of like a curated list of projects, just the ones we want to show off, and then people will be able to browse and hit the deploy with Balena button and try them out. How does that sound?
Sounded good, concise.
Sounds really cool.
Do you want to introduce yourself then and then pass it on?
Okay, me. You
didn't introduce yourself. You just went straight into your spiel.
I was just working on the basis you introduced me. But like, I am Chris. You may remember me from such happy hour episodes. Yeah, I'm a hardware hacker in residence at Balena, and I'm usually working on building cool projects and singing the "What's on Your Desk" theme tune. Yeah, that's where you may remember me from.
I see Sahaj is awake already. Well, I guess it's 4 p.m. for him. We'll need to also do a global check of the audience, and I see AB is in. Hey, AB, and some other folks joining as well. Sorry, go on. Phil, you're up next.
Am I? Hello, I'm Phil. I'm also a hardware hacker. I'm going to change my job title because I'm tired of saying I'm a hardware hacker. I think I'm going to have a new one every hour. Especially, I don't think I do a lot of hardware hacking at the minute. It feels like I do other things. I generally am like Chris and try and build cool stuff. And today I'm going to apparently provide general amusement. That's what my career has come to. Mark, do you want to go next?
Sure. This is Mark. I'm developer advocate at Balena. And yeah, helping here until more Balena folks join. And I will go to the back end to help with the chat and so on. So looking forward to see this balenaHub and the first applications working on your Pis and other devices.
Good. Hi, I'm Alexandra and working on design, UI, UX at Balena, and also going to be supporting the design parts, the visual parts for UI, marketing, feature projects, that kind of stuff today. Looking forward.
Cool. I guess there. I'm Steve. I'll be basically building the UI for balenaHub, and I'll update the docs for our new contract-based balena.yml file. If anyone has created a deploy with Balena button, they've probably seen that balena.yml config, and we'll be bumping that to a second version where it will give us a lot more power to build this out. And I guess next is David.
Yeah, awesome. And like Mark, like Mark up there, I'm a developer advocate, and I am joining you from Phoenix, Arizona, down there now. Playing around on me. And it is bright and early, 4 a.m. local time here, so I'm a little out of it. So I'm going to hang out backstage as more folks come in that are going to do more heavy lifting.
Oh, late entry in the middle.
Speaking of heavy lifting,
put yourself in the middle of the hub. Look at that.
Speaking of early risers.
Good morning.
Who's this guy?
Front and center.
Oh, okay, this is Andrew. He's head of unmuting microphones at Balena.
We'll give him a minute. In fairness,
welcome back to him.
It isn't going well.
I was going to go on and
we are not starting the right way.
I was going to go on and talk about some of how we're going to run the release party this time, because we wanted to up our game. We always strive to do better at Balena. So one of the things we want to do better is get rid of Chris doing some random drawing live on the stream.
I was just going to say, you're going to relieve me from the pressure of live Google drawings.
Yeah, try to do a drawing up front, and we're going to refer back to it. And the way we're going to do it is about once an hour-ish, we'll refer to a diagram that shows more detail about what we're trying to do, and we can try and progress that from red to green as we go along, but also have something that appears on the screen all the time, or at least most of the time, unless it gets in the way, to try and keep track of progress. So Chris can talk us through, does YouTube have a customer? Chris can talk us through the main slide, I guess, if that's all right.
Yep.
Which is here.
Okay, so, well, yeah, okay, let's start from here. So this is, we're kind of looking at it from the point of view that we're going to start off with a design, and we'll show you that in a moment. Alexandra will talk you through what she's been working on, and ultimately we'll end up with beer at the end of the day. So that's after everything has gone successful and it's all turned green. We should have a live site ready for all you folks to browse and see what apps you've got to try out. So we've got the design part at the top, and then the UI build, and then obviously a deployment of that. But in the background, we're also setting up the data model which drives the applications that are listed on the front end, because obviously they need to be stored somewhere, and we need some nice metadata to sort of lay them out and describe them, maybe a logo, all that kind of stuff. So it's bringing all these aspects together. And then, as some of you may know, we put a project and we feature that in Etcher, so it shows up while you're flashing an SD card. So we're going to update that project to point to the hub. So you're not just limited to seeing one project in Etcher now. Hopefully you can reach a catalog and browse and find something that suits you.
And then
instructions unclear.
So then
it goes from left to right to us, not right to left.
We're going to keep that up to date as we go along. So as we drop into people and bits of that process are completed, we'll see that turn first probably to amber when things are under review, and then green when we consider them done. But then we'll also try and keep this one at the bottom of the screen, on the screen, and then try and keep that up to date as well periodically, so we can see things being ticked off as we go along. And then obviously the ultimate goal is that we get to this bit at the end with beer.
All yours.
Oh, look, he's here.
Hey, Andrew.
Alexandra gets cut off.
Yeah,
Okay.
We'll periodically appear it.
Okay, so should we start by, Alexandra, if you show us the designs and
hang on, Andrew spent 10 minutes unmuting himself, and now you
actually managed it. Okay. Is it working? Like, I can't hear him.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, there he is. You're just a bit low.
Super quiet. You turn it up.
Yeah, little
Turn
low.
your gain up, mate.
Yeah.
There we go. What's up?
Ah, that's it.
Hello.
Do you want to introduce yourself, mate?
Sure. My name's Andrew Nim, lead content strategist. Having some fun, helping bring all this stuff to life on the interwebs. As usual, it's 3:05 a.m. here.
Yeah.
Hence why you can't unmute yourself.
Quiet.
So you'll be leading the blog post amongst other things today, presumably.
Yep. A lot of blog work, helping out with other odds and ends, and having a good time.
I am very grateful for you joining us at such an early hour.
Yeah, no worries.
That's
No
awesome.
worries.
Get your coffee going. Yeah, oh, there he goes. He's got it.
So you were saying, Chris?
Okay, I can start now. Okay, so so it's probably best if we start, if Alexandra, you show us the sort of stuff we're going to build and kind of explain your thought process and how you see everything working.
Would you actually like to start with the outlook, like how it's supposed to be later on, or with the MVP we're going to do today?
Let's focus on the MVP for today.
Okay.
Because I think that will help illustrate and sort of get the picture in mind for the folks watching, and then see what we're aiming towards.
All right. Can you see?
Yep.
Yeah. Exactly like this.
Okay. So here we have our wonderful platform page where you're going to have all the apps and projects. And it's going to be similar to what we have currently on balenaCloud. So we have the same kind of navigation so far. So we have this top bar. And then similar to what we have on balenaCloud, we have the cards here. And these cards gonna show us all what you can do here and introduce the project. And for example, you can see who submitted it. You have, of course, the action, deploy with Balena. You can also hit the read more to get more information first, which will then open the project page via Lender. And you can also see, this is just a static sketch dummy. So this is why we have here the same. You can see which hardware we can use for this project. And so a big part of the page, of course, is the community. So we want, of course, people to submit their apps and to share. So this is why we have also the submit your app here, which then opens the page where you can submit your app. And you will also be able to have some basic search here for today.
Yep.
Exactly, that's it so far. I can also show the contributor page.
Yeah, let's have a look. So it's interesting to start with in that obviously we want to enable everyone to add their apps and encourage everyone, but because it's like a brand new system, we're still kind of figuring out how that process is going to work. So this page is sort of an introduction, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So it's just to give some information ahead how it works currently. So currently you would just send us your project with some details. You have here the form, and then Chris is gonna have a look at it and decide how to proceed.
Maybe not just me.
Chris doesn't scale.
Yeah. We need Phil as a service.
Scale vertically.
Yeah. That's what we have so far for today.
Yeah, so as
That's pretty cool.
people need to start thinking about their apps and what they're going to submit, because yeah, as I say, it's the main aim is to facilitate everyone getting their apps out there to a wider audience. So like we've obviously built a couple of things like balenaSound, balenaDash. We've worked on those in the Balena Labs team here at Balena, but there's so many cool projects out there in the community. We want you guys to submit yours and we can get them listed there as well.
Can I give some community props?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw in that screenshot from Alexandra just a moment ago, it looked like a few of those were not really our projects.
Yeah, we did a quick scan of projects that were out and about, and it was pretty cool to see that there are quite a few non-Balena ones. So y'all keep on keeping on. We'll add more over time, but even just starting out and realizing, wow, we can actually have a list that's like majority community. It feels pretty good. So congrats to you all for using Balena and having us be a part of all of your community projects.
Yeah, and the aim is that they continue to be majority led by community projects, right?
Yes, please. That would be great.
Unless we figure out a way to scale Chris.
Okay.
So what's the process from here? Where do we go now, Mr. Chris?
I think we possibly need to talk to Mr. Steve, don't we?
Yeah, I guess so.
You may remember Mr. Steve from the last release party.
Yeah, they got me just for these.
Can I know something weird for me
Just
personally?
put a lot of pressure on me. So I think the next thing we can do is I'll try and update the docs for the format of the contract, the balena.yml file that will live in each of these repositories. And what that will do is it will define some assets that we need, like the logo of the application, any environment variables that you might want to have as defaults and so on. And once that is in place, I think others can start updating the repos with the v2 balenaYAML. And in the meantime, I'll start building out what Alexandra just showed us. And yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so just to reiterate, so people will have, they may have already had a balena.yml in their repos if they've used the deploy with Balena button already. But what we're doing now is expanding that file a bit to add extra metadata. And then that metadata will ultimately drive the card that Alexandra showed that sits on the hub.
Yeah,
exactly. And so they'll also need to add a logo.png or something, won't they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is there a size that we need to hit for that logo?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, so maybe we can see the designs later again, but probably a square logo would work better. So we can. So normally, like a lot of the logos, at least for companies, you would have the smaller squarish logo that you show as a favicon in the tabs and so on. And then, like we have balenaCloud, you would probably have a wider logo with the name in it. We'll probably prefer the former one just because we have more flexibility with changing the name of the application, and it's easier to have good card look by default, right? So we can just add some basically default logo if you don't have any, and just add your app name. So by default, your app will still look good even if you don't have a logo designed or anything.
For those of you who don't know, the default logo is Phil's face.
So unless you want to see that on every app you make, you better provide a logo.
There's an incentive to provide a logo.
Yeah,
right, I'll design them.
Can I note that it's weird to work with Steve and there's like daylight at his place? Because usually when I'm talking to him, it's I'm not used to that.
So do we want to, at this point, define the specs of that logo that people should be working on as well? Just in case there's anyone who wants to update their app while we're working on the rest of Hub, they could be setting up their balenaYAML and their logo in the meantime.
Oh, how amazing would that be?
I mean, I don't know. I guess it could be 512 by 512 pixels. So we have some a bit larger resolution to play around with. And then, of course, we can render it at any size we want, but at least the source logo would ideally be a bit larger than, I don't know, something like 128. So we can, so it looks pretty good on Retina displays and higher resolution. And later on, I don't know, we might use it for some other stuff like, I don't know, maybe building a lander page where we would like a larger resolution. I don't know if that's sufficient. I don't know. What do you think, Alexandra?
For sure. We should get some higher size to begin with in case we need it. And also it's set to be square.
Yeah.
So that's,
Yeah, I mean, in the future, we might provide the ability to provide several sizes and types of logos. So as I said, if we auto-generate some stuff for you, we can kind of have more flexibility to play around with and make everything a bit more performant. But to start with, I think 512 by 512 logo should be enough. I don't know what Anush is saying.
He's saying his location, but in a lat long, because he's obtuse.
Anush lost his mind.
He got deliberately
taken
obtuse.
over by a robot.
What a wild
Geographical
guy.
robot.
Cool.
Okay, so Stevie, you said you were going to update the docs, but did you want to just tell us what the Balena contract should look like, the new version, and then someone else can update the docs while you work on the UI? Or
yeah, we could do that. I can probably provide a sample contract file with you, and then basically a complete contract file, and then a lot of those things will be optional.
Okie.
If I know Vipul, he's somewhere in the background revving his engine, waiting to get started on it.
I know Rahul and Vipul were in docs mode.
Cool. Let me.
Did we ever find folks to simplify like our how to balenify an app stuff? So I know there are like pieces here and there and whatnot. It'd probably be nice to like get it all together, especially if you're asking people to balenify and beef up their YAML. You're always asking for beefed up YAML, Chris.
Am I? Is that my thing? It's
yeah,
like,
it's your new trademark.
sorry, your YAML is not beefed up enough.
Actually, we celebrated one IoT happy hour, Andrew, on balenifying applications. Actually,
we remember that piece, but we, for folks who like don't want to sit through the whole episode, maybe like some docs would be easy. I feel that way too. If I say the word docs, people's like, huh? Like he gets like alert.
Well, he's not here.
Yeah, where is he? Oh man.
So which episode of Happy Hour was that, Mark? I know you're normally like, bam, it was 12. Like,
sorry.
He has an index.
It should be about 20, something like that. Let me check. Let me give you the exact number.
No, it was right around. Where is Vipul? Because it was right before our PyCon India talk.
Nice.
That he and I did, because we used it as a test run on a Python snippet. So that would have been October.
There's people.
So hold on.
26. 26.
Hold on. Not looking. Yeah, so 20, 25, 26 then, yeah.
John has a bit of helpful info too. He has that blog post on converting an app to use deploy with Balena. And I think those have a couple of steps in there too. So maybe one of us can grab all that and kind of put it into a nice usable piece for like a sub page for Hub or something.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Or in that contributor page, of course. Sorry, brain's still waking up.
Okay.
I like that we've populated our video wall with several people that haven't woken up yet. That's how you run a good release stream.
Yeah. International company, my friend. Pimp my ride, not pimp your YAML. Pimp my YAML.
So should we take a look at what this new YAML file is going to look like in the meantime?
Yeah.
Let's have a look here. Maybe I can share a window with some detail.
I've never seen so many people waiting with bated breath over a YAML file.
Wow.
Look at this.
Whoa.
It was worth waiting for, Andrew.
Yeah, you're right.
Extensions have been modified. Okay, right. So this is what it looks like today. So this is the Balena YAML you'll be familiar with if you've used the deploy with Balena button. So how it works is when that button is clicked, the dashboard is looking at this file to do things like select the default device type and add some environment variables. But as we said, we need to expand that to include some metadata to populate those cards. So if I paste in here, this is the example that Steve's just given me behind the scenes.
Also, just to mention, the old file will also work for deploy with Balena. So we are not that. I mean, we won't just remove support for that just yet. But for any new files you would create, we do prefer the contract-based format, just because it gives us a lot more flexibility to play around with. And yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was it. Just wanted to say that they don't, like anyone who has created a deploy with Balena button, they don't need to go and replace it right away, but yeah.
So I've just moved the stuff from my old YAML file to this new format, but obviously we've got some additional stuff to specify as well. So we want to specify the repo. Let's have a look. Let's get the balenaSound. We may as well do this one for balenaSound since we're here.
What's the slug, Steve?
The slug is it is supposed to be a unique identifier for your app. Currently, it is not really used, but it will have a purpose later on. I don't know. That's yet to be defined, but it is part of. So, just to explain what a contract is. A contract is a specific file that defines an entity of any sort. In this case it's an application, and that format has a set of required fields, which is the version, slug, and type, and everything else is optional. But for every specific type of contract, in this case an application, we would like to have some assets like the repository, a logo, potentially some environment variables, and so on. So that is the reason we have to have the slug, but it is not currently used.
And when it says default device type and it just says Raspberry Pi, which version would that be?
That's a good question, I guess.
That's my job, Steve.
That's the that's the V1 or 0 Raspberry Pi. So you will have to get the slug of. Let me maybe share. You will have to get the slug of the device type from our API, how they are defined, and put it in there. And you can do that. Let me share this in Flowdoc, and then you can share it in a comment or something. So there's a link, an API call that will give you a list of all the device types we support at Balena, and you can use anything there, any slug.
All right, I see. When you said share the link, I thought you meant the contents of that link, which is about 7 scrolls down my page, which I think that's break
no.
YouTube. You mean?
No, I meant the link.
The actual link.
Yeah.
I'm on it. Got you.
I think we need a description there, Chris.
Yeah.
What's balenaSound?
That's just what I was going to say. So to make sure we've got everything to populate that card, we need the name. So we've got the name.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can probably reformat this to be like.
Yeah. There we go.
Look at that. And so we've got the repo. We've got the logo. So we need to add that file. Now, Steve, how do we specify like the description
so
or the tagline?
Description would be, that would be part of the data. So assets are explicitly external files that we can't just provide in line like a logo. I mean, we could, but ideally we don't. And then all the other stuff would go under data, like a description, tagline. There's a question about what else type can be. For deploy with Balena and for balenaHub, it is only application because contracts should have a unique type globally. Meaning, for the device types, we use something like hardware.deviceType, hw.deviceType. So that would be the type of the contract. But in this case, it will always be software.application.
Cool. Okay, so we're going to put in here, are we putting description?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Let's have a look. I'm just going to copy and paste the one off the repo for now.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Do we need quote marks or anything like that?
Yeah, you would need quote marks here.
And the other thing is supported devices, isn't it?
Yes.
This part's neat because depending on what they put there, it populates with the little device logo, right, on the card.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like that.
So it would be probably supported device types.
And then like a list
that
like
would be
this.
an array. Yep, exactly.
So we could do like Raspberry Pi. And these are the slugs that we use in balenaCloud, aren't they? So we've got a docs page somewhere with all these listed.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, we're being closely audited by Tomas, right? To make sure we get this right for balenaSound.
Yeah. What are the supported devices? Don't we have a hyphen for something? One of these. I'm going to need to bring the docs page up.
Don't ask me.
I know Tomas is on. Tomas, does balenaSound work with the BeagleBone?
Yes, it does.
It only works on the Pi 0, I believe.
See,
Troll.
I am audited.
Yes, it does. I think Tomas said performance was low, but it did function. Yeah.
Okay. So I put the list in chat that I'm looking at. So which other ones do we need to add here? So we've got Raspberry Pi 4, 64.
What about Pi3 64-bit OS?
I thought that was a no-go.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I was asking that just so you could make that clear, Chris.
I mean, there's no real reason why you would use a Pi3 64-bit for balenaSound, I don't think.
No.
So we could stick with just like this, for example. We can
Nook
add Pi2.
definitely works.
Which one, sorry?
A Nook.
Ooh.
Oh
yeah, look, Tomas is here.
Oh yeah, the Fin.
Look at
Yeah,
this guy.
our own device that we forgot.
See, this is how interactive chat is. Like things appear in chat, and I type them in.
There you go.
Yeah, keep saying.
I feel bad though because we are covering Alexandra when we do this, but
No, we can check.
With Tomas's
comments
face.
are rolling in.
I mean, that's bothering.
Oh yeah, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Much better.
That's way better now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So how are we looking?
I think that should be pretty much it. I mean, we can
Right.
always go back and add some more.
So we can add that, and then Alexandra, we need a logo PNG. Can you hook me up?
Hey, we forgot the fin.
We've got the fin.
No, we didn't. It's there. Just kidding.
Commodore 64.
Mr. Troll's up and running.
Troll of the year.
He is.
Oh no, we've revealed our new device type that we haven't.
Virtual boy.
Oh, didn't you get it running on NanoPi? Is that officially supported, or is that still your pet project?
I think no is the answer, but
Oh.
as much as I would love it to, it's not quite there yet. I'm basically in love with the NanoPi, and I want all projects to work on the NanoPi.
Nice. Oh, I thought Tomas was trolling me. It actually is experimental support for BeagleBone Black, according to the official.
Yeah, it does work. That's what I mean. But when we were testing out the audio block, I think it was pretty slow in some cases. I can't remember quite how. It did work.
Let's put add. Okay, so if I'll commit this branch with a new file and the logo, and then we can look at merging that into balenaSound. And then that will serve an example for us to do some others.
Does it work on the Nano? I know the audio block runs on the Nano, so I'm assuming balenaSound runs on the Nano.
I don't know.
Tomas to confirm. Here he comes.
Well, I guess this is where we want to say like the truly supported device types, but this list is not going to stop you from running it on something else.
Oh, okay. So how does that work? When you go to deploy an app from the app catalog, it won't restrict you to these options. It'll just tell you which ones are officially supported. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. So you would click deploy with Balena, and it will choose the default one. Hence the name. But it will just present you the drop-down list that you get in a regular balenaCloud application.
Yeah, we'll probably in the future we would like to at least prioritize the supported ones and then give you the list of all the others if you want to experiment. But yeah, for now.
Yeah.
That's a nice bit of usability because if you're fresh to the platform or haven't used it in a while, it's just kind of nice to see that rather than go dig into documentation. Don't get me wrong, I love docs, but when you just see what's supported right away, it's just a much easier mental lift.
Yep.
I never read the docs.
Yeah.
Only
says the guy who made me clean up his docs the other day.
If I've been trying to get something to work for 2 days and it still doesn't work, then maybe I'll look at the docs, but I'm willing to spend 2 days of my life trying to make it work without.
Right on.
Should we do a poll? Who's reading the docs before doing something?
Andrew did, didn't you? A
Oh
couple of days
yeah,
ago,
you
we
want me
did
to
a Twitter
pull up
poll.
my Twitter poll. I won't pull it. I won't
Is it
share
a
it,
poll or a
but
chat
I'll-
right now? So who's reading the docs before doing something new?
Yeah.
Versus
let
who?
you-
Well, actually, I would say 3 different choices. Actually, who is reading before, who is reading meanwhile, and who is not reading at all, or maybe late, if you have a problem. No?
Dude, I forgot that option. So my very formal, very scientific poll was read the docs, then do the thing, or read and do simultaneously. And it was like 83% people read and do at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, you did it in Twitter. Maybe it's good to put the tweet on the chat.
Should we, Alexandra, should we have a look at what you're doing to prepare the logo?
Well, why not? I was just asking if, do we already have an icon for Intel Nook one?
I think so, in the dashboard.
Yeah, we do.
So we just need a balenaSound 512 by 512 pixel PNG, I think, right now, don't we?
512, okay.
I mean, on the grounds, that's what we said earlier. That's the only thing I'm basing that on.
Well, I have them here, these ones, but so I just made a screenshot to remember.
Yeah. So yeah, we those icons are already available somewhere, aren't they, Steve? Or do we need to provide those as well?
No. Those we already have, so no need
So
to provide those.
people don't need to add the icons for all their supported devices.
No.
Okay, so which icons do we need then?
We just need the one top left of the card, the main balenaSound icon.
Just for the sound one or all the others?
Well, right now we're working through sound, so we'll need that one right now, but we're going to need the others in a minute, I guess.
Okay.
We need Dash.
No spoil.
And I wanted Cam.
No prizes for guessing which apps we're going to do next.
I want Cam.
I got a
and I
thumbs
want it
down on
now.
Balena.
Hey, let's not bring up that column. I don't want to cause a scandal.
You want to have the PNG? Probably you cannot use the SVG, right?
No, I mean, we could, but I think it's better if it's a PNG.
Okay.
It's probably easier for people to provide.
Yeah. I don't think everyone will have an SVG of their logo. I mean, I guess so.
Okay, so Steve, Rahul messaged me and said he's going to take care of the docs, but he's having internet issues. So,
Oh, you're the man.
I think
Rahul.
Beefall's on his way with his cape on, but he's just sorting something as well.
with his cape on.
Here's Rahul.
There's Rahul.
I'm not. I mean, I'm used to seeing Rahul's handsome face, but I'm
Look
not
at how
seeing
handsome
Rahul
he
with-
is.
Yeah, Rahul with sunlight though. Like I never.
guy.
catch him
Yeah,
with
I've never
sunlight.
seen him in daylight. This is crazy.
I can't hear you guys.
That's all right. We'll just carry on complimenting him while he can't hear us.
Sometimes I think that Alexandra just has every icon in the world ready that I could ever ask for. And then, it's less like her building something net new and her just be like, hold on a second. Let me look in my wares.
It's like, we already have that in a folder.
Yeah, I get that answer a lot too. Alexandra's like, dude, I already made it. I linked it to you already, like 3 weeks ago.
Just exporting.
I hope Tomas is ready to give a strict review to my balenaSound PR.
He'll reject it just because he's super troll.
Speaking of Alexandra, I learned how to say "I'm not a robot" in German as a result of these sketches.
Nice.
Right.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
In the future, are we going to source more of what we pull to build lander pages from the YAML file rather than just like, all the random sources?
What's lander?
I mean, yeah, what's lander?
This is my job. I'm going to ask silly questions.
Landers are a static site generator that we have that you can currently sort of alpha test with your repos. balenaSound uses it. I think it's their only live project, but in the future, I'll let Steve answer the future state.
What does hang on? What does balenaSound use lander to do, Andrew?
Well, rather than read a bunch of information on a repo, it creates a beautiful landing page for your users with very little requirements. So you can have docs, you can have images. I mean, if you go to sound.balenalabs.io, right?
Yeah.
That's where we house the sound lander page, and it's pretty slick. But we have future plans. That's my soft segue to the homie Steve.
So I don't know. I mean, so basically what the YAML and the contract file should be is a definition of the application, right? If we think about that file like that, then anything that we need to define the application, which might be configuration, logos, names, stuff like that, would go in there. And we might use the YAML, the contract file plus some additional metadata from GitHub, or I don't know. I mean, it will definitely play a role. I just don't know if we're going to use it solely to generate the lander site, or we're going to combine it with other data, like, I don't know, anything from GitHub, or I don't know, we'll see.
So not only do we want y'all to share your projects and have an easier time for you to get new users and whatnot, but we want you to have an awesome presentation of it too.
Yeah.
Look at that.
What are you doing, Chrissy?
So Alexandra has very kindly sent me the logos behind the scenes, as if by magic.
Wow. This internet thing's going to catch on.
They've made it from her screen to mine. And so I've called the sound one logo.png, and I've dropped it into the root of this project. And then so we need to make sure this URL in the new Balena YAML is going to work for that logo, which it looks like it is, but I have a habit of getting these URLs wrong and having to make many commits to get them right. But like, if anyone wants to bet that, I think that's right.
That's the same history of YAML everybody on the entire internet has ever had. YAML is exactly that experience, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
no way, Sam's on the stream.
Oh, Sam, the MVP from the last release party. Look at that.
Dude.
Welcome, Sam.
I may have tipped him off that we would be doing this. He's joining from California, so it is bright and early for him as well.
That is commitment.
Wow.
That's what we need, more tired people on the stream.
Yeah, we didn't have enough sleepy people.
Yeah. And AB, remind me where you're from. I think you're up in the Bay Area. So yeah, we've got some early risers with us this morning.
Okay, so I'm going to add these two files and commit that, ready for Tomas's review. Okay.
Ah, that's right. I did know that. He's in Dublin. So we've got somebody from Dublin as well. We do have a global audience.
Oh, hang on. I haven't staged. I never use this interface in VS Code. Why am I using this?
I don't know, man. I was about to say, why aren't you just opening a terminal?
I'm always doing it in the terminal, but for some reason, when I'm streaming live, I decided to try and do something I've never done before.
Yeah.
Rahul's here.
Hello.
What's
Finally.
up, man?
Look at that handsome man.
Thanks, Phil. I've missed you.
Rahul, the tides have turned. Look, it's dark outside.
Yeah. Finally. This guy had to wake up early.
For you.
Yeah, I've never seen Rahul in daylight. And it is pitch black here still.
Thank you guys for doing that.
Thank you for picking up the docs, man.
Joining from the remote island. It's like the internet only gets broken when you have to join a live stream.
Sounds about right.
I think Vipul's on his way as well to do some docs with you.
I'm having a VS Code fail because I have no idea what I've done.
Control tilde, man. Control tilde.
What have you done?
Like, where am I? Where?
Right. What are you looking for?
The terminal.
So now I've moved to the terminal, but
Yeah.
for some reason my balenaYAML and logo PNG are not showing up as changes. Like, what have I even done?
Git commit amendment. That's the magic command.
We can't see your terminal.
Okay,
so
all right, it's fine. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
It's fine.
Oh, do we have the "this is fine" GIF in the library? What are we working with today?
I mean, so yeah, in the background, StreamYard. We're using StreamYard for this, and the sort of overlays and clips and things that we had on the last one don't just automatically come into this one. You can't just say, I still want to use that old one. You have to find it on your machine and re-upload it.
Where's my library of Fast and Furious ones?
Yeah,
no.
what about steamed hams? Do we
We
not
don't.
have?
Yeah, we've got other things.
All right.
I mean,
well,
we've got vendor.
okay.
There we go.
It's not like we're without things.
Okay, so
Yeah, stop clicking, Clark. Stop clicking.
so here we can see I'm in the process of opening the PR. So here's the new Balena contract YAML with all the changes we just made. Here's the logo. And I'm going to open a PR on the sound repo with this. And then it's over to these kind folks, Alex Programmer DE and the hardware hackers, to try and review my PR. Hopefully I've done it right.
Let me see if I can find some mistakes in this PR.
Oh, Rahul with the draconian PR reviews.
Yeah, very cool. Get going with the meme service. I can always upload them as we go. I mean, this one's pretty good for Chris trying to use VS Code. It's like I foresaw all of this happening.
Yeah, it's like, what's this GUI thing? I'm not used to it.
You all thought I was doing nothing, but I was deep thinking my memes.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
we should do another release party where we make a tool to generate these balena.yml files. It's like a UI for us.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And that's your new job, Rahul.
Yes.
There you go. Release party.
I was about
3.
to do that as a Hack Friday weekend project too.
Hack Wednesday.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Vipul was doing something like that. It would be nice. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so
It's
does
like-
someone want to share their screen and review this PR? Not that I'm eager or anything.
Yes, Rahul does.
I'm like, stop what you're talking about and review my PR.
I've just done that.
Have you? Oh, look at that.
Done.
LGTM. It's done. So should I share the screen?
Why not? We might as well bring the audience with us.
Yeah. And for those of you in the community who want to get in on hack projects and draconian PR reviews, we're always welcoming contributions.
Yeah, I can see the. Yeah, look at that LGTM. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, I got 2. Look at that.
Yeah, you got
Oh,
2
I'm
of them.
honored.
Oh, right, that gold
Come on.
stamped.
Nice.
So it's worth maybe just touching on what's going on in the background here, because we have a CI setup, which is actually performing a build on the Balena build services in the background to check that none of the changes I made broke anything. And then when that successfully runs, our bulldozer bot will come along and automatically merge this PR into the master branch.
Can you just zoom in a touch for those of us that have burnt our eyes staring at a computer screen all our life?
Let's have a look, see if we can zoom in a bit.
Oh, that's a bit better. Oh, that's
Yeah.
so lovely. Look at that.
Yep.
So this I like this CI process. I think it's really cool because it's doing a whole load of work so that I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry that I've broken everything with this PR. And then once it's done all the tests, we have a thing called version bot as well, which based on my commit message where I said this was a patch, it's going to automatically bump the last digit in the version for balenaSound and update the change log. And probably a whole load of other benefits that I haven't thought about as well.
I'd say remote work benefits, right? As an international team, sometimes we do need to like somewhat self-certify or just be comfortable with as clean of a CI process as possible, because you don't want to wait 12 hours for your homie to get up and do a review or break anything. So it's a great testament to how much we think about all the workflows of people from all around the world that we have on our team.
Agreed.
Bulldozer scares the crap out of me, though.
Yeah.
Bulldozer
will be here very shortly.
Yeah. I'm like, oh God, there's no turning back.
Because I guess Bulldozer is quite cool because it takes care of that situation where the PR was made, someone's reviewed the PR, they spent time checking it, and now it's valid. Like, it doesn't make any sense to have that PR sitting there anymore. The fact that someone took the time to make it and someone took the time to review it should be enough to get it merged. So Bulldozer will come along and just merge it.
There's only an issue when you've not set up your branch policy correctly and somebody comes to add something for you and suddenly Bulldozer just merges it in before you want it. But that's not Bulldozer's fault, is it? That's just if you've forgotten to set your branch policies up correctly.
Yeah.
Oh, Tomas isn't on the stream. I was going to stare him right in the whites of his eyes as he told that story.
Well, now we've got Veeple. I think we're reaching critical mass.
Yeah, we're gonna be all go for docs shortly.
Yeah, I was actually out and about and trying to find my mustache bow tie for this party.
Yeah, that's true. Sam did a few PRs on InkyShot, which were very much appreciated. Fixed a load of bugs.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, we only really have some specific formatting asks, just so we have our community members playing nice with our CI process. But after that, it's pretty smooth.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a hurdle the first time, but then once you see the benefits you gain by putting in these couple of extra things, it's totally worth it.
Feel free to rewrite everything that we just said, Sam, into your own words so people will believe us.
Yeah.
Cool. What's next?
So I think Steve has probably started work on the UI. I don't know, do we want to go and see what Steve is doing, or do we want to let Rahul and Veeple crack on with docs?
There isn't anything interesting yet.
Okay.
I'm still setting up stuff with rendition.
Should we meet Veeple then?
Yeah.
And let's go to. Hi, Veeple.
Hey,
hello.
If you can see this bow tie.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I can see it.
There's a man who comes dressed for an occasion.
Yeah.
Hang on real quick, Vipul. I just want to make a quick shout out. I see Alex Programmer DE has popped into the comments.
Hey.
So we'll be having a conversation about Minecraft server a little later on, I suspect, then, because I think he's going to want to merge in and get Minecraft server into the hub. So sorry, go on, Vipul.
Oh, we are bulldozed and merged as well, by the way. So balenaSound now has the updated files.
Cool.
Nice.
So what are you doing today? Do you want to introduce yourself, mate? And then we can talk about what you're doing today.
Yep. Hey, folks, I'm Vipul, and I'm a software engineer here at Balena. Today, I will be talking about docs and, getting around as as Andrew mentioned, anyone says docs and I'm here, right? So we will be documenting this new balena.yml file that we have. We are making it easier for you to deploy with Balena. We're going to see about that and see how we can make it easier for all of you to deploy with Balena next and have your apps available at balenaHub.
And Veeple, you were one of the few of us who lost one of the days of our lives to Release Party 1, weren't you? You were a Release Party OG.
Yeah, I think I was there for all 11 hours, and I think this time I'm ready for as many hours this will run. Got the pizza ordered just now, so
nice.
that's sorted.
What kind this time?
Oh, Let me
Does it have
check.
pineapple?
Pineapple.
No.
What did you get last time? That was so.
I think it was a
fascinating.
cheese burst sort of situation
Cheese
where
burst.
cheese. Yeah, I think cheese was inside the crust. I'm not sure who likes
Yeah,
that, but
that's right.
We can't be on pizza chat. We've not even made hour 1. We don't need to go to pizza chat, surely.
Yeah.
What do you mean? It's
And Rich is
pizza
even
time
not here.
somewhere
Like
in the
Rich probably orders the first pizza.
Rich will be in later, I suspect. So we are sort of coming up to an hour, so we might as well let's go with the graphic.
Oh,
so what
let's.
Oh no, we've stepped it up.
Hang on, sorry.
Wait, you're gonna show your awesome graphic without Chris here, so we could put Chris's to shame.
He's got a clock, dude. Like he could see when this was going to happen, the same as you and I.
Oh,
So what we're
look
trying to
at
do
this.
today, this is release party number 2. Back in September, we had number 1 where we made on-device metrics, and we did all of the work in one long 12-hour stream. Today's slightly different. What we're building is a catalog of curated applications. So there'll be a page on hub.balena.io where you can go and see a list of curated application projects, each with a deploy with Balena button. And that's what we're building today. So this diagram shows us lots of red blocks that we're going to turn green until eventually we can all drink beer and high-five each other. And at the moment, we're sort of down at this hub UI design on the left-hand side, where Alexandra's doing some design work on what it would look like, and then joined to that, Steve's starting to do some of the UI build. And then we just saw Chris doing a bit of work with balenaSound, because there's a few things that need to be done on each repo for the application so that it can take part in this app catalog. So that's where we are so far. We're on 1 hour. Chris is going to rejoin now. So nothing's happened while I've been away. Excellent. I might troll him and get him to do an update.
Yeah.
We added the. If you're all curious about what we did for release party 1, we dropped the link in the chat there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
what project are we going to get added? That's a good question.
Oh,
it was a momentarily good question. There it is. What projects are going to get added?
Yep, sorry.
You looking at me? Can I?
Or you will create. I thought you were handling. Yes, so Andrew, you're handling.
Well, I wasn't sure what's like spoiler territory or what isn't. Help me out here.
I think we're in the throes of actually doing it, aren't we? So it's not really spoilers anymore.
Cool. Yeah. Well, yeah. So we took the time to look through, all the community-generated projects, and we created a short list of both projects that we have here at Balena Labs, as well as ones made by you in the community. So let's see, one of the first community ones. Should we add a community one right now? Does that sound like a good idea? I mean, if anything, it's just editing the YAML, right? If it exists. Does that sound good? Should we do the Minecraft one since Alex is on?
Got Alex watching right now. We could get it added.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so it's going to be a case of if there's already a Balena YAML there, we need to just expand it and add the new information and the logo as well, ideally.
All right, let's head over.
I mean, we can use the PR that I just did for sound as kind of the like the baseline example, because they're all going to follow that to a certain extent.
Looks like we need to add the Balena YAML to the Minecraft one.
Chris, the YAML file you added contains all the possibilities, right, for the fields?
Yes. Yeah, so I'm just looking at it, but I think we covered everything. Like I guess that's the minimum, because we need each one of those to be able to populate the card.
I'm thinking if we start documenting, if you aren't missing any other fields, perhaps.
Yeah. So I guess what we need from the docs is, as Alexandra showed earlier, we're going to have a Add Your App page on balenaHub, which is going to let people submit their application to us, and then we can get it added. But what we need to do is make sure we've documented all the things that they need to get ready before they make that submission. So we're going to, on the hub page, we'll say you need to add this new contract balenaYAML, and you need to add your logo. But then on the actual docs, we can break it down and say, here's an example of the file. These are the fields, all that kind of stuff.
Yep, makes sense.
Looks like we
Right now-
have. Oh, go ahead, Rahul.
Sorry, right now we are documenting the Balena YAML under deploy with Balena
Deploy
button.
with Balena. Yeah.
Yeah. Should we create another like header, like category, or like
I would say, like,
Deploy
looking
into
from the
Hub?
page, yeah, looking from the page, I think we can change some of this YAML file, or maybe have a separate heading, like Rahul was saying. Maybe I was thinking we will change this heading only, because since balena.yml file has become v2, is v1 gonna still exist?
Stephen was mentioning that.
It will exist, but I think we can remove it from the docs as a way to
Yep.
promote this as the preferred way to do things. It will work, but yeah, this is the preferred way now.
Makes sense. So yeah, we will just override these values and add more information for each field that we have in place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
I see Alex is keen.
Yeah. Do we want to do it live, or should one of us do it in the background? I can do it in the background.
Could you do it live?
We can do it live. I don't want to do it live.
Oh,
too
okay.
much pressure.
I mean, I've done one live, so it'd be good to have someone else.
Yeah,
It's
and
actually
you've
not live.
and we've seen what happened.
No.
Yeah, we've seen. I mean, it just shows that you can't do worse. So, like, we can only go up from there.
I don't want to show my unorthodox practices. Tomas is probably laughing his butt off right now because he has to clean up my unorthodox practices.
When things go wrong, delete the directory, clone again.
True that. Dude, high five
Been
me.
there,
High
been
five.
there, done that.
Yeah, buddy.
My constant overlay for progress only works with 6 people on the screen. Otherwise, yeah, we lose somebody. Look, oh well, we tried.
Maybe David, you can go like this.
Yeah, they just need to sit up a bit.
If you need to say something, stand up.
Could you just share it on the screen and then everyone's on the sidebar looking at your progress chart?
We can do it that way for like the main one, yeah.
Yeah. Which, by the way, has 100% less Google Drawings this time around.
Oh, it's 100% Google Drawings.
Oh,
Yeah.
100% less on
Live,
the,
live,
on the
live,
live
yeah.
Google Drawing on
Yeah.
the cuff.
Yeah.
I remember how much time we took to get a perfect tick.
That's
A Unicode
icon
tick
for-
mark.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
Chris showing off his live coding and live drawing skills.
Chris only shared screen for that browser window. We didn't see like the calculator that was
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see the
Wikipedia.
how do I make a commit
Yeah.
in Git tab that was
Yeah.
open.
How do I use CSS in Google Drawing?
the Wikipedia page about rectangles.
I can do it this way now
Yeah, there we go.
when somebody gets rid of that comment.
Well, that one I'm thinking, so that's the Hajj, and that is Folding at Home. So Folding at Home has now released a version that's compatible on ARM builds as well. So Chris, you remember way back at the beginning of the year when we had that small project called Fold for COVID, and we
Was
used
that this year? I mean,
Yeah,
I've
that was
lost all
this year.
track of
Remember
time.
that one? Actually, that sort of kicked off the train of thought that leads to today. But the Rosetta project is what we used at that time because they were the only ones that supported ARM clients. But Folding at Home has now released a version that will work on a Raspberry Pi. So that might be something that either we take a look at, or perhaps the community could take a look at balenifying and submitting. Just wanted to make a quick note of that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's totally something that we can add to the hub. That's exactly what this is for.
Yep.
And it's a good point you make there about how we sort of tested the water for this back with the Fold for COVID project, because back then we actually took it a step further when we made this image that auto creates. It gives you an SD card image that's got the app and everything pre-installed on it and the local UI, so you can set your key and all that stuff, which is something we'll be taking Hub towards doing as well. Basically, once we get this app catalog up and running, one of the next steps is we can essentially do the same thing as we did for Fold for COVID with every one of those apps in the catalog. So if you've got an app that you want to promote and you just want to make it super easy to install, it will be click a button, download an SD card image, flash it, and it's done.
Nice.
It's super cool.
Super cool. Yeah, seems like a long time ago, but yeah.
Yeah.
balenaSound. Just like in high school, I'm gonna copy the homework.
That's what it's there for.
Yep.
We promote plagiarism.
Does anybody want to cheat and tell me which devices are supported for Minecraft?
It's Pi4 for sure.
Is that the slug Pi4 hyphen faux show?
Yeah. Raspberry Pi 4 hyphen faux show. It's Raspberry Pi 4 hyphen 64 is the slug. I'll bring up Alex's repo. Maybe if Alex still is in the chat, he can tell us what devices are supported.
We should have him on the stream at some point today as well.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just leave Raspberry Pi 64.
You want me to send across? I mean, here we are asking of him, but yeah, Alex, you're welcome to hop in. If you'd like, I can send along the link.
Hey folks, Rahul and I are going to drop off, get that docs thing done, and come back when we have a brief line of conversation.
Cheating. That's cheating.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. But
So
since we have Alex, since we are going to have Alex here, we don't have enough.
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, we're just making room for other people, man.
Yeah.
Just like,
Oh, I see. I see.
No workaround there.
You guys
yeah,
gonna check back in though, right?
yeah.
Oh, they'll
They're going to come back later and be like, oh, here's one we made earlier. And the docs will appear.
It's like a cooking show, man. Be prepared.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
See you guys.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
See you in a bit. For the URL, asset URL, do I want to take out like UTM, like extra parameter stuff? We don't need that, right?
No, we don't need that.
Okay. Keeping our stuff clean.
So what we could also do is have a look and show folks where the contract actually gets stored and how it works behind the scenes.
Cool. I'm guessing since this is the first time we're adding a balena YAML file to Minecraft, there's no environment variables we need to add by default. Can just leave that blank.
We try and use the convention that if there is an environment variable available, specify it in balena YAML, because then it means that when people deploy it and start to use the app, they just have to edit the ones that are there. They don't have to add them from scratch.
Right on. Alex.
Yeah, but if it's not clear what's needed right now, we can leave that part blank.
Looks like I don't see any in the README.
Right, let me try out live my new overlay for constant progress. Here we go. Oh, that's better.
Oh, look at that.
That's better. That's what we do at Balena. We adapt and overcome.
That's pretty good. I'm gonna leave that.
Can we mark something green yet?
I guess we can mark the UI design green, can't we?
Yeah.
I think we're. Yeah.
Have we done it?
That's done. Yeah.
Nice.
Man alive, let me get on that.
So what's the granularity of the green? So it's like a percentage, or it must be full, all the box done, or it can be 50-50?
That's getting a bit advanced, Mark.
We can't listen and draw.
Sorry, I missed it. What was the question?
Wait.
Here we go. Hang on. Get ready. Hey!
Cool.
That means I need to do my other one as well.
Version 1.2.4. Is the version just like the user's input, or is that actually going to like mess something up if I get that wrong?
In balenaYAML,
Yeah.
that's the version of balenaYAML, so it needs to stay at number 2.
Oh, 2. Understood.
So that's in contrast to the old balenaYAML, which didn't have a version. So we're saying if someone specifies version 2, it has to be of this new format.
Got it.
Oh, an excited Kyle is on the stream. Oh, look, now we've got green box on our overall one as well.
Awesome.
Cooking on gas, people.
Mm-hmm.
What's it Andrew corrects that to every time I write that in a blog? I always put we're cooking on gas,
propane.
and you always cooking on propane. It makes no sense.
It's not got the same ring to it.
What do you mean? All right. I think we're good here. Can I get a quick gut check before I send this to Alex to get hammered on?
Well, you might as well share your screen and we'll gut check it live.
Thanks. There you go.
Oh, look at my graphic works with screen sharing as well.
Look at that.
Yeah,
How
That's
are we looking?
impressive.
How are we looking? Yeah?
Awesome. Good
Yeah.
job.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to need to zoom in a bit.
Oh, where's Rahul? I wanted him to.
Oh,
be
this is good.
brutal.
This is a good question. So if we've got a project, it works on Raspberry Pi, but not the 1 gig version, let's say.
Ooh.
Is that's presumably something we can't cope with today, but something we could look to supporting in the future?
Yeah, we have talked about having a bit more granular device types where we kind of have an SKU, an identifier for every unique alias variant of device type.
Mm-hmm.
But currently we don't have that. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We probably want to add a logo in the same way as we do for sound.
It's there. Like a custom logo.
Yeah. So we need like a 512 pixel square Minecraft server logo, and then we'll update the URL to point to that.
Yeah.
So
for Minecraft, actually, yeah, back then we created like this community icon to use for community members, and we kind of use that now for the fallback one. So I don't know if we should create a very new one.
I think we should have ideally every project would have its own logo, like one dedicated to that. So we should, if we can, we should create a Minecraft one. And
so Alex would then create one.
Yeah. Well, like Alex is saying in chat, we can just go ahead and do it, and he'll accept the PR. So we can, and Andrew can add, if you want to make a Minecraft logo, then Andrew can add it to his PR, and then Alex can review and get it committed.
So are we hosting logos somewhere else, or is it just on the repo?
Do we pull them in, Steve, or do we hotlink them from the repo?
For now, we're gonna hotlink them, and we'll see later on. But yeah, it has to be. Basically, it's hosted on GitHub.
Okay. Cool. All right, we'll wait for the logo. I saw that dash was a pretty easy one to do too. If somebody wants to hop on that.
I was interested, Steve, what are you currently doing on the UI build? What are you beavering away at? Is that an international term, beavering away? Where's the hall when you need him?
I guess not. So what I'm doing now is preparing the layout, connecting everything together, like setting up rendition, the SDK, trying to fetch some sample applications, and just try to render a card of any card. So basically, we do already have some public apps, like the host apps. The OS is managed as an application. So I'm gonna just fetch those, render that. I mean, obviously you can't deploy it, but once we have that and the API is ready, I'm gonna filter the applications by the Discoverable field. So that should give us all the applications that are already curated and can be deployed with Balena.
What's the discoverable field, Chris?
So the discoverable field means that that application will appear in the catalog.
Why has Andrew been set off by discoverable?
Has he?
Huh?
He suddenly dissolved into laughter when I asked Chris
Oh.
what discoverable
No, it
meant.
wasn't that. I saw, so without giving away any spoilers, and since the two of you are on this stream, I feel comfortable telling this story. Don't spoilers though, okay? So there's this particular project that I'm working on with Phil, and I had wrapped up the version, sent it to Phil, and I said, you know what? I bet you that if Alexandra sees this, she's going to react this way. And she totally reacted that way.
Yeah.
I should have bet some money or coffee or beer or something.
I didn't tell Alexandra that that's what you'd said would happen. But it's
Phil's been very nice. He was like,
What
I
was
don't want to
that?
ask her for any more.
I don't like asking
It's a
anybody for
surprise.
anything. I'm British.
Yeah. Oh, got it. So anyway, he was like, I don't want to ask. We've you all done so much. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure if Alexandra sees this, she's gonna just do it. And you did it.
And she did.
Because you're all about the quality, Alexandra.
Right.
Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, no, it's something. So, yeah, okay. Well, we kind of need to let the audience in now, Andrew. Now you've raised this. We during Summit, which is our virtual conference we had a couple of months ago, I suppose now, I ran a game to just give everybody a bit of light entertainment called Street View Bingo, where people joined and went on Street View, and it was kind of like a treasure hunt whilst I mocked them in the background and waved my wine at the camera. And we're bringing it back just to sort of keep the mood light on the run up to the end of the year, because it's been somewhat of a difficult year. And I've got some plans with my overlays and how I'm going to run the game. And I asked Alexandra if she could do some design work for me. And Andrew correctly predicted that the things I did to her design work she'd want to do even more to, because it wasn't quite right, which she did. So that was that. Anyway, Chris, you were saying the discoverable field means so that if somebody marks their app as discoverable in their Balena YAML, it means that we will be able to see it as a project that should be put forward to the app catalog.
Sort of. So what we're doing in the background is we're adding some additional fields to the application model. So ultimately, we obviously want anyone to be able to submit their application and have it shown in the catalog. So for this initial stage, the field will be there, but it won't be accessible via everyone, because what we're doing is working with everyone to get their apps listed, and just until we get this process up and running. So the discoverable field is behind the scenes, and then when it's checked, which for now will be us, but in the future will be anyone, that will say this app is allowed to be shown on the catalog. And then, so in addition to that one, we're also looking at another one for featuring the project within Etcher, because we want to feature like way more community projects in Etcher. Like right now it's balenaSound, for example, but we want to get like everyone's project in there, or at least have the possibility to have it in there. So we're adding more information behind the scenes to allow us to pick apps from the catalog and mark them, and then they'll just appear in Etcher. So perhaps that's worth just talking about as like one of the kind of perks, I guess, of having the app featured in the catalog, is that there's the chance it could be also featured in Etcher and exposed to all the people there.
And how many people see that thing on Etcher, the banner, and click it, interact with it?
Probably at least one person sees it a week, maybe.
But
that's
what I
me.
mean is like the difference is dramatic, isn't it? When we've had projects like balenaSound that we've put as the featured project on Etcher, the number of people that start looking at that project and trying to deploy that project goes up significantly, doesn't it? Like it's not a small effect.
Yeah, I think so. It's because I guess we try and pick projects that are genuinely, or at least what we think are genuinely interesting to the audience that are using Etcher.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole point of that slot is, well, you're sitting here waiting for your SD card to flash. Like maybe this is interesting to you. Like it's not to like sell anything or promote anything. It's just like some cool stuff you might want to check out.
And that's a bit of flack we get, don't we? That Etcher features adverts. We hear that quite a bit. It's like a select few people out in internet world, and they often will say things like, "Why don't you just use the command line? Why do you need to use Etcher? It's full of adverts."
Yeah.
But we're not selling anything. Like we're showing you something that we think you might want to deploy for free on a device you already own.
We thought it was cool, so maybe other folks like us might also think it was cool. Is the thinking behind it?
Yeah. We're not trying to make you buy
as I say, like today, it's been like our projects. Well, not all our projects. We featured like piHole, for example. That was a community one. Kerberos, yeah.
Jinx.
Drink.
We haven't done Minecraft yet, have we? But that was on the cards.
Mm-hmm. See, it brought in the mighty Sam.
Yeah.
It's done.
I mean, that makes it totally worth doing. Like
You're right.
That's it.
So can I bring us back to here on our main diagram? Oh, let me sort my comments. Oh,
Sorry.
Thanks, dude. Yeah. So you were talking about here that there's this discoverable flag, and ultimately that gets brought into our data model, doesn't it?
Yes.
So it's down in the middle on the left. I might start doing this as a shared screen rather than a overlay, so we can talk about it at the same time. And then I can wiggle my mouse pointer at you. Here, so that's this in this data model, we've got a couple of things. The repository URL we've already seen, that's in your YAML file, and we've got a discoverable.
Actually, Steve, like, are we taking the repository from the YAML or are we taking it from the application? I think we're doing it from the application.
Yeah. So the one in the YAML is used for deploy with Balena. Mm-hmm. The one in the application. I mean, I guess I don't know, we didn't really think about it, did we?
That's why we did it live.
So let me think.
Because we needed it in the application, like ultimately for the CI process that we might get to in the future.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, we want it in both places. It's just, I think it is better to take it from the application just because it is not a required field in the Balena YAML.
Mm-hmm.
And would it be a legitimate case to have two different URLs? Because you could be using a branch for your deploy button, couldn't you?
Let me think. Currently, if the repo URL is a branch, it won't really do anything. What you can do is you can specify a tarball URL of a branch, and it will deploy that branch instead. Mm-hmm. But the repo will always be the base repo. It won't be pointing to a specific branch. Mm-hmm. It will just ignore that. But yeah, as I said, it's not required because when you do deploy with Balena, you can just pass the repo URL. And because balena.yml is a standard file, we'll look for it. If we find it, we're going to populate everything we find there. If we don't find anything, we can still deploy the application. So even if you don't have a Balena YAML file, you can still do deploy with Balena, but you won't be able to add that application to balenaHub. If that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Perfect. So, so the discoverable flag we were just talking about, Chris, that will ultimately end up into the data model and be exposed via the API.
Correct.
And then we'll be able to find apps that have a flag, yes, true for discoverable, and they will find their way or be sucked into the hub to be shown as a card on the main screen.
Yep.
I am winning.
So each one of those will have a deploy with Balena button. So anyone who's used that button already today, either as a developer in their repos or as a user, will recognize that process because it will be essentially a listing of all the apps we've got in the catalog. Each one will have a deploy Balena button. But if you click that you go into the process as it is today, like the familiar create a new application, then add your devices.
But we've also got a featured flag, and presumably that's part of the curation process. So we have to say, you've marked it as discoverable, and we're marking it as, yes, it's good to go before it gets to the catalog.
Featured is just for Etcher.
Okay.
So like ultimately, we want everyone to be able to put their apps in the catalog without any curation process. That's the end goal. But for today, we're doing it manually. So for an app to be featured in the catalog, it needs to be set up by us. So that's why we're asking people to submit their repos, and then we can set them up. And we'll do that by deploying the app and marking it as discoverable in the back end. But then, like, as soon as we can, we'll work towards exposing that to the users as well.
And just for sort of completeness, this is the docs area that Rahul and Veepal are currently gone off to beaver away. I'm going to keep using this until it is international. They're beavering away in the background on our documentation, which is all part of the process.
Yeah.
For today.
Exactly. Yeah. So we, like, as part of the contributing page, we want to show people, we want to make sure people have the information available to get their apps ready. So like I did for Sound and Andrew's doing for the Minecraft project, people will need to add that balenaYAML and add a logo. So we just need to provide docs to detail that process.
Right on.
So what I was going to just demo quickly is to show sort of how that balenaYAML ends up being stored with a release. So like what happens in the background is when you push a new build to your application, and this will be familiar to people who've used an app in balenaCloud. So you create a new build, which creates a new release. But in the data model for that release, it's storing the contents of balenaYAML alongside that release so that it's accessible via Hub. So when Hub comes along and says, I want to list this app, it's going to query the app, find the release that's running on that app, look at the entry in the database for that release, and extract the balenaYAML contents at that point. And then, of course, we've got our metadata that allows us to render the card. So if I share my screen, we can dig into this a little bit. Hang on a minute.
I was just thinking when you were on the screen, if you moved that keyboard and magazine just behind you, you would look like you were ethereal, floating in some sort of ether.
Like, I'd have to move this terrible old PC that's underneath me as well.
Yeah.
Here we go. Look.
Your room's so bright because of the sun. Oh, there's just one power plug now.
Yeah, I can't do much about that. I just have to like just move the camera like this, and there we go.
Oh, hang on. Oh, it's just
there we go.
A deity, a heavenly deity. That's how we feel about Chris in Balena anyway.
Okay, I'll spoil the illusion with the power plug. Okay, share screen. So I have an account on staging here with my Pi3 test app. And now I think one of the cool things about our dashboard is that it has like an integrated console with the SDK available if you just go inspect and go to the console, which is quite cool and probably not a lot of people know about. Because again, one of the nice things about the dashboard is that it's built using the API that we make publicly available. So if, for example, someone decided they needed a fully custom dashboard or to integrate the balenaCloud functionality into their own dashboard for their own app, that's totally possible. And all the API endpoints are available and the SDKs are available to do that kind of stuff. So I can query, so if I go look at this latest release, for example, this is a release that I was playing with yesterday. So if I take the release ID, now this is the one from the address bar, which you can't see on my screen. This is not this one, it's the one that's shown in the URL bar. And I'm saying, so I'm using the SDK in the dashboard console to get the details of that release and then just print out the contract that's stored on that release. So if I do that, you can see this is the balenaSound YAML as it was yesterday. But if I create a new release now with what we've merged, so in another terminal, I'm just using balena push. And And I'm going to push to my staging Py3 test app. And if we go back to releases, we should see the build indicator come up. There we go. So it's building a new release. And when that's done, you'll see we'll be able to query this and we'll be able to get the updated version of balenaYAML.
Should we sit here in stunned silence while we wait for it to build?
Yes. I mean, that's basically the only option. It should be quick because it's a very small change. We'll see.
I have a way to pass a couple minutes.
Oh, yeah?
Is Alex Programmer DE still on? Can you give me access to the repo so I can push this YAML file?
Was that it?
Does it?
I mean, it feels like kind of abuse
Right.
of the stream. I mean, like,
Yeah, that's what I do.
No, we can't.
Oh,
An
all right.
answer. No.
We'll catch up with that one later. I'll
Could-
move on to
could-
Dash.
Could we just switch over to Alexandra and see her design update?
yes,
Well,
we can
we're
come
waiting.
back to this. Yep.
If you could share your screen, Alexandra, we can see what you've done.
I will. So I did a quite fast version to find an icon for Minecraft.
Ooh.
As you can see, it's very different to the other ones, but I
Yeah.
guess this is kind of what we would like, right? So at the end, it's more like mixed, colorful, diverse.
Ooh.
I mean, it's
But so far, it sticks out quite.
Are we gonna get a cease and desist from Microsoft though?
Nah.
this is fair use, I think.
Okay, cool. Like it's just a dirt block with some grass on it.
But what I was going to say was it's not that different in that the Minecraft logo happens to be hexagon shaped like all the other ones anyway.
And then just a nice coincidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think, Alexandra, you're spot on. Like what we want is like a big variety. People should be able to supply their own logo for their own apps. Like obviously our Balena ones will follow a standard theme, but everyone else's can be whatever they want.
Unless all of the users out there have their own Alexandra that could generate them a logo.
We need AAAS.
I like it.
Yeah, super nice.
All
I like the
right.
fact it's
So
green.
I put the icon in the same folder as the others.
Cool.
On Google Drive.
Cool.
How's your build going, Chris? Are we?
It is done.
Oh.
We can, that was like, it's just perfect. It's just perfect. Okay, so this is my build. It's done. I am going to run the same query again, but I'm going to update this number to the ID of the new build, which again is not this one here. I don't know if you can use that one actually, but we'll try this. And now you see we have not only all the information that we've added in that new Balena YAML, but it's all in JSON format, which is handy for the front end as well.
Nice.
Nice.
And so although that information is not present on the UI, you can see that I can obviously access it using the SDK and see the information that's held there. So Steve, we're good to go on that. It works.
Cool, then we can ask for a deploy on the builder because currently it's only in staging. Would you care to do that, Chris?
Yep.
Chris, where'd you host your logo?
The logo, you should just commit that to GitHub.
Okay, so it's to the users repo.
Tomas just pointed out something I didn't realize. I've been here talking about the console and you can't see the console.
You did scroll down momentarily. We did see where it was.
Did you? Let me try this again. Hang on. Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, it doesn't show it. Like I never noticed. That was a complete fail. Like I've been talking this whole time about stuff you can't even see.
Yeah. We thought we covered it earlier when you were using the other method. I think someone said we can see your console.
Okay, Tomas makes a good point. Like, how can I share? Maybe if I share the window, then it will show it. Let's try that.
Yeah, the complete window, yeah.
What are you using now?
Chrome tab.
That'll do it.
Chris strikes again.
Yeah. There, look, now it makes sense.
All right, that's another story.
That console.
Yeah. So okay, like let's quickly go over that again. So what I was blathering on about before was the fact that like when you're in the dashboard, and this is on the live one as well, this is the staging one because it's changes we haven't deployed to production yet. You can just open up the developer console and you get access to a console where the SDK is available. So I'm able to run queries, and what I was talking about was I ran this first query on an old release from yesterday, and we've got the old contents of balenaYAML. So this is using the SDK to query the release, and that ID there is the one from up here. And it's fetching all the data from that release from the database, and then we're just printing out the release contract. So from the old release yesterday, we had the old YAML. And then if we run that again for this release, so 128.8.2.1, which is this one here, and this is the one I've just built 4 minutes ago, then you can see we have all that extra data that we added in balenaYAML and merged a moment ago. And it's handily in JSON format, so we can present the card on the front end.
The YAML
Does that make more sense now? You can see.
Much beefier.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out, Tomas. Yeah, so what we've basically done is just confirm that worked and confirm the data flowed through on staging. So we're going to have to ask for a deploy of the builder and get that deployed to production, so that then any apps we deploy in production obviously have the same functionality.
I'll try and do design work less when you're trying to explain something to check that people know what on earth you're going on about. I was trying
By the way, you just accept what I say without making any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, it turns out I can't do Google Drawing and listen to you. Only I thought I could. In my head, I was listening.
Yeah. I was busy looking at the browser window, not what was actually being shared. So.
So Andrew,
what's up?
How about we come to you? How do you go about a process of writing a blog during one day about a release party that also includes a feature like no other feature we've ever had before or released? How are you going about? What's your angle?
Yeah, so I typically want to put myself in the shoes of our users out there. You know, I believe that if docs are showing you how to do something, anything else like a knowledge base or a blog post should explain the why. Mm-hmm. So that's my basis when I write and try to figure out, okay, so what's going on here? So in this case, we're releasing balenaHub, you know, so the next question for the user is like, okay, what the heck is balenaHub? What the heck is it? How do I use it? You know, what do I need to look out for? How do I get started? So I think that's probably the pillars that I'll use to start with. And then as we uncover other wrinkles and whatnot that users need to know, or links to docs that Rahul and Vipul wrap up with, or screenshots, we can add those in to enrich.
And with the release party one, the blog post was more about the release party, wasn't it? Because obviously that was the first time we'd ever done something like that. We did talk a lot about the feature.
More about the features.
Was it?
Yeah.
In my head, the blog, I need to read it again. Yeah. I did read it. I did. After a 12-hour live stream whilst drinking beer, but I did read it.
There was a little section about why we're doing this, and we'll have that again.
Yeah, okay.
And we'll embed the actual video. But for the most part, it looked like a feature release. Mm-hmm. So yeah, got a rough outline for this one, but I want to catch up on our YAML beefing, upping.
There's a good question for Chris in the chat. Are we trying to beat our record? Have we made a rod for our own back?
We're trying to beat our record in that beating it means shorter.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. I think, I mean, to my mind, I don't know if this is universal, but to my mind, when we did release party one, it was a big fanfare about we're going to completely make and release a feature all in one day live on the internet. But I feel like there's a definite ethos that we want to try and do as much as we can in the open, because we're a very open, transparent company. But it isn't necessarily that we have to be beholden to that ideal, is it? If we want to try and do some prep work up front, so that the boring bits or the bits that we wouldn't show live, because there might be a security concern, we don't have to try and do exactly the same format for every release party, right?
No, exactly.
It can just be, I think ultimately it's an online celebration of getting a feature over the line. And if we've had to do some prep work beforehand, then that feels okay to me. But as much as possible, we like to do it live and show how we work and show the culture. And this sort of live stream, this is honestly like most of our meetings, isn't it? It's not like we're performing for the camera here. This is what you see is kind of the culture of Balena just happening on YouTube.
Now I understand Chris's logo hesitation from earlier, because I also don't remember if I'm doing this right before it actually goes live. Is this roughly
Let's
it?
have a look.
And I just shoved it right on the root of the repo.
That looks right.
Yeah, it looks right.
Cool. That's it. See? Balena work culture right here. All right. So now I'm going to send it to Alex while he's away. He'll catch it when he gets back. I don't even know if he added me to or gave me authorization yet.
You can, like normally the process you would use is to fork his repo and then commit it to your own, and then you can PR it back from your repo to his one.
That's true. I should have done that, huh?
Whatever's easiest.
How are we getting, Steve?
We are going fine. I just created the cards, pulled some applications in there, added a sample logo, the default one that in case you don't have any defined. And I'll be populating the card now for each application, but obviously with some dummy data. We still don't have any build data in production, but I guess once the builder is deployed, we can also create some releases for all of these apps like Sound and Minecraft and whatever we added, so we can start, those should start popping up as well.
So I've just asked for a deploy of Balena Builder.
Cool.
So hopefully we should see that in production soon. And then I believe Mr. Mulligan was going to come and start creating some apps.
Chris, what did we say about the owner thing we show in the design, where we showed Balena Labs or other users? Where would we fetch that information from?
I think at least initially we were going to pull it from the repo URL, as in get the owner as it looks on GitHub and then link that slug to the org page on GitHub.
Okay, I'll do that later.
It's not perfect because Balena Labs is going to come up in all lowercase, which is going to bug me.
Sorry, dude.
So the data model changes and the API. Are they underway? Do we know? Because there's different people in Balena doing that work, aren't there? I think Rich is involved and Akis is involved.
Let's have a look.
I was checking the PR. It should be, actually it's merged now. So once we check everything looks fine in staging, we can ask for a deploy for that one as well.
For what one?
Sorry, what?
What's being PR'd, mate? What?
The API stuff, API changes.
The data model and API changes?
Yep.
Cool. Right.
So
we didn't even cut to somebody and talk to them.
And there's still time.
Yeah. Right, we'll have a retrospective catch up with the person who made the changes. Who made those changes?
Akis.
Cool. Oh, that'd be good. It'd be good if he could come on and chat them through. I'll change those then. I can set them to under review, can't I?
Yep.
Ooh.
Steve, where do you normally get the release notes when we do a deploy for something like the builder?
We have a Balena deploy request, so let me share it with you. shouldn't let people know that you don't know how to ask for a deploy.
Like, this is my first time asking for a deploy, so.
Let me share that. I guess here's the easiest. So if you run that, you're gonna get all the nodes auto-generated.
Oh, look at this.
What am I missing? Oh, nothing shared. Do I push it differently, or do I just push it to my fork? I'm usually only ever doing like org stuff, so I never have to like fork stuff.
I can update my overlay. Hang on a minute. I was being a graphic designer. Hang on.
Sorry, that was a question for Chris.
I was navigating the terminals. I wasn't paying attention either.
I mean, here highlights the issue with doing things live and trying to do a stream.
Nice.
What was your question, Mr. Andrew?
So I forked Minecraft, added the changes. Do I just push it the same way to my fork, or do I have to push it differently?
Oh, you'll need to PR it into the default branch, won't you, Chris?
Still not paying attention, but I had my name.
Okay. That's what I needed.
Yeah. You'll need to PR it into the default branch. Otherwise,
there we go. Got it. Yeah. Thanks.
Cool.
Steve.
Hello, Tomas.
Hello, Phil.
You've changed your background.
Yeah, we got a fancy wallpaper for our daughter.
El Kiddo.
Yep.
What's your role here today? You should probably introduce yourself, Tomas, for those who haven't met you before.
Yep. So I'm Tomas. I'm from Argentina. I'm also a hardware hacker, as Phil, although he's reluctant to admit it today. He's more of an entertainer. That's what I got from the...
I don't want to get worse. I was like going to build my part, not lower it.
Dude, nice wallpaper, man.
Oh, you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think these are the last few days I have an office, so I will be evicted into the living room or somewhere else around the house.
Nice.
Because this room is
welcome to my
being
pain.
taken. Yeah.
I liked it when you streamed from the kitchen that one time. You looked like you were going to start your cooking show.
Oh, I know what
you were doing, like your Argentinian.
You're thinking about that that YouTube clip you showed me. What was it? Big Papi cooking.
Big Papi, yeah. The Saturday Night Live clip.
So what are you doing? What are you doing on the release party today, Mr. Tomas?
Yeah, so I'm helping with the EFP card. So we obviously want to promote the hub so users can find it. And I think we already talked about this earlier, but the Etcher featured project is a great way of letting people know that we are building this and that they have like a bunch of projects that they can easily try out. So that's what I'll be doing today.
You'll also be doing this that I think we've skipped over, but we perhaps haven't talked about in detail, Chris, about creating the apps and why we need to create some apps and who's going to be doing that.
Yeah, so I guess it's worth it talking about that as like when we were talking about the discoverable field and saying like everyone should be able to mark their apps as discoverable. Even though we're doing it all at this point in time, that still means we need to create those apps somewhere. So we have a Balena Labs, balenaCloud account, and on that account, we need to set up an app for each one of the cards that we want to show in balenaHub. So all of the projects that Andrew has curated for this first iteration, we need to set up an app for each of those and push a release that includes that balenaYAML and that logo ping to each one of those.
And when that work's underway, we could cut to somebody's screen and have a look how that looks, because then we can see balenaCloud dashboard as people are used to seeing it, but probably not in the state they're used to seeing it with loads of apps. And
exactly.
Peppermint banners. Is that
Peppermint banners.
Yeah, isn't that pattern we use for staging?
Oh, I see. At the top.
Yeah. Phil.
Sorry, dude. There's a cultural difference. I have to translate you in my head.
Phil.
So you're starting the work on the Etcher feature project now, Tomas?
Yes, not exactly at this moment, but soon.
Oh, okay. We can come and see what you're doing when you get going.
Yeah, I need to find the repo, clone it. I guess. Oh, Alexandra's not here anymore, but we are going to need
She'll be back in a minute.
An image. Yeah.
She did say she'd started work on it also.
Oh, cool. I missed it.
I don't know how Carlo incidents is making it hard for you, Chris, but apparently it is.
I failed to provide the release notes for the builder deploy, so that's
right.
I've done it.
Cool. And Sam's on the stream, Tomas, and he's giving you love for your wallpaper and crib. Oh, your crib.
Yeah. Keyboard.
Hopefully Sam's like quickly knocking together a project and trying to get in on the app catalog straight away.
If he wants to.
Yeah.
I'm all about it.
That'd be amazing. Just make like a hello world, Sam.
Yeah. There you go.
How's it going, Steve?
Well, it hasn't gone anywhere yet.
PR.
Like not much has changed since the last time you asked me. It has like 10 minutes passed.
Yeah.
I'm not that fast.
I seem to remember there was a whole meme made about Steve because he thought everything would take 20 seconds, and literally everything.
Exactly. That's why I'm not saying anything, right?
All right. Group gut check time. Ready?
Sorry?
This is for Dash. Boop, boop. Looks right.
So you're going through the projects.
Oh, there's a typo. Yeah, there.
Oh,
I almost got it.
Look at Mr. Review.
I should have waited for the review and shame at you.
So what you're doing, Andrew, just to check, you're going through the projects that are going to be on the app catalog today for the first instance, and you're doing our Balena Labs projects, adding the things that are necessary to the Balena YAML file so that they appear in that catalog. Am I close?
And recommending changes for our community projects too. So I shipped one to Alex. I think he stepped away. But I'll just go down the list. Yeah. Until we substantially have enough for me to switch over to blog posts.
You're a genuinely good dude, you are.
Yeah. And then some, right? I sent you a secret project.
I saw my secret project.
So this is about right. I didn't want to break any of the Dash default stuff. Pretty sure we're good. I think we're good. You can catch me in the.
It
review.
looks good to me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Here's Rahul with an update.
We need some music.
Yeah.
What? Let's wait for people to get here.
What, can you not speak on your own? Have you got to ask permission?
He's share. I'm using the live share from him. So yeah, let's just wait.
Oh, it's not another VS Code disaster, is it?
Yeah, it's one of those.
Sam's working on something cool, but it is slow going. Well, I mean, you should speed it up, Sam. Today's as good a day as any.
Yeah, dude.
Grass the nettle.
You want to get another swag pack, my friend?
Oh, you have to do work for people to pay you. It's a game A world. That's what it is.
We're a bit stumped on the slug pod, and so there are fields that describe, like in the YAML file, you have to specify slug and type. I think those are like required fields. That's part of the contract itself. So documenting that's quite a bit. It's a bit tricky, I guess. Oh, I thought the slug would be the URL where you would find the lender page, which I think that's what's going to happen eventually.
Yeah, we did talk to Steve about the slug, and I listened, and I shall now regurgitate. He said it was like a unique name for the project, and it isn't used, but at the moment, but it will be in the future, so it is a required field.
So what happens if two persons are trying to submit, like they have the same slug tag? We like right now we're making sure it's not.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't know. I mean, we'll just enforce some uniqueness on the field, and that's it. But it's just not done yet. Since we curate all the projects currently, it's not as important.
Okay.
But yeah.
And what was the second question? Device type.
So yeah, the
Not
type,
just the
right?
Type, yeah.
It's just going to be the only supported like value that's software.application, SW.application.
Yes. Yeah.
Do we also specify like what is it for, or we keep it blank, or like default to SW.application? If people get curious.
Well, I think that field means at the moment that we only support SW.application, but it's there for future reasons. I think it'd be okay, wouldn't it, now on the documentation to say, for now, default that to SW application and leave it at that.
Sure.
Cool.
But it is a required field, so we will need to make sure it's there.
I have a question for Raul while he's here.
Yeah.
Can I get one of your draconian PR reviews for Dash, please?
Oh, Dash. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
You're asking the wrong dude, Andrew. If you want to get something done today,
I am biased for I've lowered the bar. I've lowered the bar.
just for me.
Favoritism. Every time I do a change to Dash and ask Rahul for a PR, it always gets rejected.
Let's go.
Should we wanna regarding this one right here? Regarding docs, should we do? I can present my screen. We can do a review here.
Yeah. I think we should mention which are like Steve, the snippet that you sent us on Flowdoc, are those the required fields in version 2?
So the only required fields are slug and type, and everything else is optional.
Oh, nice. I'll mention that.
I mean, it is optional for deploy with Balena, but if you want to be featured on balenaHub, you will have to have, I mean, not have, but you will probably need to have a logo at least, or ideally would have one. And I guess that's it. I mean, yeah, they're not really required, but it's recommended that you have at least a logo if you want to be featured on balenaHub.
And the discoverable flag.
Yeah, that one is not part of the contract, but yes, that's controlled by us.
Yeah.
Even if my logo is called fallback.png, does it still count?
You're trying to break the system, aren't you?
Yeah, so Vipul, if you want to share your screen, because I think it'd be quite interesting. Like documentation is another thing that might not be super obvious how we do it at Balena, and it'd be good to share that.
There you go.
Oh, I wondered if there was a reason we were staring at your chin.
Actually, so there's a story behind it, but we will get to it. My keyboard isn't here, so I'm using my laptop as the camera plus keyboard setup right now. So anytime I want to see the monitor's lower bottom edge, I have to tilt it back. And
we have to look at your chin.
Yeah. Either I can do this.
Chin
that's why he got the bow tie.
Something to look at.
Yeah.
Yep. So as you can see here, I have. Is it visible? Should I increase the text one more?
Yeah, probably better.
Let me close this preview then.
Some of us have screwed our eyes trying to do this as a living.
Yeah.
I think we should start with the variables. I mean, actually, we should at least mention why we have names.company as a variable in the docs.
Oh yeah.
I like the fact that you've got a decent theme on your VS Code, and so had Chris.
Hey,
I can't stand staring at a white screen.
Yeah, this one is, I think, called Cobalt.
what's wrong with default, man?
It burns my retinas.
Dude, yours is like green. Like share yours later, Phil. Yours looks like someone puked on your screen.
Dark mode default is good enough.
So regarding this, what we did was we copied balenaSound's the complete that one that we just made a PR for, and this is our example one that we are gonna give it all to our users. So everyone that comes to this page from the contributing, we didn't decide on which page would that be for balenaHub's contributing. So we're gonna send everyone from balenaHub, sorry, hub.balena.io/contributing or whatever that URL is. We will send them here, and we added a line here that .balena.yml is also used if you are, this is sort of a grammar. If you are submitting your app, is also used if you are submitting. This is live docs, I guess. Submitting your app to balenaHub. And we thought about this in the way that this is how we won't be changing the current page, which is deploy with Balena. And Rahul suggested if we just remove the button here. So the page becomes deploy with Balena. And it has both information for button and the button and the balenaHub. But yeah.
But the problem is deploy with Balena has different meanings. It might also include the Balena push workflow or the Git workflow. So.
Yeah. So we, I think, decided
so
against
right now we are keeping it like simple here so that we can just link to the different fields that balena.yml supports for now.
So we can have the instructions. If people are, in the future when people can submit their own apps, the instructions will have a lot of information. And when they want to configure their balena.yml file, they can come here. We can link this heading right here. And that's where they can find all the information they're going to need for their balena.yml file. And we have documented all the fields here as well. And that's, if folks can, do a quick read through, see if it all makes sense. I'm going to do a quick read through as well.
Cool. It's like the gym where you take your YAML file to get beefed up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent.
This is a pre-GitHub PR review.
It's been 2 hours already, guys. 2 hours in.
No way.
Yeah.
My pizza isn't here.
I should have asked this,
that should be free.
Ago.
It should be free.
Go on, Andrew. What should you do best?
Where's Alex?
Oh yeah, I did think that in my brain hours ago, but I didn't say it hours ago. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe the call that is happening right now.
Oh, that's right.
I'm sure he'll pop by.
Work does happen around the clock here, huh? Forgot about that.
Andrew, shall I throw you in the deep end and ask if you want to do the hourly summary?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Let's go.
We just made it in the right time, I guess.
For those of you joining now, we are working on launching balenaHub, which is a very exciting project that allows project builders and fleet owners like yourselves out there to add your projects and get new users, learn a lot more, about the goings-ons of what you got. We're so far have completed our Hub UI design, which we can flip to if we choose so. And right now, I believe we're working on build stuff and filling out our data model, as well as documentation. Also in parallel, we are also making sure that all of our MVP projects are using their Balena YAML files are all there and using the correct parameters, so our hub can populate. How's that?
It was super cool. I need to remember that we're not doing it. I'm going to delete that overlay that I just used because I'm not keeping up to date now. I'm doing it live here.
Oh.
So
I was wondering why they're all red. I was confused.
Yeah,
too.
did we go backwards?
my bad.
It's okay.
We're back. Hello,
All right.
Chris.
Hey,
Hello, Chris.
Hello.
Sorry.
Regarding the docs, we are in this section. We are not adding like how you prepare your repository for For Hub, we're assuming that would be in the contributor page, I guess.
Yes. So, well, this is a point we touched on earlier, in that obviously one of the major requirements is that you balenify your application, and then we found we don't really have like a good guide to doing that.
Guide.
So we're going to be saying like step 1 is balenify your application. Step 2 is like make sure you've got the balenaYAML and logo and stuff. But we need to work on that documentation as well.
So yeah, the step 1 is a big part.
Yeah, I think balenifying the app, like those instructions will be on hub.balena.io. Is it?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like right now, we don't have those instructions.
Yeah, just the proposed location for them. So if you see my, I'm not sure who will, since everyone's who's administrating the stream now. I got my screen presenting.
Oh,
so
okay,
if you can.
Who's the slide jockey?
So this is what we
screen jockey.
So to give you a review as well, Chris, what we did was, what we thought that people can be redirected to this heading right here for deploy with Balena, and we added a line here as well that the balena.yml is also used if you're submitting your app to balenaHub. Here's the one that we stole from balenaSound, since that has a lot of properties that we wanted, and we documented a lot of them below. balenaSound has one missing. It's the application config variables, which is all right. I have added it below for people to add in their repos.
I think.
So this
do you think in the example we should include that?
Yeah, we should just include it and like
I can include it here as
my
well,
app
like
or something. I mean, this doesn't need to be like balenaSound specific.
That's a good point, Rahul. Just
we can generalize
make it generic and then just include like all the possible options.
Cool.
Sorry, do you need me to slide jockey? I wasn't paying attention.
We need you to wake up, man.
Oh, I'm cleaning up. I'm beefing up the animals, dog.
Honest assessment.
I didn't know other people left.
Oh, you were seeing that. Sorry, my bad. That's a reminder of me, walking around the home.
Oh,
yeah, I have
in front of the computer quite a long time. I will close that now. It's called Safe Eyes if someone wants to use it next. How about, my balenaHub app is a good one. I was thinking Hello World or, My First, if you want to go for variety, for generalizing. Description can be...
Maybe we should generalize it to just like my app, because I'm imagining situations where this app contract is used for non-hub related things. So it's like, although we're using it for hub now, it could be used for a lot of other things in the future.
Let's just do my app here.
I think we will also remove it from like right now.
Yeah, let's just do my org.
Yeah, my org, my app, my rules.
So these are the 2 types of assets that we can have right now. These are the only 2.
I think those are the only 2 we're using right now, but that could obviously be, that's like dynamic. We could possibly add more. So that's good for now.
Cool.
Nice.
Sound volume, I'll make this.
Change this to attitude and make it 100. Yeah.
We'll put some generic ones as well. ENV.
Yeah, you should make it like blatantly obvious that those are default too, just so people don't.
Yeah. Is there anything?
This one's tricky.
Yeah, you can add a good one that we have here is the persistent logging one. People like persistent logging. We can have one, maybe we can have 2 that are default and 1 custom. So people know, okay, we can do custom config variables.
Ooh, good point.
That thing that Steve mentioned that I was working on with this balena.yml file is for cloning Balena applications. So I have to, I have to go back and redo my complete Hack Friday project just because Steve decided to do version 2 of balena.yml.
It's not every day that you see a Spinal Tap reference. Good job, Rich.
Rich. Volume should really be 0 to 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it also shouldn't allow you to set like odd numbers for the volume, right? No one does that. It's only even ones.
It's true.
Is that a thing? I
It
aware of
should be.
I have the compulsion where like I need to see a certain number of bars if it's a visual display.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to look aesthetically pleasing, even if my eardrums are bleeding.
I've also added a Easter egg for browser block here for video output. People will be like, "Oh, I've seen this before."
Oh man, there you go.
Dude,
I've
that's a lot of
exaggerated the
GPU memory.
yes,
Is
so
that
no
the
one
new
tries
Pi
it.
Zero?
Yes,
I think it's a 3090 attached to a Raspberry Pi Zero.
this was developed after drinking a lot of rum. So yeah, it has.
Oh yeah, the island
rum.
life, right?
Yes, exactly. I'm just making sure like not everyone goes and tweaks the Pi or something.
Like, you might need to dial it back a little bit because otherwise they might just think, oh, you define it in bytes or something.
Or maybe add some more.
Yeah, the Raspberry Pi Foundation would like to talk to you about adding this much GPU memory.
Yeah, probably
Okay, how
hire
about
you.
this?
I'm thinking of a good environment variable which would include numbers because we should have one for numbers as well. These are all strings.
I think you can just put 128 roll. Like,
yeah, this only works on Pi anyway. So.
or is there like a more generic example we could use then?
Persistent logging? I don't know.
Yeah, persistent logging and then one custom, I guess.
No, but I'm talking about config. Okay.
Yeah. One can be the persistent logging, and the one other custom can be DT overlays or something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
People, can we have the branch name as main?
As in?
Ooh, good
as
looking
main
out.
rather than master, because we're a progressive bunch of people.
We are.
Yep.
And it does work because I've
Yeah, we saw that PR.
Yeah, I forced that PR
went
through.
We went through the UI quite well. Actually, when Steve comes back, let's confirm that because here, right? We provided a repository URL, but does it take master or does it take main?
It'll look up. It'll use the GitHub API and look up what the name of the default branch is. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, right.
So as long as it's set as your default, then it will work.
Something I was going to do, like in balenaYAML v1, I was thinking to provide custom tarball URLs so you can actually deploy different branches automatically. But I'm not sure how we can do that here. I have to hack around a way to do custom branches. Thread count, I was just doing this, 32. We'll keep it low.
All right, we've got Scratch cleaned up. Ooh, you should do a shameless plug for Scratch.
What do you mean cleaned up?
Or ready for Hub. Sorry.
That was so emotive.
We recently. Oh wait, I gotta wait for chat to catch up. There we go. We recently launched a project where you can build your own Scratch server using a Raspberry Pi 4. It was a pair program by Philip Wilson and his son Harry Philip Wilson.
Just Phil.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah.
Check that out if you haven't. We'll also be including this on our MVP list for the Hub today.
it's a good test of what would an 8-year-old do with Balena if you showed them what was what. It turns out they make a Scratch project.
Kyle, yes, please.
Yep. Kyle, you can probably also join as well if you're free.
Oh yeah, it'd be good to talk to Carl. So Carl, when did Carl join? Was it at Summit? I know he attended Summit, but then I think
but he joined sometime later.
Yeah, a few weeks later.
But he's always been a part of our hearts.
Oh, so it's a mix of cheese and lovely, isn't it? That lovely cheese.
I think Kyle's project was the first community contributed one we featured in Etcher.
The piHole, presumably.
Yeah.
So he went from community contributor to this seems like a good dude. Let's hire him. And he's come in and now he starts to do a bunch of different things for us. It'd be good to have a chat with him.
Yeah.
So that's the perfect, I think, arch for
the
going
people
from
effect.
Contributor to employee. Yeah.
And he's been contributing for a long time too. He has some stories, I bet. Not to put him on the spot before he even hops on.
Yeah, no pressure. Only everybody in the company is now watching you. What is your impressions of Balena, Carl? Warts and all, we're all friends.
And please tell some cool stories.
Okay, I think one question that I have is, we have Edge, Capital, and Hub, right?
Look, say his name 3 times and he appears.
Yes, we will. Edge is Capital.
Thanks.
What's up, Carl? Hey, mate.
I was actually just pushing some updates to piHole this morning, and I realized maybe I should be updating my balena.yml.
Yes. And adding a logo.
I added a logo. That was my update. Is I put a logo into the README just so that I would have the link handy for the slug.
Look at that. That's someone who's prepared.
Right. Well, I was inspired by watching the stream, and I had some other updates pushed to my AdGuard repo anyway.
Can we see your screen then? I want to see the logo.
Yeah, I can drop off.
Yeah, just let me find that window here. Because we got too many tabs open.
Can we do a quick poll? YAML versus YML?
Yeah, it's YAML. It's YAML.
YML reminds me of the YMCA.
Yeah, right. You don't have to express your contract in an expressive dance. You can just use
Tomas likes starting wars, so yeah, on brand there.
It's YAML. It's 100% YAML.
Hang on, which one are we preferring? YAML, YAML,
YML.
or YML?
But we call it YAML.
I think YAML is
don't call it YML.
Yeah, I thought we were having a debate over which file extension to use.
No, we are using YML, yeah, but it's pronounced YAML, surely.
Okay, all right, got it, agreed.
What are we looking at, Carl?
Just a quick update to the README. All I did was add this direct link to one of the official piHole vector logos, and shrunk it down so it could fit in the title bar. So it was minor enough, but at least we have that reference there. I don't know if it's better to have the image in the repo or using a full web URL that might die someday, but we've got options available, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So you want so we need to add a whole bunch of info to this YML though in order for it to support Hub properly.
Yep. Yeah. If you could zoom in a bit while you're doing it, that'd be awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll see if I can do that.
It's getting better. Oh, I can read it.
Okay, cool. Is there that template for the new YAML YML info? Is that documented anywhere I can copy paste, or should I start filling it out as I go?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, Kyle was gonna ask that, and I have to make the PR now. I'll send it to you on DM, but I will make the PR.
Yeah, that's fine. DM's fine. I want to copy it and then start filling in the fields.
Andrew just plagiarized the balenaSound one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Or
everyone is using the
balenaSound.
balenaSound one. Yeah.
So any error Chris made 2 hours ago will just repeat through all the projects.
Yeah. It'll be in the docs in
When
about 5
nothing
projects.
works, it's all down to Chris can't type on a stream.
All right. Let's get this out of the way. Start filling this out properly.
See somebody else who knows how to set their VS Code theme correctly.
That's the default if you're on Linux and your theme is black. It just inherits your system theme, which is all I've ever known.
Cool.
I think this one's application environment for all these ones.
When we were watching Alexandra's screen earlier, I had logos burnt onto my retinas. Every time I looked around the room, I had some logo burnt onto my retina because she uses bright white, glary theme.
I was looking at the code server container recently because I run it alongside my home assistant, and it's running the web, so it doesn't really care what your system theme is. And it changed to a white default recently, and it just completely blew my
Yeah.
So bright.
It's like see artifacts and everything you look at.
Yeah. What should the name just be like the same thing but without the hyphen, like camel cased, or?
I think for this one, with hyphen. Yeah.
Oh, with hyphen?
You can do it either way.
Well,
it's your app.
Yeah.
It brings up a good question because originally we talked about using the name of the app within balenaCloud on the hub, but I guess we could use this one as well. But it's just the display name, so it's however you want it to be displayed in the app card.
It can be can it have like spaces and stuff like that?
Yep.
Let's do that then.
You're the maintainer, dude. You get to choose.
Yep.
But as a maintainer, I also know to look at the other projects for guidance, and when they don't exist yet, where do I look?
Yeah, people.
You're
Stop showing us your chin and get on with your PR.
Like Paige is making the good point in chat that you can have your monitor set to less than 100% brightness.
Yeah, there is that.
Did we come to an idea on whether I should be pointing to this public logo or copying it into the repo?
I would copy it into the repo.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
And we're saying it should be like 512 pixels square, ideally.
So I've got to resize it then.
Oh, we should add that to the document.
Oh yeah, that's a good one for the docs.
Oh, this is a nice antagonistic testing type thing going on here. Yep. Kyle tries to follow the docs and doesn't, so we make doc changes. Great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
I think Alison and I were discussing this. This is like docs-driven development now. Kyle follows the docs. Docs gets changed. Feature gets changed. Should we add it though? Like we don't specify logo specifically in the docs. We have assets, and you can have a URL and a name for it. So you can have a URL for whatever asset you're uploading and the name of whatever asset you're uploading. So where do we mention the logo properties?
That's a good question, because we've got this kind of different scenario, haven't we, where the docs is trying to document everything that's possible in this file, whereas specifically for the hub use case, we need to say somewhere you need to specify these things, otherwise your app isn't going to be accepted. So I guess it's like right now we should probably put that in the same document because we don't have anywhere else for it to go.
Good. Yeah.
I think Phil mentioned changing the master to main here, right?
Yeah.
The one you want. Cool.
In the docs, yeah. I mean, Kyle, wherever your actual default branch is.
Oh, yeah, we didn't change that. Rahul, what I was thinking is we can mention the size, like 512 x 512, in the name column as well. I think that would be the best place for it to go there. What do you think?
We could just add can we add a comment here? next to the logo.
I'm worried people are gonna copy that like entire file
Yeah.
and just
Yeah.
that's what's going up now. I'm not sure. Like, does Balena, does YAML files have comments? Because JSON doesn't.
Yeah, YAML has comments.
Yeah. A hashtag or something.
Most of my compose files actually almost always have comments so they can link to the repos where I get them. I just find that to be the easiest way to see if there's new images is just have a link to Docker Hub or whatever near the top.
Oh, nice.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I think Rahul, we can do comments for this one.
Single hash. Ooh, add that to the band name list.
Single hash.
Yeah,
Yeah, I love that.
I do too.
Yeah, nice one.
Hopefully I hashtagged that so I can get back to the thread.
Yeah. We keep a running list of
course I did.
potential band names at Balena. So if you ever need a name for a band, hit us up.
They probably also make good Street View bingo teams. Single hash. Double.
That's true.
Single hash.
Quick question, because Andrew sent a PO to balenaDash. I've only tried it on Pi 3, Pi 4, and Intel NUC, but we still okay. What are the other supported device types? I think it works on a compute module. And the
So FinCM3, yeah.
Generic x64 maybe.
Hello,
Sorry,
Mr. Steve.
Did I leave some out?
Someone called me.
Did we call your name 3 times?
Summoned me. Yeah. No, once is enough. I just show up if I hear it once.
I was wondering if he'd showed up because there was something exciting to announce that meant I needed to do some diagramming in the background.
Actually, I have a question. Oh,
nothing to announce. The card is almost done, at least how it looks. And then
what about the data model and API PR? How's that chugging along?
I did not.
I saw the builder changes went through and the builder's now in production.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't follow up on that one. Probably we are still waiting for the end-to-end test to pass, and then once that has happened, we can just deploy it.
Yeah, it looks like it's on staging.
Yeah, it should be on staging now, yeah.
I have a YAML question. Or go ahead, Rahul.
Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay.
I'll wait.
So Phil, I'm doing the one for Scratch, and I know Scratch works with Raspberry Pi 4, but you need 2 gigs or more. There's no way to indicate that here, right? It's strictly just like
yet.
what device is supported.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so at the moment it'll only support Raspberry Pi 4-64.
Right on.
And
so then,
we have to rely on the README and
Contract.
one more time.
Can we add a contracted YAML into the project? That's island internet.
We haven't got the ability to specify like SKUs. That's something else we've got to define, Tomas. Is it SKU or is it SKU?
SKU.
Cool.
SKU.
Yeah.
Right. I think it was Steve called it an SKU. So
it is it is an acronym, but it's stock keeping unit. That's what it means.
Yeah. I only know it from like early teenage retail working days. SKU.
Today I learned what it actually stands for.
WordPress.
Yeah, it's like an asset management term, isn't it?
Yeah.
We can't specify that today. It's something that we will be able to specify in the future. For now, we need to put just the device type.
Cool.
And the README and documentation will be left to specify whether there's something within that device type that can't be supported. So yeah, in the case of the Scratch project, it needs at least 2 gigs of shared memory to run correctly. So unfortunately, Pi 4s with 1 gig, it will not run. But the 2 gig, 4 gig, and 8 gig work perfectly well.
True that.
I do have a related question. So, what if I don't add the supported device type field in the balena.yml? Does that mean it can be deployed to any application?
Oh, there's a good question.
Chris?
Because I'm looking at balenaDash.
Steve. Chris?
What was the question?
We won. But
Because right now I'm looking at balenaDash, and I'm about to ask Andrew for a change, but that's the question, because
Oh no.
balenaDash is generic enough to be able to deploy it to any device. It's just that I haven't tested it on all device types.
So
this is,
for anybody who
yeah.
wasn't listening at that moment, Chris, the question was if you the question was if you don't fill in the device type field, will it run on any
the
device?
supported device type.
The supported
Yep.
device type, will it run on anything?
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, because I guess we don't want to show a card that has like every single device type listed across it, because we want to save that for like, yes, it definitely works on this device type. So I think like for balenaSound at least, we only put in the device types as supported if they're actually like we know they work. So even though we have experimental support for BeagleBone and Jetson Nano, whatever else it was, we didn't put those in. So I think for balenaDash, we should expose the ones we are comfortable with working.
But okay. Since
Like,
it's on Hub,
it's not
I want people to try it on devices I haven't tested yet. So that's the problem.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, we're not going to stop people from trying it on other devices. It's just like, yeah,
but
as Shaun says, it's more like recommended.
Oh, so that's my question. Because if I put an exhaustive list there, and I'm trying to deploy it to a different app, will it still deploy?
yeah, currently we won't really filter out the ones that are not in the list. It's
Okay.
as yeah.
Cool. Thanks. That answers.
But yeah, I think over time we need to figure out a better way to. I mean, the reason we switched to a contract-based YAML file is because it allows us to do smarter things, where you can define not the device type, but the capabilities you want from a device type. So something like, I don't know, I need Bluetooth and I need 2 gigs of RAM, right? And based on that, we're gonna filter out the device types you can and can't deploy to. But yeah, that one is more like future work. Otherwise, it will be a pain to maintain that list. Oh, there's Shaun.
Yeah. Hi, Shaun.
And his bird.
Hey, hey.
Hello.
Look at that budgie.
Hey, yo.
So cute.
Hey guys,
Hey, mate.
and Peanut.
Hi, Peanut.
Hello, Peanut.
Peanut likes to live stream.
Yep.
Brilliant. Kid. All right.
Yeah, we've heard that before. We've heard him before.
Yeah, we heard that.
He actually has a very prolific vlog that tons of people follow.
Yeah. Probably a TikTok account coming up as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Peanut only fine.
Yeah, we can have probably Party Parrot and Party Peanut.
Rahul, you gotta
That's a
give the
different
props to Cups, man. Williams on.
William's on.
Hey.
He's wanting to get.
Hello.
Are we calling it
Project.
Balena Print or is it Balena Cups?
I mean, I didn't think we were, but I mean, William made it. Who am I to change?
If we drop the Cups reference. After scratch,
print, I guess.
I want to work on Cups next, so it's on the list, my friend. Yeah, we drop the Cups reference.
Andrew, do you see there's a pattern here?
Sorry.
Like we end up contributing most to the projects we hate sometimes.
Who's like echoing really badly?
I think it's David just joined. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Phil,
Yeah.
you can mark Etcher as in progress.
Oh,
Yeah.
ooh, the blog too.
There's
There's
I can share my.
going.
Yeah,
I have.
that's-
Yeah,
Go on.
go for it. Go for it.
I was thinking like, yeah, I've put Amber as kind of ready for review,
Oh,
but I mean, in progress.
It needs
ready
like an
for
in
review.
progress
Count-
thing,
count
doesn't
me
it?
out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Needs more colors.
yeah.
I'm going to change that though to
Yeah, I agree with the in progress color because then when you put us for like a review out of nowhere,
it feels more
status check.
progressive, right?
yeah, there's more context.
Yeah.
Because when you asked me to do it, I'm staring at a bunch of red. I was like, oh, stuff is happening.
Well, yeah, and that wasn't my greatest moment, but yeah. All right, cool. So we've got Etcher feature project is underway. The blog post is now underway.
Yeah.
And Shaun is here to start setting up apps, I think.
Yeah, I was going to ask which one of the ones are we ready to start creating the entities in the cloud?
A few folks have been going around adding the new balena.yml file to the projects. So I think balenaSound is done, so we can set that one up and do a release.
Shouldn't we wait until the API changes are done so we can set the discoverable? Or I guess we can do that later.
Yeah, I think we can still do that later.
Oops. Okay.
So the builder change should be in production, so we should see the contract field on the release populated. And then when the discoverable field is added, we can mark that.
You know, if we set Amber as underway, almost everything is now going to be Amber.
Yeah, I was about to say that for docs.
Okay.
Having it as under review means
leave it then. Leave it.
We've done a bit. Oh, nice. Say it. Right.
Yeah, Chris, can you you can check out the docs PR now.
Okay. All right.
Scratch logo looks sick. Thanks, Alexandra.
So Tomas, when the EFP's under review, when you've PR'd the change, then we can set that.
Yeah. The changes are done already. I'm only missing the new banner image, and we probably want to review the text I added. Just to give it another set of eyes. But yeah, I think we're gonna wait for Alexandra to have the banner ready, and then
so
we'll
Andrew,
review that.
With the app list that you're working through, have we got like a list of which ones are done and which ones need help and that kind of stuff? As in the curated list.
We have a non-public viewable version. Are you trying to tell me something?
Well, I guess that will help Shaun know which ones are ready to go. And
oh yeah, Shaun just wants to look at it himself. I didn't want to. Yeah, got it. Oh, he's in there. He's in there.
Yeah, I'm in there now.
Okay. Let me put these in better order then.
Naming wise, we're okay with all those names, right?
Yes,
I mean, for all the apps we control, I guess we want some kind of standard, but I guess for other people, eventually it'll just be whatever they feel.
Well, it's a good question because Steve, I think when you were out, we were discussing are we going to use the app name in balenaCloud for the card, or are we going to use the one that's in the contract?
I was thinking we can use the one in the contract if it is defined. If not, we can fall back to the app name.
Okay. In that case, so we should probably. I guess as long as it's in the contract, it doesn't really matter what the name is. But we want to name the pretty name in the contract to follow the format of our camel case convention for our projects. And then I guess the other ones can just follow whatever the developers want them to be.
Yeah.
Cool. I have a question for William if he's still on the stream. What do you want your logo to look like, dog?
Yeah.
Is it free logo service?
Yeah, that's true. All these this first group of projects get a custom made Alexandra logo.
Yeah,
it's super cool.
Phil, do you want to review my Scratch?
Yeah, right.
Ish.
Andrew, can you share the apps list? I can't find the document.
Yes.
For some reason.
Sorry, one sec. I'm awful at multitasking.
Chris, or Steve, I guess. Does it matter what device type are set for the default for these? Because they're essentially placeholder apps at the moment in the way that they're architected.
It's still going to use that when they click the deploy with Balena button.
I guess it doesn't. No, it doesn't really matter. No, he is asking. No, I don't think it matters. But
yeah,
I guess it would be nice if it follows the default device type that's defined in the contract.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, it'll matter when eventually we have like open fleets and you can join.
Yeah, exactly.
But
oh, I see. Sorry, I misunderstood the question. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. All right. Cool.
So which one are you doing, Shaun?
I'm just going to follow what the default is in the contract in the Balena YAML.
No, I mean which applications are you starting with?
I'm just going down the list. I'm creating the balenaSound one now as a first.
Okay, because we also need to push a release, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna help you with that. Maybe do we want to show that on screen? Because I think the orgs stuff is new too. Maybe that's interesting to show, right?
We can.
No. I got bulldozed in a bad way.
What?
Oh, it's just that I forgot one little fix, but then it bulldozed the thing into Phil's scratch project.
I'm on it.
Oh, thanks. Can you change the thing to main, please?
Yeah, done.
Thanks. So, Shaun, that list, that little gap is like separates what's done and not done because it's so technical right here.
Nice.
I'll give it a color.
All right, cool.
Boop.
Okay, I'm looking at this docs PR.
Yeah, I actually.
Yeah, I mean,
till we talk to. Yeah, go for it, Shaun. Yeah.
Sorry, I think my internet cut out.
Are we all good with Dash, Rahul?
Yeah, I'll ask some changes if it's easier for you to add it.
I'll hop back in.
Thanks.
Chris, regarding the docs, while we were talking about like when the last time I reviewed, I actually pushed like 3 comments.
Okay.
There was some
white
white space error. Yeah. You are seeing the best possible document now. Well, do read through these descriptions that we have provided for each field, and I think your first read will help you. You know, if these really help out, because we wrote them, but if someone reads them again, does this really help them out?
2 non-native English speakers writing the docs. That's
yeah.
Okay.
That's a good recipe.
I've also removed some information that is specific to the balena.yml file version 1, which is like we in the previous file we used to specify that we wanted the tarball URL or the config URL. So right now we don't need them now, but that's what I removed as a note.
I mean, you could provide them today as well as part of the assets. Yeah. So I mean, the config URL is not very useful as part of the contract, because if you found the contract, well, then you don't really need the config URL. That one is more useful when you pass it as a query parameter in the URL. Yeah. In the URL, meaning the /deploy URL. Yeah. But the tarball URL you can provide the same way you provide the repository. So it's an asset. The reason, I mean, is probably not needed is because usually you would want to have master there, and it's more useful when you are testing changes. But it is possible to provide it, and it will work. So it will be URL, the URL name tarball, the same way the repositories. Yeah.
So Steve, I have a question for you here is, so we can do main and master. We saw your PR regarding, Phil and I saw your PR when we were digging why DWB was not working. We saw your PR regarding now we can do main and master. So what we are checking right now is whatever default branch is there in GitHub, we pick that up. And if it's master, if it's main. My question is, can we do custom branches? Like if we want, this is like extremely out of bounds, but can we do like some feature branch that we want to release, put it on here with the tarball URL? Would it accept?
If you pass a custom tarball URL, it will fetch that code and it will deploy that, but you can't point the repo so basically
any other branch.
Yeah, the repo will always be fixed no matter the branch, and then the tarball URL and the config URL can be anything.
Good.
So you could point to a branch config as well when you want to test it out. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can. That was something I was doing like personally with the clone thing. If people want a development clone of their application and then a production clone, so there are two balena.yml files different. Yeah. But do we like to sum this up? Should we add this to the balena.yml file that we have right now, the tarball asset, or just leave it because
we can add it as part of the documentation. It just, I don't know. It's not a very common use case, and it might add a bit more confusion than necessary. So maybe we can leave it out for now. But
cool.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not. I mean, we can go either way.
You left it to you left it to me. I will leave it to Chris now.
Chris has got a furrowed brow, so I suspect he's not listened.
How did you know?
It's like I work with you a lot.
Yeah.
If I look like this, it means I'm not listening.
Rahul, let me know if that commit message was detailed enough.
There's still a typo. Sorry.
There's one more.
You see, I have to be.
That's fine. I thought I caught that last one.
Yeah, it's when you edited the pi4 slug, you missed a 4.
Oops.
I have a question. If we put the default device type as pi4, do we still need to add that to the supported devices?
Yes.
I mean,
that's a succinct answer.
we could make it just infer that as a supported tab, but
yeah, another release body.
All right, on to Balena cups, Balena print cups.
Chris, just a question about the apps that balenaSound one that already exists there. What, like, because we now have 2.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
As far as I can tell, if you set a repo type balena and it does a build as part of the CI process, it's using these apps that are in the labs org to, like, that's where it puts the build, that's where it creates a release. So if you were to delete it, then as soon as we did another sound PR, it would recreate and it would appear again, which probably isn't the best place for those to live.
No.
So what if we use that app as the app?
Yeah, I was wondering that as well. I don't know whether there's a problem with that.
No, it almost seems like a life hack, like it's automatically going to get updated.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I'll remove the one that I just created, and we'll stick with that one. Although it doesn't follow the name; it follows the slug for the application name.
But then I guess as long as we use the name from the Balena YAML, then we're fine anyway.
Yeah. All right. Let's go remove this one. I guess to be complete, we should just follow that standard. So for balenaDash, we obviously don't have anything building on CI yet for it, but we should try and follow it so that it just picks up that same app, right?
Yep.
Right.
The docs PR just got merged, even though I was in the middle of making comments on it.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
Rahul just,
like, I definitely had changes.
Yeah.
You
can
sorry
you
about
can
that.
tell me right now.
Can I revert that?
No, actually, reverting is actually more messy.
Okay. That's Andrew's fault. Sorry.
It's fine.
Oh, you were.
Blame Andrew.
I missed. Yeah, I got confused by the tab.
I'm right under the
This is a
bus.
GitHub
just
fail right here.
under the bus.
Rahul's message says, "Looks good now. Thanks, Andrew." The PR is created by
Yeah.
2004.
Yeah. Bro. Oh yeah, that's no big deal. That was Andrew's fault. Yeah, no big deal.
Steve, I see the API is being deployed. Does that mean we're through review?
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
The other doc. Yeah. Go for it, Steve.
I mean, now we just need some apps that are already marked as deployable, and I can actually start fetching some real data instead of.
So I can mark some things green.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Do we only need to
Go
set
with
it
the
to
API.
discoverable, Steve? I can do that.
Discoverable and public.
All right. I know how to do it to set it to discoverable. How do I
Is
set
public.
it public?
Is public, true.
Is public? Can I do the update in the same?
Yeah.
Thanks, Rahul.
So-
Just don't make sure you don't
just
make
got
your
bulldozed.
super
Yeah, I'm
secret
sorry.
project public.
Yeah. I'm gonna try with balenaSound.
Yeah, the other docs work that I have is I was thinking of using this time as a chore to complete this. We have to update our API to v6 endpoint. I was thinking I'd do this today because we are adding some new fields as well. People might want to use that.
People, I put my comment on the PR anyway.
Yeah, no worries. I'll pick that
Even though it's already merged.
Okay, 2 more things on the progress bar turn green. I feel like there's much less celebration than in release party 1. In release party 1, we were celebrating like a test passing.
Yeah.
Today, 2 boxes turn green.
I think it was mostly
Bars raised, man.
we were mostly celebrating Chris's
Reviews.
Google drawing skills.
Yeah, recap.
Yeah.
There's no topping that progress bar.
Yeah.
Well, Homer's pleased. Bender's really pleased.
Yeah.
Hey Andrew,
What's up?
when you say the ones above the line are ready to go, you mean that they have their Balena YAML like fully updated to the contract support?
Yeah.
But is that because I'm looking at balenaDash, which is in that list, but it's Balena YAML looks.
I think it just got merged like 30 seconds ago.
Oh, with the
By
commit
Mr.
message
Rahul.
star.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Now I see it.
That took 3 commits. So yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
and me crashing another PR of annoyingly, so
All right. Yeah. No,
this has got to work.
it's legitimate now. I've got it.
Yeah.
All right.
I like the way you said with the commit sigh. Yeah. Sigh.
The reference.
Messages.
Yes.
That's what came out. I did get commit, and I'm like, what's on my brain right now?
I kept asking him to change things.
Well, it's my own fault. I made a really silly mistake. Nothing on you, Rahul. Your review skills are primo.
No, Andrew, I should show you how we do the force push so that no one knows about this size. You just keep it silent.
At least Mark's excited.
Ah,
I feel like it's quieter because we're all like wanting to nail this 200%. You know, it's like a focus silence.
Yeah.
just
I
like
think,
Chris
I think
not
the
listening.
last party was quite focused as well until it turned out to be past the 8-hour mark.
Yeah.
Maybe no one's been drinking
So
yet.
Chris,
So I was about to
Yeah.
say, unless Shaun's already on the gin, which I suspect, given what I learned last time.
Doing a 0 gin at this point. I'm looking after the birds, so I have to be sharp-minded.
Yeah.
Also, I only have like whiskey in the house. I don't even have any gin, so.
oh, you don't have any choice.
And it's not good whiskey either. It's quite a bad situation.
I think it was during Summit that I accidentally had whiskey in my coffee for breakfast.
Accidentally.
Yeah, like the time you went out.
Well,
You went out and you accidentally bought a keg or something.
no, it's
It accidentally came into your car.
I
Yeah,
had
then
been
it
drinking
fell out of the
whiskey
bottle into
at
my
my
glass.
desk the previous evening, and then when I came to my desk in the morning, there was a little bit still in the glass, and I thought, well, you can't get that back in the bottle without spilling it, and it's not going to keep forever. So I poured it in my coffee, and I was a little bit disappointed with myself, but it was very nice.
I remember you telling me about that, and it just made me think, oh, I should do that as well.
Life hacks.
Yeah, these can be happy accidents. Yeah.
Is the Raspberry Pi 3 slug without any dashes? It's just Raspberry Pi 3.
It's Raspberry Pi 3, and then 64 has a.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Rahul in the eyes.
We should fix this. Yeah, we should fix these naming conventions.
I feel like if we start fixing these naming conventions, it's going to be
a
longer process, and more things will going to break than reason.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right, so Raspberry Pi 3 is the answer. Just kidding. Just kidding.
So, Chris, you're almost 3 hours down. How is your 4-hour release body looking?
Great.
You did. Do you still think we can make it in 4 hours?
We are actually heading up for a review. So who's going next?
Andrew did the last one. I did the one before. So I guess process of elimination. It's Chris or David.
It can be David because I'm working with a furrowed brow on something.
Yeah,
David's also. It looks like he's trying to read.
Yeah, I'm reading. I'm sorry. Hold on. What was the question?
We're sort of taking it in turns to go through the hourly update about what we're doing to try and keep the energy high. Last time it just dissolved into Chris and I bickering like school children about whose turn it was.
No, it's like 5 minutes of silence for Christy to get that progress bar dialed in.
Are you ready, dude?
I wasn't here for most of the past hour, so I'm not sure how I'm going to recap it.
That's the fun part.
Here we go.
All right. Let's see. What are we working with? Okay. So if you are just joining us today, we are building, testing, and deploying all in one fell swoop the new balenaHub feature, which is more or less functioning like an app store for edge and IoT devices. So taking a look at our flow chart here, do I start on the right? Do we start with the beer fill?
Only Shaun.
That's what
the
Tomas
rest of us start on the left.
Oh, we start on the left. Okay, sorry. Gotcha. All right. So looks like we've already knocked out Hub UI design. We had Alexandra on the stream earlier. So some of you early risers may have seen a sneak preview of what it's going to look like. Data model. I assume that is what our API or the contracted balena.yml is going to be expecting. API, what would need to change there on the back? I'm not too sure, so I'm going to punt right back to Chris for that one. But either way, it's got a green check mark, so we're good there. And I see that EFP and docs are in progress. Am I going colorblind? Is that orange? Shouldn't that be like perhaps a yellowish color?
I mean, we don't need to solution it on the stream, David.
Yeah.
I spent all day yesterday doing that.
We'll probably spend too much time bike shedding it.
Yeah. But
cool.
How'd I do? Was that better than Chris's last hour, or was he better?
Oh, Chris is smooth, isn't he? Andrew nailed it, I have to say.
Yeah.
Some sort of radio presenter. That's pretty good, mate.
Oh, yeah, I lost viewers. I can see already. They're dropping like flies. They're out of here.
What's this waffle?
Yeah.
Then just click
It's
off.
getting late in other parts of the world. So.
So one of those that was still red, and it's still red, the UI build, is a smooth segue over to Steve. How are we doing with the UI build, dude?
So I'm finishing up the cards now. There are still no No. Yeah.
What?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, let me see. Share screen 1. What is it? Yes, this is the one. So this is how it looks like now.
Ooh.
Um,
My eyes. How many tabs have you got open?
oh, come on. It's not that many.
That's nothing.
This is like too few, maybe.
Yeah, that's not even enough.
Yeah. Nice work, man.
So I'm just implementing the search now. I mean, normally we have a pretty advanced and easy way to filter stuff on all sorts of things. But for today, I'm just doing it very simple, and it will just be a search. And later on, we're gonna probably extend the searching functionality and filtering. And that's it. All these apps are actually just random public apps. I just took 10. These are some supervisor and ESR.
That's just because you're deving it, and
in
time they'll move over to the proper project.
Yep.
Cool.
And
it looks
then
like we're getting there.
Once you have actual apps.
Mark's question, right? This is what happens when you don't provide a logo.
Yeah. So if you don't provide a logo, this is what will show up.
Your app may also not get approved if you don't provide a logo.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
we could randomly generate logos like they do for
like the GitHub Space Invader
cool.
ones.
Yeah,
the Space Invader ones from GitHub are always cool.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, Steve, how hard is that?
Yeah, it was like 20 minutes.
Or we should generate a QR code that takes you to the GitHub repo when you scan it.
Oh wow!
Although
getting fancy.
It does seem kind of weird because
yes,
then you need a phone and your laptop.
All right.
Instead, you can click here, but yeah, sure.
We always criticize the lateral thinkers, don't we? That's why.
I'm just trying to work through the workflow here, Phil.
Yeah, so that's it. Cool. I need to get actual data, so this will start and this will start working then, and fetch the device types. Show some logos here. That's what's remaining for this page, and then we had the other page. It's not here. I'll continue working on the submit your app part, and then hopefully someone in the meantime can also help me with preparing this to get deployed, because I don't think I can do everything.
Yeah.
Just bulldoze it right through.
Question to the team for apps like piHole, externally contributed ones. I assume we would prefer for like Carl to obviously create the piHole app under his account. Is that the plan, or are we going to create all of them under the Balena Labs account for now?
Yeah, for now, everything should be under the Balena Labs account.
Okay. Yeah, and then we can move them out as we enable that functionality, I guess. We'll figure out how to do that in a cleaner way.
Cool. All right, print is our Balena Cups is set. I'm just waiting on a logo, and we can get that approved. Ooh, piHole's done. Yeah.
It looks like reading in the background. We might need to set API back to Amber. It's just being backed out and then readdressed.
Oh, Scratch is done, right? I can move that. Scratch is done.
Yeah, we're missing something on the API.
Seems so.
Question for, I guess, Chris. So if it's a project with maintainers who aren't on or we won't get stuff approved, do we still want to try and put them on the catalog, or should we sub them out for now?
You may need to repeat the first half of your question.
So
Chris definitely has a listening problem today.
As we're prepping,
He's multitasking.
Yeah.
as we're prepping community apps, if those maintainers are on, which they have been for the most part on the stream, they'll approve stuff, or one of us has already contributed, we can just auto approve or self approve. But if we have folks who aren't on, or maybe we'll take a little while, do we still want to prep them and then just wait for them to wrap up?
Yeah, if we can. Like, I guess the idea will be to have the PR open with the new file and the logo, and then as soon as they accept it, we can mark their app as discoverable.
All right. I'm just setting expectations because I know you want 10, but it might be like 8.
The other way to do it is fork and like basically PR from a fork and then point to that fork until they accept it, right?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. All right, it sounds good.
Yeah.
Shaun, always looking out.
Go get to that 10, man. We have 8 apps.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's pointless.
that's a B minus. 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Chris, I have made that patch PR. If you can check the chart.
Is Rahul going to approve it and merge it before I've even...
I think Phil removed him from the stream just for this reason.
Brutal. Thanksgiving is just an American thing, right?
There's a Canadian Thanksgiving, but it's about a month ago.
Yeah. There.
It's no use talking about that.
No.
I've downgraded the API to Amber.
Only Andrew and I care about Thanksgiving this week.
It's true. I'm working tomorrow.
Are you?
Actually, I don't care. Technically. Yeah, I mean, we're already home, right?
Yeah, where are you going to go?
Yeah. Basically just going to work on stuff and have stuff cooking in the background. Just eat all day.
So what else do you do? So what else do you do on Thanksgiving apart from eating? Is there other things that happen?
In our household, we give thanks. So we talk about things we're thankful for, the people, call folks up, catch up. I mean, that's kind of what we focus on here. And eat.
I'll be expecting that call.
Are you cooking?
You're on the bottom of the list.
Not mincing words.
How about you, David? What does Thanksgiving look like in your house?
Well, a little bit different, being that I'm a vegetarian, so there's no turkey entering this household. But pretty much the same. Just a day off, relax, unwind, eat all day, watch football, American football, that is. Pretty much it.
So there aren't like Thanksgiving presents or...
No, but that's a great idea, actually. If you want,
I just assumed that was every festival that we have now is just another reason to have to buy other presents.
Yeah, you know what? I really like that. That's a great idea. You should definitely buy me something and send it overnight.
I'm on it.
This is Alan, right?
Yeah, that's Alan.
Yeah, Alan's looking out. He's covering Open Data Cam and Coral. Coral Audio.
Dude.
People, I made a comment on your PR.
For Will, we're submitting to your repo.
Yep.
We're just waiting on a pretty new icon from our awesome designer. I should probably catch up on the blog post then.
I was just going to say, is there a knocking sound on the stream?
No, it's just Anuja's brain.
I'm getting confused because there is actually a knocking sound in my house,
Yeah,
but I
I
can
hear
still hear the knocking if I mute myself.
No, it's on my. I think it's from my house.
Oh, okay.
They're continually constructing on both sides of my apartment, It's like impossible to do a call without having those noises.
Peanut's being very quiet
Thank
today.
you.
Yeah, it's quite chill.
I think he does like streaming.
Yeah, he's a fan.
He's used to it now. It's number 2, right? He was just a bit over-egged first time.
Because
Right?
it's not a brainstorm.
I mean, it also depends on whether he's hungry or not. I think it becomes a bit of a handful.
I have
wish
children
my
like
budgie
that.
sat on my shoulder.
Yeah, I'm not looking to upgrade to a real child anytime soon.
Nah.
Seems like a mission.
Yeah, they're a bunch of trouble.
They're kind of the same. They just run around the house and poop everywhere, just like birds.
None of them
They don't
sit
fly,
still
though.
for as long
Yeah.
as Peanut.
That's what my birds
Imagine if they
do.
would fly.
Yeah, I mean, if a child had wings, you'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Imagine the places poo would get there.
I don't want to. Even with terrestrial children, I was already upset with where I found poop, let alone flying children.
We used to have this bird that somehow he'd managed to sort of dive and then pull up at the last minute and then let go of the poo then, so it would fly up at something. Like he managed to poo underneath things somehow. Wow, they're creative.
Yeah, I've seen seagulls do that. It's pretty terrifying.
So screenshot-wise, we're probably going to show that full catalog view. That's probably it, right? And then maybe a view of the actual app when you click into it. Oh, no. You just go straight into deploying it, huh? From the catalog view?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll just have one screenshot. Pretty please, Steve. Whenever you get to it.
Wait, I'm not focusing.
That's okay.
Everybody's busy.
He's like, forget you, Andrew. You get 9.
I just heard
cards
my
with the
name, but I have
same
no idea
detail
what
in
you
it.
were saying.
Steve.
That's the problem
Steve.
I keep having.
You know that phrase? You know that
We're all
phrase? You
focused.
don't have to be alone to feel lonely. That's what I'm like now. Everybody else is busy working, and I'm just here waiting.
Well, who's not hammering on something? They can entertain. David, you can entertain. Tell us about your recent Arizonan exploits.
What have I done recently? Over the weekend, I went up north for some hiking up in Sedona.
How hot was it?
No, it wasn't too hot. It was only like 120 Fahrenheit. No, just kidding.
What's that in degree?
That's 48 Celsius. You're lying.
And if I've listened to enough David stories, you were attacked by 7 snakes and this weird pig thing that chased you for an hour.
2 scorpions.
And there was a bear that was hidden
You
behind
know
a
what?
cactus.
Actually,
And flying children somewhere.
it's funny you mentioned that. I did actually almost end up in the hospital due to a wildlife incident. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the picture of what almost occurred.
Let me guess. It
Is
was a scorpion
Arizona
the
like
size of
a
horse.
smaller version of Australia, or is Australia a bigger version of Arizona? What would you
Yeah,
say?
that way around the latter, yeah.
Let me see. Well, this isn't going to work if I simply hold. No, that's not going to work, is it?
Is that a spider? Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, get
pretty
that
grim.
out.
Yeah.
Why do you live in such an inhospitable place?
That's what I said.
Just move to
Move
Barcelona,
out.
man.
Yeah.
You don't even have any of that stuff. Beautiful.
That's what I'm going to send
that's
you
not
for
fun.
Thanksgiving. I'm going to send you suitcases. Move out, dude.
No. It's more interesting this way. Honestly, if that thing would have got me, I would have been in the hospital. Yeah,
That's not
he was nice
interesting.
though.
Yeah, it sounds like they don't want you to live there, David.
Even the plants have massive spikes. Even the plants don't want you.
Oh yeah, that could absolutely kill you too. Yeah. But yeah, so that was fun. I did almost die over the weekend. Actually, I just would have been ill, not dead. That wouldn't have killed me. David,
Lightly paralyzed.
yeah.
Horrific pain.
Oh,
What is your
our
furrowed
basic
brow
staging
about,
project.
Chris?
I'm reviewing people's latest docs PR now.
Ah, cool. Right. Okay.
I was thinking of doing one last check to that PR is spellings, but
Ooh.
nothing pops up.
Nice job, Mark. Mark cleaned up basic station. Let's go.
Basic station stuff.
Basic station stuff. Nice
Basic
work.
station sounds like rude.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Such a basic station.
Oh, I see. Like dismissive. Yeah.
It's like
It's not the really good station.
yeah, it's like so basic.
Deploy basic station.
Yeah. It doesn't really have that many features. It's just a basic station.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You can buy a premium version. It comes with a subscription fee.
Oh, the advanced station.
Of course.
Yeah, the advanced station 101.
Amazing station.
I think we're almost done with our 10.
With what?
Oh, we need to do Octobalena. Right. I'll do
Is
that.
this all of the projects that we're going to feature on the app catalog today? We're making sure all of them have got changes to the balena.yml.
Correct.
Is that what you mean?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So Shaun, you're making instances of those projects on the Balena Labs account on
Yes,
the dashboard.
I can actually.
Yeah, it'd be good to see at some point.
Yeah, we can do one now.
Ooh.
Just gotta figure out how do I share my screen.
It's labeled share screen.
working through it slowly here.
You gonna take that?
All right. Does everyone see this?
We can see a parallel universe now. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah.
Cool. So, I mean, the thing to note here. Yeah.
Can you zoom in a bit?
I haven't ever
that's a
seen
good
like
question.
this is the highest number of devices online I've ever seen, like 249. 250. Oh, nice. Someone added this.
Yeah, that one. And then click the little plus thing.
Yeah.
Who knew Shaun needed this much help to operate a computer?
I don't know what you can see. For me, it's great.
Chrome is complex.
I mean, today I learned.
Shaun Mulligan, product owner.
Yeah, nobody had
Not
engineers
Chrome.
do this stuff for me.
If we're not nice, he's not going to come back for release party 3. So
Loves it.
Yeah.
Phil, say when.
That's fine. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's fine, yeah.
Is this okay? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this is a view of all the apps that I have access to. And what people probably don't have yet, this is only enabled in our team at the moment, is this left-hand side menu. So what I'm doing is popping into the organizations, and I have multiple different organizations that I'm a part of at the moment. And Balena Labs is where we're adding all of these apps into. So you can see a bunch of people are part of that organization, and these are all the 13 apps that we have currently. So we pop into managing the apps, and to add a new one, I'll add a new one for the basic station, which we can call that. And I think, yeah, default device type is Raspberry Pi 1. So let's pop that in there. And create that. It's I feel like the create application has slowed down, Steve, since we deployed this change. I don't know. It just feels less snappy, but
I think it's more about the API applying some checks that has slowed down. That's
we
but
should
yeah,
look into that.
we should look into that.
All right, so then it's there you have it. It's created, and you can see it's under the Balena orgs, the Balena organization, and it's a basic station.
Can you click into the InkyShot project? And then
yes. Where's InkyShot? There
in the middle. No, not that one. The other one.
The other one.
Yeah.
InkyShot 2020.
Yeah. And now click the location. This is cool for the audience.
It's funny.
So this for the audience, we during our virtual summit, everybody was sent out an InkyShot from the project that Kat, and with some help from Chris, made, that does a what they called an InkyFat display, an e-ink display, and it displays a message to everybody. So what we're looking at, so everybody was sent one, and it's tied to their balenaCloud username. Yep. And this is the location of all of those devices.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Tomas is still online. I assume that's Tomas.
Yeah.
Is it Swansea or?
That would be.
No, it's I think Philippe.
Could be Philippe
or.
It's probably Felipe. Yeah.
Or Lazio.
Yeah.
Yeah, one in Australia will be Tom, and.
Although, we shouldn't be disclosing people's locations.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think country might be all right.
I just told you I'm in Arizona. Mine.
Everyone knows where you live now.
Anuj put his exact lat long earlier.
I
know. We're not the most. No one's worried too much about people coming after them. It's actually quite hard to travel at the moment, so
maybe 2021.
So
where did Chris go?
Oh, he's away. It's just a red chair.
Shaun, Mark says basic station should be Raspberry Pi 3. He said it in the YAML incorrectly. It looks.
Oops. Actually, that's a great segue into my question. If a project doesn't indicate supported devices, what's a good default to go with?
Probably, well, it won't matter now at the moment. But you probably want to go with like the lowest common denominator. So for like a Raspberry Pi 3.
Rich, I deeply love you.
No dashes, right? Raspberry Pi 3.
Regarding what Shaun is doing right now,
thanks.
I was thinking, Shaun, if you can do the same thing like the process that you're following with deploy with Balena, where you can hit that deploy endpoint with the repo URL of basic station. balena.yml file is already there, so you don't have to do almost nothing. I feel like maybe Steve can say if that is right or wrong.
But presumably it'll be what org it gets put into.
Right.
Yeah, but we can set the org because the module that opens up after DWP.
That actually is
everything is already pre-populated. Why I say it is I do like DWP like 50 times with the thing that I'm making, so I just remember.
You're stress testing it.
Yeah, fully stress testing.
Can you repeat, because again I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, no worries. What Shaun was doing is creating the apps for these apps that we want in balenaHub, right? With inside the organization. So I was thinking maybe he can click the DWP button, and when that module opens, he can set the organization to the right one.
Oh yeah, that would work.
That can happen, right?
Yeah. You can actually.
It's a good way to test as well.
I mean, it's a bit secret, but as a team member, you can also upload the Balena YAML. So you don't even have to go and click the button. If you have the Balena YAML locally, you can just upload it in that create app model, and it will basically achieve the same thing as if you press deploy with Balena.
The only thing that I'm just trying that now, people, and it does work. The only thing there is it uses the I think the it fills the application name with not the slug, which is what I was using as the standard. It uses, I think it uses the repo name to make the
it does.
Thing. So
application.
But yeah,
makes sense.
Good.
What's happening with the blog, Andrew?
Not on the blog yet.
Oh. That's what's happening. Nothing.
Well, I worked on it a little bit, and then I realized we should probably finish all these projects for inclusion.
I have an update for you, Phil. Docs can be put in green.
Hooray!
Yeah. And now I'm going to drop off. Probably push Rich into this.
I really don't like that phrase. It makes me feel like I'm never going to see this person again. You mean?
Yeah, we're going to see
remove
each other
yourself from
tomorrow.
the stream momentarily.
Yeah.
It sounds so final. I'm going to drop off.
Yeah. Remember me.
No, I won't.
Play that
song.
Bye. I will still, look. Okay, where's the button here?
Fiddle who? Right.
Shouldn't question about balenaDash? Shouldn't it be Raspberry Pi 3 and 4?
Yes, 3 and 4,
Okay.
and generic x86.
All right.
I'm gonna have you talk to my reviewer about that one. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hello.
Good, man.
I'm trading with.
Oh, it's like tagging. Tag team.
I'm gonna go fill up the coffee.
Yeah, put it for a little bit of whiskey.
Yeah, Phil taught me that's the way to do it.
Pour some whiskey.
I was thinking, like, in a couple of years' time, somebody, Alex or Alison, are going to try and work out where the Balena drinking culture started, and they're going to trace it back to when I joined.
All right,
So-
Minecraft is done. Octobalena
Phil-
sort of done.
Phil, should I set the default device type for the Dash project as Raspberry Pi 3? Do you think that's...
Good question. I would say 4.
4? Okay.
I mean, I reckon 4.
All right, then it's fine.
It does work on 3, so it should appear in the supported devices. And yeah, generic x86 and Intel NUC. Right. Right, docs are green. I know nobody else cares. I'm pleased.
That's very
Nice. Well, we also can't. I can't celebrate here because it's still super early. You forgot.
It's still super early.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We're getting there. It's 6:27. But definitely wasn't going to celebrate at 4.
No, all right. I forgive you.
Thanks.
6:26.
I don't forgive Tomas. But
Super early.
What do I do now?
exactly nothing. That's exactly what you did.
Oof. Dude, don't take that from him.
Hello.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Hello, Chris.
I can't believe Rahul let that PR pass without the supported devices in. God.
It's unbelievable.
I think
isn't
he
it?
needs to up his level of draconianism.
Standards
He's
are
too
split.
busy, he's too busy trying to catch spelling mistakes.
Maybe it was too early for him. He's used to working on later hours. And by too early, I mean probably 2 or 3 p.m.
Oh, VPOL's turned up on the other side.
Wait, come on, Fox. There we go.
So how are you going with basic TM station? It doesn't roll off the tongue, does it, if you're honest? How's that going, Mark?
I think that, so Semtech, who is LoRaWAN guys, I think that they trademark the word basics.
Yeah,
Really?
they did. How does that work?
How on earth?
I'm not sure. But yeah, they
No,
wrote us a nice message, like if we could add TM after the basics station.
I think it's just a aesthetic thing. I don't know if it's like legally binding. But
I'm not sure if you can trademark basics.
Yeah, we agreed. It wasn't a big deal. It was just like adding the character in.
Yeah. Okay. So you've made
for the shout, Semtech.
So you've made the changes, and that's all good to go, is it? That project?
Actually, we didn't get any answer from Andrew's email. If you are listening this video, just let us know. Just answer Andrew's video. Andrew's email,
I did.
please.
I made
wrote one?
changes and then I wrote them back because just in case there are any other design changes they wanted to make from their brand team. But yeah, your offer is true. If you have any more changes, hit us up.
I wonder if Alan's out in userland making his changes, and he'd like to join and come and tell us what he's doing.
He was here earlier.
Calling Alan.
Yeah. Or it's digital.
Yeah, he was cleaning up a couple repos for us.
Because he's got some pretty interesting repos to sort out.
Absolutely, yeah. It's interesting how we start to turn on the lights, no, Steve?
Yeah.
And me. But yeah, Andrew will start to get some light from his window.
Yeah, last time we had the full sort of circle, didn't we? Because Alex joined and it was about 3 a.m. for him. And then by the time we finished, it was starting to get dusk again or something. Like we had the full thing.
I don't know if Will, you're still watching, but please review that PR and see your cool new icon.
Shaun, does that comment say something nice? You speak Spanish.
Yeah.
It just says,
Oh yeah, Mark. Sorry, Mark might be better.
Canary Island.
Yeah, Mark or Tomas as well.
Thomas just. Oh yeah.
Saludos desde.
But I understand that at least.
Come on, Shaun, but you're doing Spanish lessons for how long now?
Like
what
a
does
year.
this translate to? I mean, it looks like salutation, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, it basically means like
hello
from Tenerife. Yeah.
I don't even do Spanish, and I wear that out.
See, it's easy.
Yeah, it's not that difficult.
Why are you taking lessons, Shaun?
Joke. It's they all speak so fast. That's the problem. If they slowed it down, if they turned it way down, it'd be fine. But everyone just rattles off. I have old Spanish ladies just like going on about things, and I'm like, más despacio, por favor, más despacio.
So that's your kryptonite, like old Spanish ladies.
Yeah, well, because they're always the ones that are gonna like say something, like they get involved.
Do they see a nice young man and they want to talk to you?
No, they like I think like at least the Mexican term for it is chisme. Like they like to get they like the drama and the gossip. So they always like are chatting to people.
Gossip.
Yeah.
But you don't have gossip.
I don't have. I've got nothing to.
You don't have gossip in English, so I can only hate to imagine what your gossip in Spanish is like.
Yeah, but my Spanish chat is worse than my English chat. It's pretty bad.
Anybody do Kerberos yet? We're at 8 out of 10.
Oh, right.
Go out in the chat.
Shaun.
Chris is also.
I don't know what Rahul's talking about. But if it means anything, I also understood that sentence.
It was pretty basic Spanish. Basic's going to be my prefix to every word now for the rest of the stream. Basics Alan, hello.
Hey. Basics TM Alan.
Oh.
Alan, can you speak Spanish?
Unfortunately, no. That's been proven. I shouldn't even try.
No.
But
There
you
was an
pick
investigation
Python.
and
That's
everything.
okay.
We got an actual question from William. Does the balena YAML file need a new line at the end of the file? I think no.
I can't see why.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
I think is this one of the things where I put one in balenaSound and now it's
I'm going to document that.
Yeah, oops. I also left the open line on the front. My
No,
bad.
balenaSound is fine.
I just did the same thing. I was using balenaSound as a template, and I was wondering the same exact thing. Should I leave this line here or not? It's a good question.
Do you always pad your YAML, Chris? Like a little hug of air around all the data.
Well, I thought I added a line, but in the repo it's not there, so I don't know. Like in my editor it's there, but in the repo it's not.
What have you started?
I also added periods to all the descriptions. So, oops.
That's a new convention.
Yeah,
We'll have to
that's
go
the way
back
it
and
should
update.
be. It's a descriptive sentence.
I agree. It should have it.
So I think the only culprit that's not doing it is sound at the moment.
I see.
Nudge, nudge.
Yeah, I'll take that as a hint.
Oh, Phil D. Wilson is a Kerberos on Balena contributor.
Oh, yes. I can't PR. It's not our repo, so I can't PR any changes, though. It's the Kerberos repo. We PR'd into their repo.
Got it. Wow.
So we'll need, but Cedric's in the background, isn't he? At some point, he'll be on the stream today, I think.
Not yet. Let me check that. What time he will join.
Mad props to Cedric, though. He has his own logo, as did Matthew Crohan.
Dude.
They're all prepped.
So, Alan, do you want to introduce yourself to our audience?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Alan, one of the hardware hackers here at Balena, and I am currently adding my Balena YAML file to at least 2 repos to get them included. Question about the logo. That's required. Is that correct? I heard that you can be completely rejected without a sufficient logo.
You could end up with Phil's face as a logo.
Yeah,
I think worse than being rejected.
I made a very basic logo for Choral Audio. I don't know if it's going to be acceptable, but
let's see it. We'll get Alexandra's live reaction.
Yeah, we should. We should get her on to judge.
Just from her facial expression.
I love that plan.
I kind of stole it from something she already did, so she can't be too upset.
You're not supposed to tell her that.
Well, it'd be great if she looked at it and said, "This is awful," and then I said that I stole it from something she did. That'd be entertaining.
Should we ping her? Oh, there she is. Okay.
I mean, it's pretty basic. How large will this logo be?
You can't keep using that word. Everything can't be basic.
It's basics. It's very basics, TM.
Okay, here she is. This is live reaction time.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
So there's something I should need to see?
Yeah, Alan's going to show you his amazing logo. He said he's worked hours on it, and it's really good.
Yeah, I'm going to call it up.
Show me.
Show me the logo.
Okay. Let's see.
Please
So,
share
share.
a photo of Phil's face.
I hope so.
Is there a share link? A share screen?
Yes, as David pointed out, there is a share screen button.
I just found it.
It's hidden.
It's hidden right in the middle of the screen.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, I can't take the anticipation. Oh. So, Alexandra, talk me through it.
It took me all morning to build this.
Yeah, you worked hard for this.
Basically looking good since you used my graphics. But
she realized.
but I'm wondering, like, if it's gonna be very small, if it's then maybe too detailed.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. How small will this appear? Because 500 by 500 is pretty big, but how much will it shrink when
So
it's...
actually, it would be 40 by 40.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty small. I was thinking of just using the radio waves here, but they weren't large enough to put into 500 by 500.
Is this for the like audio recording one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it make sense to have like a standard like microphone icon just like on top of the Pi?
Yeah, but I didn't have anything like that to steal from.
Alan.
I mean, can we just maybe have a microphone without the board?
Yeah,
because
that'd
the board
be
is
great.
always gonna be tricky. Okay, I will get back to you.
Thanks, Alexandra.
Good attempt, though.
It was a good try, yeah.
Bill Wilson.
Hello.
Kerberos works with the Pi4 and Pi3, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And Jetson Nano and
Oh man.
Nook.
What's the Nook slug?
Intel-Nook, I believe.
And then what's the Jetson slug?
Jetson-Nano, I believe.
Nano. Yep.
Great.
Right, if I stuff up my overlays now, it's because I'm trying to answer questions and do stuff. Here we go. Right. Are you allowed to celebrate yet, Andrew?
Almost. Hold on.
Mark's on the stream. Mark's always up for a celebration. The API has gone back green, everybody. They sorted out the issue. Oh, God, still muted. No.
We should find other gifts for celebration, or that's like something sacred.
We have others. We have gifts for when Chris tries to do something on the stream.
I'm going to drop off and go make some coffee and things. I'll be back.
Cool.
So I have a question. Sorry,
good.
Phil.
Oh, no, I was going to come to you. So go,
Oh,
you
okay.
go.
So I've updated that Balena YAML on the Carl audio, and I'm working on the one for Open Data Chem. Is anybody just looking those over? Because I just want to make sure. Is there a way to test it, parse it to make sure there's no errors in it, or do we'll just know that once it's being used for the hub?
Good question. I don't think there is a way to parse it. It's just about reviewing each other's.
Okay.
All right. First 10. 1, 2,
Awesome.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So we
Wait,
have
9.
10 now.
We were waiting on Open Data Cam. Sorry.
Working on that. Working on that now. I'm making a logo for Open Data Cam too.
Is it a circle?
Okay, I'm gonna do the logo for the basic station, a very basic TM.
Whoa. And then we can get a live reaction to that as well. This stream took a turn, didn't it?
Well, they already kind of have a logo,
Nice.
so I'm trying to use what they have, but it's just not large enough for 500 by 500. So I'm not sure. I might have to recreate it.
William's doing a different contribution, I believe. Look at this. This is number 11.
Ooh.
Yeah.
William's going for it today. I wonder
Just let
if
us-
Sam's knuckled down and tried to get his project going.
Yeah, let's pit all the community members against each other. Or sorry, add productive rivalries. That's what I meant to say.
set up omni win-win situations between the community members.
Yeah, nothing like a little competition. Every time I'm on a call with Alexandra, there's like one new piece of art behind her. Like
Yeah, it started off with
together.
just the sofa. I remember.
Yeah,
it's slowly populating behind her.
Need to hang it up though. Still need to decide how to do it.
All right. If we need more projects, I think we're all the ones that are left are. Oh, it's a good mix. We can add some Balena Labs ones, and we don't have to wait on approvals and stuff. But hey, we have our 10 though. That's 100%.
Awesome. Good job, man.
Unless Chris changes the 10 to 12 at some point in the next couple hours.
He's not got a furrowed brow, so I suspect he's heard.
Hey, Cedric.
I'm between furrowed brow and paying attention.
Thanks, dude. Much appreciated.
Yay! Thanks, Cedric.
Cool.
Told you he was a good dude.
Is that 11 then, or was that included in the
Kerberos
10?
was part of the 10.
Okay.
The Council of 10.
So how many are Balena and how many are non-Balena?
1, 2, 3, 4 Balena currently, 5 non-Balena.
Ah.
The total is 6 non-Balena, 4 Balena.
Super cool.
That's good.
Wanted to emphasize that we love our community, so I went with the 60-40 blend.
Exactly. I dig
Oh,
it.
that's what I was going to ask Alan. With your 2 projects that you're doing, what are the projects? Could you explain what those projects are? Because they're pretty cool projects.
The 2 projects that I'm adding the Balena YAML to, those are the 2 you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't go off on some tangent. Yeah, the first one is the Carl audio project. That's one that hasn't officially come out yet, but it's ready to go. That allows you to analyze ambient noise and categorize it using AI. And there's a second part to that that's fleet intelligence that hasn't been released yet, but that one uses either a Coral dev board or a Raspberry Pi 4 with an attached edge TPU. So that's the one that we just showed the logo for. So that's number 1. And the second one is Open Data Cam, which is through MoveLab. We have I wouldn't say a fork, but we have a repo with a kind of balenified version of Open Data Cam. And that one runs on a Jetson Nano or one of the other Jetson products, and is really great for counting objects. And it uses AI and image detection to allow you to draw lines on the screen, count objects that pass through the line. It's great for traffic analysis or in any kind of situation where you want to count. Has an API, so you can hook into that data. So that's the one that I'm working on now. That's the second of the 2.
And this awful year, counting people has become a real thing now, hasn't it? Counting people going into somewhere is suddenly like a really common use case in IoT, which wasn't in 2019.
Yeah, absolutely. I think somebody has used it for just that situation to get an idea of how many people are passing by a certain point to know for social distancing.
I've seen in the UK, a lot of the supermarkets now will have somebody stationed on the front door with an iPad, just clicking a plus and minus as people walk past them. So hopefully those people can be redeployed to their real job. You can use things like Open Data Cam. And so the sound classification one, what sort of use cases do you expect that would be used for?
Well, right out of the box, it's set up to detect what they call urban sounds. And so that's sounds you would hear in a large city. I think most of those were recorded in New York City. So car horns and gunshots, heavy equipment. Well, unfortunately, those are some of the sounds you hear.
Sounds about right.
I mean, it depends on your city. Your mileage may vary, but
I live in an English village where literally nothing happens. I'm not sure. I wonder what I'd get.
Yeah, you might need to retrain it for your local sounds.
Yeah.
But I think right out of the box, it's mainly meant for noise pollution in large urban areas. But it can be retrained to detect any kind of noise. But even in your small village, they probably have the car horn, right? So right off the bat.
No. People don't use horns in England. It's considered very impolite.
You would. That's you're on the verge of losing your mind if you actually use your car horn. Yeah. The only time people use their car horns here are to bib and wave at somebody they know. But even that's considered pretty poor form, really.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, your mileage may vary. I think we need a sound set from your location.
Yeah, that'll be pigeons, disgruntled neighbor.
Well, that works. I think we have plenty of those in urban areas as well. So,
I imagine my children playing will be categorized as small riot or something like that.
That's funny. We have children
I have my children playing classified as dog barking.
Yeah, that seems to be a catch-all, though. The children playing, when it can't identify anything, it often reverts to children playing. But but yeah, I forgot about the dog barking. That's a good one. But one of the items that we also have included in this is the availability to upload sounds back to our training system to help improve our model. So that's something you could do if you deploy this and you have great examples and you want to help us refine it.
Yeah, cattle grid. Chris is right. Cattle grid. That's what I want to categorize.
That would be helpful. There's a lot of those around. But one of the things I really want to do with this also is to detect when trucks have bad brakes and they're stopping. They're trying to stop at stop signs or stoplights, and the louder they squeal, the worse their brakes may be. So that's one of the items, kind of a citizen science type thing, where I put it at an intersection and measure how bad the brakes are, and then kind of set it up with also a maybe a photo type system, so you get a picture of the trucks that are poor. Just count how big of a problem it really is. So
I remember talking to you before about use cases for that, and another good one that came out. There was two good ones actually. You were talking about there are systems that can listen to a car engine and diagnose common faults with an engine purely just from listening to it, which would be quite good for people at home if they suspect there's something wrong with their car. Be able to go and analyze it. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then the other one was, we were talking about rental properties and holiday rental properties being able to categorize the types and level of noise in the environment as kind of another metric on, do I want to go on holiday there? Oh, it appears to be a building site. Or there's a lot of gunshot. No, I won't.
Yeah, I think that's a great use too. And I think we could also come up with like an index, like a single number that you could use to compare all of these locations. And just
can we come up with a really terrible acronym for that rating?
I think we could. Scram.
We're gonna get this episode banned, aren't we?
Demonetized.
Nah.
Hey, Alan, so I've got a suggestion. You want to see?
I would love to, yes.
Oh,
too many cooks.
Ooh,
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So you have the microphone and surrounding. This is like the noise it's detecting.
Nice.
Is it a coral color?
No.
Very similar. It makes me think of the coral board color, though.
Yeah.
No,
it's orange. Isn't
it is kind of related to that, but I use a different color code, so it's not like their color code.
While I was away, What did I miss logo-wise? Hang on a minute. So Coral is there. I see Minecraft. I see Alex's project. Minecraft has a logo. Cups. Will's project is got one. Yep. All right.
Yeah, I actually have the basic station logo.
Oh yeah, sure.
On the repo. So maybe I can share it with you. And you make it more basic. Basically, yeah.
All right. Looking good.
You also missed us setting up Alan for failure with his design approach to his logo.
Oh, come on.
Okay. I'll be sure to go back and watch that. Absolutely.
Yeah. If you want to see Alexandra being acidic with her appraisal of Alan's design skills, just watch back 10 minutes.
I can only imagine. For anyone who knows our blog posts and our artwork and everything, it's Alexandra does wonders.
Yeah, we don't let Alan do that.
You should see some of the scribbles, these napkins, these torn napkins that we hand her. Yeah, could you make something that looks like this? That's a stick figure. What do you want? They're just pure magic.
Can we play What's on Your Desk?
Wrong show, but yeah. Why not?
Should I bring
Alan, you can't start until you hear the song, man.
No, I'm just getting ready.
It's not on this release.
I'm checking Mark's logo.
Give me a sec. I will put it here.
Waiting.
Sorry. Can't find it.
I don't even know what I've got on my desk.
Yeah, why did you delete it?
No, it's because this is a different folder.
Yeah, I know.
Thingies.
Yeah.
Cannot find the. Give me a sec. Okay, cool. Got it. Let me know what is this. What is this? Come on. Trying to upload a video.
Can we just get Chris to do a live a cappella version?
Yeah, I mean, we could just do a live one.
What's on your desk?
Yeah.
Stop it.
So only because we were talking about it, you all reminded me. I just got my Coral USB accelerator in the mail yesterday. Yeah.
Nice.
Can we see the board? Does it match Alexandra's
Oh,
icon?
no. This is just the USB accelerator.
Wait. Unboxing?
Sure. This
Yeah,
one's
but
for
hold
you,
on a minute.
Selchin.
You know we love a good unboxing.
This one's for you, Selchin, if you're watching.
Hang on, let me get you on the stage.
I can't open this. Childproof.
Is there another adult in the house?
So, I think my daughter's awake. Her bedroom light's on. We have this rule that before a certain time, she has to sit in there and read. She's been in there reading quietly the whole time.
Oh, we have the same thing here.
Good kid. Here we go.
Okay.
Comes in a nice box, branded with their salmon orange. What color is this, Alexandra? Orange salmon?
Coral, presumably.
Coral? Oh, right.
That was wasted.
Clearly, I did it study.
Someone got up early
my
this morning.
Pantone catalog. You have the manual, user manual.
Ooh.
White.
And then you have the little
brown
accelerator.
Brown.
Wait, if I rotate it just enough, you can see the logo. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
That's it. So this is the cheaper route because it assumes you have a supported board to use it with. So I'll have to use a Raspberry Pi. The Coral dev board has an onboard mic to use the project that Alan was talking about. So since I'm going this route, I need to also hook up a microphone. Right, Alan? You had a look on your face.
No, you're right. And I
Okay,
I
cool.
actually have, you can use one of these tiny microphones. These are really cheap.
Ooh.
Hold on, Alan.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong monitor.
Oh, hang on. I've got him.
You've got a cute little USB microphone. It's only about $5. Now, it's not a great microphone, but if you just need something quick to test with, it's easy to just pop onto the Pi 4.
Yeah.
Add it to your
Cyber Monday list.
Yeah. Well, we should put this on the holiday list, maybe. That would be a good idea. Yeah.
Does it work with one of these? What's this? It's a balenifin.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Would be fun. Have you tested with a balenifin?
I have not, but I would think that it would work. It's pretty like universal. So
You know what
I
I'm
don't
gonna do
even
for
think
you?
it has a driver.
I'm gonna test it with balenifin. Does that have an audio jack? It does, right? Yes, it does. Has a power jack. Chris,
the fin doesn't have audio, no.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. All right. I have these Raspberry Pi then. I don't have a audio DAC.
I mean, you should be able to
get one of those.
Use this to record on a fin.
Oh, what's this, Tomas?
This is, where is it? Some of my audio toys.
Wow. Show off.
Look at this.
Check out who does a ton of testing on the audio block.
Yeah.
I mean, your daughter's going to love them when she comes along. Are you leaving them in her room, right?
That's, I don't know, when she starts to walk, that's going to be a thing, right? Because I have so much stuff laying around, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to keep her from destroying it.
Yeah.
You don't. You let it get destroyed.
You don't, right?
To us, like Alan does.
And then hashtag order.
Exactly.
I also have this one.
What's this one?
It's a bit
another.
fancier. Another USB sound card, but
oh wow,
a lot fancier.
Ooh. Has that got inputs?
It does. Inputs and outputs. Can you believe that?
Okay, I can go next. I've got a re-speaker because I'm going to make my children personalized digital assistants, because the mainstream ones that we've tried so far, they're a bit restrictive. So we set up a bunch of things to try and help the children interact with their environment, turn lights on and off and change the colors and those sort of things, but also like their bedtime routines. They use their assistants to drive their bedrooms and listen to music to go to sleep to and that sort of thing. But they're all they're a little bit restrictive in what you can set up. So you can't, for instance, Harry, my eldest, he wants to say good night, and then he wants the assistant to ask, what do you want your night light on? Do you want to listen to music or a podcast, and like drive a set of behaviors from that, which you can't really do on any of the current ones. So this re-speaker and Mycroft.ai, I think it's probably going to be the basis of my own digital assistant. And then the other things I've got, Alan, I have this habit where Alan will paste the link to something in a meeting and then I buy it by mistake. So he pasted this thing about a hat that goes on a Raspberry Pi but has a SD card reader writer. So the idea is that I can use balenaDash and turn that into an Etcher device to burn other projects. So go onto this hub, the app catalog that we're looking at today, but on my balenaDash, and then when I click the button, it will pop out that SD card and I can put that into another machine and make another balenaDash or any other project. And then the other thing I've got is this ensemble of things, which is what we call a test bot. And a bunch of, oh, that's a horrible view. So we've just been distributed these. There's a team within Balena making the test bot, and it's part of how we do automated testing. And we're just starting to get it to the point where we can send them out, which is why I've been given one. And in true Phil style, I haven't read the docs. I've clicked it together without reading anything. So I think it's fairly intuitive about how to fit all the bits together. But I might need to read the docs before I know how to use it. Because you can look, there's like...
Is it top secret, or can you hold it up close? Let's get a look at that thing.
I don't know.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. So that's what I've got on my desk. Who's next?
No, I'm not actually at my desk. I'm at my wife's desk, so there's nothing but a bunch of accounting notes on it. So I've got nothing. I've got a bunch of to-do lists and money in, money out for her company. So yeah, we're just going to leave that one alone.
Yeah, let's not show that stuff.
Yeah.
Let me show you something new that I have on my desk that I received yesterday. This is something that Chris will like. This is something new that it's called WizBlocks, and it's a LoRa node. And it's actually like a block. Yeah, it's, you can stack new chips here with new sensors or GPS or new communication blocks.
Did you get the full dev kit, Mark?
No, I got this one just with the LoRa module and an environment sensor here. Mm-hmm. It's super tiny.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But yeah, you can connect more things on these connectors. It's and you can make it bigger. And you can connect solar power and battery. So here the solar, and here the battery. So yeah, you cannot complain anymore that there are no more.
Can it
LoRa nodes like that. Say again, sorry.
Can it detect javelinas?
No, why? You need to detect javelina.
Just wondering. I might need a javelina detector.
No, this is a LoRa. So this is a microcontroller.
Right.
Yeah, it's a WizBlock.
WizBlock.
It's like a new product from Rack.
I found this. It is a calculator.
Is it solar?
That looks a bit advanced.
I have something
Is
more
that an ARM
advanced.
processor?
Yeah.
What's that, Alan?
This is brand new high-tech device that I picked up.
Nice.
You can't get much more high-tech than an AM radio. So.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Yeah, it's nice and like I actually got that's to compare to the modern equivalent. So you have how far have we come in 50 years?
It's black.
Is that really the most modern radio?
This is the most modern. And they made the mistake of exposing some data pins inside. So I've started modifying it. So I can completely hack it. So I have the data pins extended out, and now I'm working on hacking this because I know it can do much more than what it's pre-programmed to do. So stay tuned, as they say.
As I turn this radio into what? A television? What do you mean it can do much more?
Well, this is a simple AM/FM radio, but I know from looking at the chip data sheet inside that it can tune pretty much like the entire radio band up to about 500 megahertz. So you should be able to pick up aircraft, weather, shortwave. I know it does all that. So it must be hacked.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. I'm teasing. I thought you were going to turn it into some other type of a device, but
well, I am going to turn it into a Bitcoin miner as well. So.
Excellent. Very good. Yep. It run Doom? Can you play Doom on it?
Yeah, that's the next. Yeah, that's the next part.
Well, Alan, I have a light control for colors. Can you hack that one? But there are no cables outside.
No, Alan will hack it.
Oh, wow.
Alan can hack that easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh.
Nice. Toys.
Super cool.
Have you got Coral?
That's Coral.
Can you put in hex values?
I can make it flash.
Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Chris, I need you to buy this, and it needs to be hooked up to a Pi so that we can control the lights.
Yeah, with a public
In
URL.
my room.
No, Alexandra, we don't want to torture you. We want to torture Chris. We want one at Chris's house.
I mean, I just need to plug my Christmas tree back in, don't I? It's nearly December.
That's kind of where.
Mr. Tomas, how are we doing with EFP, dude?
We are doing amazing. we only need to set on the image,
Okay.
and then I can put the PR up. I'm working also on the. Oh,
so
we just shared.
So what's the process for this? That you and Alexandra design something to appear in Etcher, and then we PR a change into the Etcher repo to choose what to display.
Not really the Etcher repo. It's like a specific repo we use for various assets. One of them being the Etcher featured project. So then Etcher will grab the files from there. But that's basically it. We need to. It's a bit of HTML, an image, and PR that into the repo, and then it's done. We of course don't want to do that. I mean, we don't want to merge the PR until we actually
have something to direct people to.
Yeah, exactly.
We're still discussing what the image should be, though, aren't we?
Yeah, we need to set on an image and the text that comes with it.
Yeah, it's difficult because it's like today we've like dedicated the entire image to one project. So we've built like a specific, like balenaSound has like the map of all the rooms, and it's kind of tailored to that. So we're trying to figure out how to like illustrate there's multiple projects behind that button, but like without going into too much detail.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, because users up until this point are used to it pointing to a singular project.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about communicating that we're pointing to something that gives you many projects to explore.
So we want to keep that same feel of this is a cool project you might want to check out, but now instead of just one, there's like multiples.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, do you think it could work? I'm looking at your mock-up, Alexandra. Do you think it could work if we, say, took like one of the images for balenaSound and put that, and then one of the images for like Kerberos and put that, and like have, I don't know, kind of like connect it to the images that we had in the past, but then put like 3 of them side by side. Make it like they're like orbiting around each other. I don't know. I'm just trying to explain.
I don't know if this
brain.
is going to reduce complexity.
Yeah, it sounds like increasing complexity. Yeah, but it's like I think the way we're doing it right now is a bit kind of clinical. It doesn't seem very inspiring. It's like we're saying there's multiple projects there, but we've sort of lost the ability to sort of entice people to click on them and show them what they could get. Because it's like no one cares about Hub at this point, so all we're just trying to say is there's more than one project now.
Yeah, I thought this was kind of the message before.
Yeah.
Can you re-explain? So you want to have the illustration of the other projects?
Yeah, I think we can still use an illustration, but instead of an illustration that shows one project, maybe we could show a couple or 3.
Because it was always
just
like tricky to have one illustration.
Judging the sanity of my ideas based on your facial expressions.
It's just because, you know, the illustrations, like if they're very small, it's gonna.
What about like a house where you have like a balenaSound and then like a camera out the front and then a, I don't know, a piHole in the loft or something, like 3 icons.
How about the image of we have the people surrounding the Balena box and the logos are going in and out of it, but we replace the logos with the project
icons.
Yes, that's the sort of thing I'm thinking. That's a good one.
What Balena box?
Let me find it.
You know that like
you made it. I promise.
The guy,
people are like putting things in the box.
Yeah, the one where the people are putting stuff in the box. You know, let me find it.
The Balena box. Yeah, you know.
The Balena box.
I mean, we can have a box and put stuff in it.
I don't know what the box represents in this scenario.
Hold on, I'm gonna find
it. I mean,
it.
the box would kind of it would need to be labeled balenaHub, so that it's representing the hub, right?
I I don't know. I guess if we look at it from the user's perspective, they're like trying to take things out of the box and put them onto their devices. Because it's like right now we're saying like scratch on Balena and Balena cups and choral audio analysis, but it doesn't give us the opportunity to say what any of those things are. It's like
no, like currently it's just supposed to make people curious because there are like more projects. And as you mentioned before, people are looking for the place where they can find the ones in case they missed it and in case there are like other ones. So it's more about having one place to go.
Well, I guess what we could do, we can always A/B test and see which one works best for people.
Of course. But so, what's the B one or the A one?
Oh, here we go. David's going to dig up the box. This is...
You got it, David.
You could do some live doodling.
I could do. Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We have past the 4-hour mark, by the way.
Is it? Damn, Tomas. Does anyone have the docs link handy?
Yeah, what if we just replace those Balena logos with our project icons?
I'm wondering if people would understand what it means. If you just have the icons that you know that it's a project you can build.
That one, yeah.
Okay, let's see if we can set up and do some doodling.
I want to see Chris live doodle abilities.
Okay, just before you do, let's just have, we've gone past the hour, so let's just have a quick recap so that we don't lose anybody in the audience.
Who's that?
Go. I'll do it.
Tomas? Oh, okay.
I think Chris is in the middle of being busy. So today we are doing release party 2. We did release party 1 back in September where we did live device metrics, and then today we're doing something completely new. So it's not additional to the balenaCloud dashboard that you've seen before. It's a new thing, and it's hub.balena.io. And today what we're going to do is the first sort of iteration of that, where we have an application catalog where we've got Balena Labs projects and community apps submitted for appearing on that catalog. Each will have a deploy with Balena button, and that will allow people to come and find projects that they would like to try, and they've all been tested and we're assured that they worked, etc. So the jobs that we've got to do is in this sort of flow at the bottom. Alexandra and some others have done some design for what that hub page should look like, and Steve, who's on the stream still, is in the middle of building that. We can cut back to him perhaps later and see how he's getting on.
He's beavering away.
He's beavering. Oh, good point. I forgot my beavering. Also beavering in the background has been Akis and probably Rich doing the data model and the API. So there's some extra things that need to get into these applications so that we know they are things that are candidates and been accepted into that app catalog. So there's some extra things in the balena.yml, and they need to make their way through to the data model and be exposed by the API. And the API is also used by, at the moment, Shaun. He's creating instances of these projects. So there's going to be 10 featured today, and they all need to have the API used to set their flag to say that they can appear in the catalog. So Create Apps is underway with Shaun. Tomas is doing the Etcher feature project, which is our way of directing people to things they may want to try. Up until this point, it's always been try this project like balenaSound, but today we're going to set that to the hub so people can come and find it, and then they've got access to all of these projects to try. The blog post, Andrew's well underway with that. The documentation about how all of this is going to work and how to update your Balena YAML, that's been done by Vipul and Rahul earlier on the stream, and they were beavering in the background. And then at some point, Chris, I imagine we could perhaps check in with Carlo Incidents and talk about deployments. I know it's not something really that we want to see on the screen because it's a bit dull, things deploying, but it'd be good to chat to him about how he goes through that process.
Yeah, he said he would come on, but when I asked him earlier, there were kids screaming, so he was going to wait until later.
Were they his kids or?
I believe so.
Yeah, do we
Right,
know
okay.
whose children they were?
Carlo's relatives are probably going to be like, why do they keep calling him incidents?
Just to finish up this, so ultimately we're trying to get towards everything turning green so that we can drink beer and celebrate high fives.
Right on.
Okay, Alexandra.
Oh, I mean, this looks next level, David.
Oh man.
And I'm gonna take a screenshot.
Yeah.
So that's
it
what I'm
looks like
thinking.
Yeah.
it looks like two people standing next to a box, and someone like way up high just dropped a bunch of blocks on top of that box, and they're
It's-
all bouncing.
Yeah.
It's
So I
two
think if we could
snowflakes with
recreate-
faces throwing diamonds at each other.
Yeah, so I think
No, but
that's
Andrew, you can see that it's like people are getting stuff out of the box, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And they've got very little arms, David. They couldn't reach
very
inside
clear.
that box.
Do you think maybe their arms aren't long enough?
go.
Is that the issue?
Yeah, and they've got no hands.
Okay. Well, we could add. I think if we add hands, we're pretty much done then.
Yeah. My heart has sunk at the sight of Chris live drawing.
Why?
I thought we were trying to avoid this happening.
Too basic.
Oh, that's true. Like I failed. Like so this is in Google Drawings. So.
Okay, right. Oh, this will be
send-
great then.
You send me the link.
So like I think we should have like what about like planets in a solar system where each one is like a new app. So you could have like I don't know, like the that's
And
like the hub
is
in the
sun.
middle. I
Are we
don't know
the
what
sun?
the hub looks like.
From the man.
Yeah, with
who
the sun.
couldn't
The
find
hub is the
colour
sun.
green.
Okay. So don't look at us.
And then like around it you have like, oh look, here's sound.
Oh
And
yeah.
then that like orbits around there. And
Yeah.
then maybe like over here is Dash.
If only we had
I
all
can't
these
remember what Dash looks like.
small sub icons done. We do.
What? Not all of them.
Is this real life right now?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
And
Little
so
solar system.
Chris,
And
Oh, it's a pretty good circle you're doing there on the ellipse.
That was pretty good. That was good.
Where's Orion?
Have you got one of Alan's fancy pencils here?
I've got a non-legacy pencil, yeah.
Ah.
Oh, that's right. The Apple crew.
Chris,
You can have,
the logo in
I
the
don't know
middle
what these
would be
icons
hub.
are if they're not coming out. I don't know.
Whoa,
I don't
dude,
know.
what are you drawing?
Perhaps the logo in the middle shouldn't really be hub, but
Oh man, we don't have this share.
I mean, this is one option. But then, of course, we can have like I don't.
Sauron's eye.
I love the elevator pitch you're doing at the same time, Chris. This is brilliant.
Yeah. This is totally how they did it. Do it at ad agencies.
Yes.
Yeah. Like so
Yeah.
it's kind of like this, and then hold on a sec. Wait, let me scratch that out. No, wait. Okay, imagine a solar system, but then
That's what I drew. That's the
Oh,
same.
these ones have got
thing.
hands.
Oh, this one has
I like the storyboard though. It's like, here, wait, go back to the first one, Chris.
Like this
All right,
one.
ready? Once upon a time, the solar system was born, and there were boxes floating around. I go to the next one.
Next.
Next one.
Next slide, please.
Two humans found a box and immediately started partying. That's where we're at. That's all we
With
got.
jazz hands.
And then they grew hands.
And thus, balenaHub was born.
But nothing came out of the box other than some kind of radiation.
No, Hub came out, dude. You're not paying attention.
we need like another one. I don't know what happens next.
Hero's journey. So like, there's like
People
conflict.
install applications on their edge devices. That's what happens next.
Let's see.
Oh, hang on. I'm over here.
I think that's a Raspberry Pi. Hold on,
Oh,
hold
cat
on.
dog.
Emergency. Hold on. Hold
Dog
on.
barking.
Cat dog's barking.
Very much like this one.
Ah, right. Ah, see that now this I can get along with.
Ah,
Like everything's getting sucked into the device, maybe.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hey, friends, I have a question. This is GitHub only for now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I was
Or I
trying to
guess
think
there
what you
could be
meant
like
then.
an orbit without the box in the middle. Like each one of these diamond things is meant to be an app logo, by the way. But I don't know why I'm drawing diamonds because nothing's actually a diamond.
It's simplified.
Yeah. Reduced polygon count.
I'm not entirely sure why Alexandra continues to put up with us.
Why don't I go and start working on the Raspberry Pi one? It feels like having the orbit circling around nothing. I don't know. And
I like this idea that we could take a Raspberry Pi and we can convert it into many different things. So it's like using these 5 things from Hub. It could be like they all go down on, but like each one makes the Pi like take on a different role. It's like if you deploy sound, it becomes like an audio streamer. If you deploy Dash, it becomes like
almost
a
like
Dash.
a Swiss Army knife, if you will.
A multi-tool, yeah. I don't know. And then so each one of those could be an app logo. I don't know. What do we think?
I like this Pi one. I'm not sure I get the orbiting a box one or the guy with springs for hands.
I just realized I didn't actually get Rich's reference until he said that.
Do you want some springs? We've got loads of springs. We've got a box
Four
for
of them right here.
All right. We've got a post draft.
Okay.
These images.
Maybe the Raspberry Pi one is a possible one.
Let's just use that one. Will you ship that to me? I'm going to use that at the top of the post. Let's just roll. Let's go. Let's go. I like
Can
that
I
one.
ask for a progress update? What's happening? I mean, I know you want to ask me the same thing, but where are we with the API, creating apps, marking them as public and deployable, discoverable?
We are in the middle of that.
think
If you
all
check
of
the
them are-
spreadsheet, most
there's
of
a
them have been
spreadsheet.
created. Yeah. Most of them have been created and set as discoverable. I'm now pushing a release to them, and we need to figure out the is public flag. Someone with admin access. I'm keeping a list of all the app IDs. I don't know if you probably can do one query to set all of the apps at once.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Shaun has access.
I was just pasting a code snippet.
I think I do.
I'm pasting
Should.
the app IDs in the spreadsheet too, so it's
So I
easier.
guess something like that would work. That I've just put in balenaHub.
Chris, how about this?
We have
Is it?
that.
Is
Yeah.
it? There's an
We have that
exploding
already.
Swiss Army knife.
That would work, Chris. But I was wondering if you could set multiple apps with one query.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
I mean, can you pass in I don't know, an array to the ID field? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think you'd have to make a
Check
loop.
the SDK manual.
Yeah, we can make a loop too. In any case, I think it's best if we wait until we are done, or not.
Well, I guess it depends if Steve needs some data to test with at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be nice to start testing on the real data.
Because I mean, it should all be there apart from the is public flag, I think, right?
Yeah. So once we have that sorted, we'll see if this works or it breaks.
Only Sound has a release with the contract in it.
Yeah, I think one is enough.
Okay.
I think others have the release with the contract in it, like Kerberos does. Yeah, because I created them from the deploy. Because I created them from the deploy with Balena button. Once they had the thing already set in them. So, like, I think
I'm gonna check.
Basic Station does and Kerberos does.
Let's see.
And which other one?
Can I interrupt real quick?
Oh, there you go. Akis has posted a snippet that will do multiple IDs.
Hey, David. Do you have a specific place on the forums for folks to talk about Hub?
No.
Do you want to kick one up so I can add it to the post?
That's a good idea. Yeah. Quick question to Chris. Is that going to... we might get some fragmentation then, because is a balenaSound question going into the balenaSound category or into the hubs category then? So we may have some issues there.
But maybe we want one for like meta questions, like someone maybe has questions about how do I add it, or why was my app rejected?
Yeah. Especially that.
Why does my app has the face of Phil as an icon? That type of stuff.
Why did balenaHub burn my app?
Yeah, that's a good idea then. Okay. We have a
good question.
Question rolled in from Alex. Yeah,
that's a good one. I mean, so Alex is asking what projects are recommended at the start, and I think like we've tried to focus on those ones where they're sort of really easy for a user to get up and running. So it's pretty much you just have to deploy it and you get a functional device. So it's anything like it perhaps doesn't need any extra hardware or needs very minimal extra hardware or doesn't need any huge amounts of configuration. You don't need to go off and set up an API key or an SDK or something like that. Doesn't depend on an external service. It's like the polished, easy to get up and running things, I think. That's what we're focusing on. So the Minecraft one obviously counts as part of that. That's a good example because it doesn't need any extra hardware and it's super easy to get up and running, and it just works once it's been deployed. Like people can join it.
Okay. So let's do a new category. And we will call it Hub. Okay, it's down here at the bottom. Let's rearrange it. If I remember how.
Just interrupt. I have to jump off, but I have updated OpenDataCam and Carl Audio. Hopefully has everything necessary. And
nice.
Ready to go.
Thanks, dude.
But I'll be monitoring if there's anything. Just shout out. And good luck and congratulations. Talk to you guys later.
Awesome. Thanks, Alan.
See you, Alan.
Thanks.
That's 10, Shaun. 10 for 10.
Sweet. Chris and Thomas, you guys want me to do this patch now?
Yeah.
To make them more public?
Yeah.
I'll try.
Still on.
You got this.
Yeah, it's.
Are you meaning to share your screen, David?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was showing our new balenaHub forums category.
Nice. Cool. All right, I'll add that to the draft.
Yep.
balenaHub. There we go.
Internal server error.
What did you do, Ray?
That failed.
Are you using your admin account?
That's a good question. I'm not. Good thing someone's on it.
All right, we've got the draft going and folks kicking the tires.
Maybe you're logged in as Shaun.
No, I'm definitely logged in as Shaun Projects, which is my non-admin account. It's my play account. All right, we'll try this one again from the other account.
Did you say there was a blog post draft, Andrew? I didn't see that.
Yeah. I think you're one of my selected few folks to edit because I don't want like 20 cooks in the kitchen. Oh, I sent it to you. I slid into your DMs.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got an okay.
Nice.
Steve, I think
you
Yeah, it ran on all the. I did it on all of them except for Open Data Cam, because that doesn't exist yet. Somebody want to validate that?
I'm checking balenaSound, and it's set to false.
Yep, I don't see any apps.
Weird. Said okay. I don't know what it's done.
Maybe try run it just for a single application.
Yeah, what is the...
Instead of the multi...
Yeah.
It's a query crease shared.
Yeah. You just grab balenaSound, do it for that one. Yeah, maybe we're trying to be too fancy doing it in one big lump.
Category has a description as well. And then I think the last thing I need to do is hook it up to our support system.
Tomas, do you want to check balenaSound again?
Yeah. Give me a sec. No.
Yeah.
Still set to false.
So
He's just said, I think you need
yeah.
database access.
So that means I can't do it.
But the query said okay.
Yeah, it says
it lies.
it says things are fine. Which is odd.
That's what it wants you to think.
All right, and I'm not quite sure how.
No, that's weird because we do make the host hubs public without database access. Let me think. I think you need to be an admin and have an admin account and be an admin on the org.
That might be it.
Yeah.
But you are not.
My other account is.
Yeah,
I think
Shaun Projects is an admin, I think.
Yeah. All right. Let's
too many accounts.
I know. Let's see what
I can add you. What's your ID?
I can add myself, I think.
Oh, that's true.
Let's just make sure that this is exactly the right one.
Just don't forget to switch back.
No, I run them in 2 different profiles on Chrome, so.
Right.
Now, let's try that again.
API hook is done for support from that forum category.
Make sure 516. Okay. Last try. It should be. If that doesn't work, then we're gonna need a real engineer to do this.
Yeah, it works.
Oh, sweet. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can see the apps. Yep. balenaSound showed up. Everything looks. Oh, wait, I need to unhard code some stuff.
All right, let me try it with all the other ones now, and then.
Now Mr. Phil has a furrowed brow, like indicating that he's working on something.
Yeah. Is that like just the face people pull when they're trying to read and consume?
All right, Steve, I think they all should be set. There should be at least
let me
10.
You may be super conscious of it now. I'm going to have to put on some other face.
Yeah, okay, I can see all the apps, so that's good. Except I can't see the contract data. Let me see what's happening.
Oh, some of them, I don't know whether they have releases yet.
Yeah, I can't see on any of them, so I'm guessing.
All of them should have a release except for Dash, piHole, Scratch, and Octobalena.
No, I think I just need to, the way I filter out probably the releases is the problem. Let me see. Anyway, at least I can see them, so we're good.
Dash is taking a long while to push.
Dash is.
It's Phil's fault.
Yeah. Sorry, Shaun, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say I created the open data cam one as well.
All right.
And it's rolling the deploy. But I would imagine that one's going to take a long time.
I don't want to hear those words. I remember you saying that about the testing. When you say a long time, like, are we talking 8 hours?
I mean, look, this is an NVIDIA Jetson build. I think the resulting container is like 5 or 6 gigs. And
I've got PTSD.
I mean, maybe Alan's optimized it, and it's going to be a breeze.
What
takes the time?
4.5.
What takes the time building on the builders?
Well, I think he builds OpenCV, which is kind of time consuming. And then
the builders taking time to actually.
Well, it's also the pushing and if you had done a previous build, the pulling of the cache, because every time you need to pull a 5 gig image and then push it back up to the registry. So,
is there anything special about the build environment? It's just a normal Balena push, isn't it? There's no.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do it off my machine if my quick internet helps. No.
No, it's built. It's the push from the builder itself to the registry. They're both in AWS. It's just. Well, they're not actually both in AWS, but.
Shall I share my screen? And
yes.
show you what's happening?
I was just thinking, when am I going to jump in and say, Steve?
So
before you share,
the actual
Shaun.
Yeah, do I need to hide it?
No. Quick reminder for Shaun. Did you set the public flag for Open Datagam project?
I haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
I'll do it now.
So this is what we got. Balena Cubs works
Look
with
at this.
Raspberry Pi 3 only.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it
Nice.
seems we don't have any contract for these. I mean, currently we still show. Maybe I
Well,
should just hide them.
We've definitely got one for Scratch because I reviewed it.
And we,
I don't know whether it's,
No, but there's
deployed,
no
though.
release yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's
I
correct.
see. Yeah.
sound should be
Okay,
okay though. Like
Sound
I checked,
should be okay.
I checked it was present on the release also. That's a strange one.
Are you sure that wasn't staging though?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm
Because
sure. Too.
I was looking at the releases and there wasn't any. And
Really?
That's
mean, if
actually
it
the only
worked
one
for
I
the-
manually. I'm gonna check.
It's not the fact that I don't know. That's a really old app. I think it's been around there for a long time. It can have some permission problems.
unless wait, am I not ordering correctly then? Let me see. Ah, there you go. I was
Aha.
sorting in the other direction. Okay, so we have this. The README will take you to the GitHub page now.
Yep.
And then the deploy with Balena. Actually, let's deploy it.
Dang.
There you go.
Nice work, man.
Look at this.
And you have
is
that.
slick.
Click
Sweet,
that.
sweet.
And it's taking a while. We really need to look into this. But yeah.
Ooh,
And there
friendly
you have it.
reminder. Don't forget to wait for the little builder thing. Okay? Don't quit.
Yeah.
Don't quit till you see that.
Yeah. We need to add a note there, I guess.
That's awesome.
Let's see.
Looking good indeed.
Yeah.
Should we go
Good
back
work.
to the hub?
There you go.
There it is.
How come in the title some of them are using like the proper titles and some are using the slugs?
They're using all the contract name field. If that is not there, then it will fall back to the application name.
Oh, okay. Right on.
Yeah.
balenaSound
Yeah.
didn't have a dash, did it? It had a space.
I mean,
No, balenaSound has the proper like camel case.
Camel case.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a camel case on it. Although I
It's impossible that there is a bug, right? So.
No.
There's no way.
Yeah, exactly.
No
So,
way.
I mean, you had like 4 hours. So why are there bugs?
yeah, exactly. Like it's
That's been 4
unlikely.
hours?
But this is looking amazing. Like we're
Yeah.
almost there. This is
So yeah, and this
awesome.
should search through the.
So we
I
can
guess
filter the 10 apps down to 2.
Oh, interesting. Wait, somewhere I probably do show only the app name. You can see.
Yeah,
it.
Octobalena is capitalized. Scratch is not.
Contract
Octobalena
name.
is
Anyway,
Octobalena with
have
a
a look.
capital O. That's the app name.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not fetching. I'll have a look.
Yeah,
But that's it.
those are definitely all the app names that they are
Yeah.
that I've written in thing.
Okay.
It's not taken from the contract.
So yeah, I mean, and then there's this. This is very rough.
Oh,
it kind of
yes.
works.
More.
But,
There's more.
Oh, it's /submit.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So that's it. I'll see
Go back
what
to beavering.
what you've
good to
made, what the problems you've caused.
Produce from your
The
beavering,
bug,
Steve.
it must be something else.
Yeah. This is amazing.
The contributions page is more or less done, right, Chris? That was approved.
No.
No.
I
Sorry, I
mean-
meant the content. It's not the actual build.
Yeah, I think the content was pretty much there.
Okay,
I mean, it's open to suggestions.
right on.
Does look really good.
Oh, I've put my suggestions in. Feel free. Anyone else who wants to kick them tires. Oh, we should probably add the new docs link, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. And circle back to the post once the post is out. Cool. Oh, I'm switching to daylight now. I'm pretty happy about this.
I'm switching to dusk. It's like one in, one out.
Beer o'clock.
Oh, you have to ask Shaun. I mean, I thought I knew when beer o'clock was, but what I learned in September was I didn't know when beer o'clock was.
No, it's definitely it's acceptable at this point.
Right. Thanks.
I mean, I don't know what time it is for Andrew, but it's probably fine.
It's 7:48.
7:28.
7:48.
48.
So
don't change the minutes.
I put it into Shaun's time converter. It says beer o'clock. All right.
Yeah, no, that seems fun.
Beer o'clock as a service.
Can I talk to you all about my release party prep fail?
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, it's not much going on, right, in the world because of lockdown. I mean, there's a lot going on in the world, but as far as like lockdown is considered, there aren't many things to look forward to when you're stuck at home. So this was a pretty big deal. So I was like, all right, I'm going to prep. I'm going to get Chris was joking. He's like, you're going to get up at 3. And I'm like, yeah, man, because you wrote that snarky question. I am going to get up at 3. So I thought to myself, all right, so get a bunch of sleep. But I didn't want to make any noise to wake up my family. So I made a huge French press coffee pot the night before. Went to bed early, but then the house smelled so good, like coffee, that I couldn't sleep for like hours. So all that preparation to go to bed early was a fail. But I did wake up today to a nice pot of coffee. Like it had French press that night, and then it sat in the fridge. So it's like French press cold brew. It's nice. Delicious.
Did you have any whiskey in it?
No.
I mean, I knew that was no.
Yeah.
It's just me.
7:50, man. It's beer o'clock, not whiskey o'clock.
I mean, I remember on the last stream, I was here foolishly waiting until the end to crack my beer open. Then I realized everyone was secretly drinking below the camera anyway.
Cameron wasn't trying to hide it. Cameron
I feel like it wasn't that secret.
No, it's like once someone like blew it, everyone suddenly had a drink from nowhere.
There's like already.
I don't
it's
think
water.
we're going to hit 12 hours this time around, right?
No.
We're on a pretty good clip compared to the last project.
Yeah. In 10 minutes, we'll see where we've got to, because I reckon it must be Chris's turn in 10 minutes.
Absolutely, it's not my turn.
We even played what's on your desk. Like that's how much how
I think last time at hour 5, we also thought it would take just a couple more hours.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that's because Shaun couldn't count how many tests there were.
Although it was a pleasant surprise when we thought there were 35 tests and we were done when it got to like 24 or something.
Because Chris like made metrics based off the, I don't know, 37.
I was eyeballing it.
It's because of that terrible test system that doesn't have a simple count of the number of tests.
Yeah, it's non-deterministic.
Yeah, I get the same from the people that I ride with, where I'm like, yeah, it's only 2.5 like hills to climb. And then it was like, no, it's actually like 4. It just depends on how you count the hills.
Nice.
I do struggle with numbers.
I made my first Cyber Monday purchase.
Oh, what did you get?
30 glue sticks for $5 on Amazon.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, it's not Cyber Monday yet, though.
Yeah, I think it was just
Cyber Wednesday
or whatever. Yeah, I think it was just glue sticks on sale. To be honest,
You might have a glue stick problem.
Yeah.
Well, it's because like it's for 3D printing, right? Like you put that layer on the bottom, but then like I blew through my kid's stash, and everyone's mad at me here, so I have to make good on it.
Blew through your kid's stash of glue sticks.
Glue sticks. Yeah. None of this sounds wholesome.
Yeah, it sounds bad.
Wait, we didn't context switch. We were talking about glue sticks. So yeah, if you're looking, 30 for $5 on Amazon.
You plug in affiliate links here.
Oh, we should, man. Could have made like a ton of money. Could have paid for the whole hub.
Hold on.
Do you guys want to meet a project builder?
We do.
See whether I can tempt him in a minute. I'm going to go all echoey because I'll have to switch out of this.
He can plug his own project again.
Celebrity guest reveal with Phil.
Oh, look at that shirt. Legit.
Yeah, we've come in matching.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. I know you. You're Harry Philip Wilson, aren't you?
Yes.
Creator of the Balena Scratch project.
Hang on, I'll get the link for it right now to drop in the chat.
And Andrew's the poor guy that's had to sit listening to Harry's video on loop for the past week, editing his video about his project.
Wow, that thing was fun. And I think a lot of people, Harry, a lot of people appreciate what you've done. So good job, man.
Here comes Alexandra. She can't resist.
There you go.
Hi. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
We loved all your jokes, Harry, so we had to add in all the little animations and stuff.
Yeah, I think Harry the first person to appear on a hero image with his name.
For sure.
Yeah.
So, it's pretty
yeah.
And then, so today, Harry, to keep you up to date, Andrew has added some extra things to a file in your repo so that it will appear on the app catalog that we're building today.
Okay.
And Shaun is building an instance of your Scratch project in balenaCloud, so that will appear on the catalog. I think that's it. So it'll appear.
Harry, is your project our first education project on the roster? Do we have any other education projects?
Not that I know of.
It is, yeah.
Nice work.
The first education project, and it made it for the release day of Hub at the same time.
Good work, my man.
Yeah.
So for people that haven't been, because we did only release that blog post yesterday, I think, didn't we?
Yeah, we shared it earlier on the stream, but feel free to plug it again.
But if anybody's not gone and read that yet, so Harry wanted to create a project so that children could go and get up and running with Scratch, which is a way of coding with blocks. You click blocks together to create applications. And it's something that he really enjoys. And when we were out on a conversation on a walk one day, we sort of realized that other children might not have a software developer for a dad and might not know how to make a Scratch machine or help them get going. So he wanted to make a way with a deploy with Balena button so that other children could do it. And the hope is that maybe schools, coding groups, home education groups could use that because it would remove the friction to getting going with something like Scratch and take away like the cost of hardware requirements, because a Raspberry Pi 4, I mean, hopefully it would be more accessible to more people to learn how to code on one of those. So Harry and I, we co-developed it.
Nice work, you all.
Well done. Yeah. We've got hair appreciation. Rad means good. Doesn't mean like, I don't know, radioactive. It means good.
Is that where it comes from? I had no idea.
I
never thought about it. It's just been part of vernacular forever. Radical. Oh yeah, radical.
Radical radioactiveness.
I like radioactive better.
It was longer. It was like he was going to grow it down to the floor at one point, but
Rockstar.
We've managed to. Yeah. We're going for Rockstar. We're going for Kurt Cobain, not.
Oh, nice. Not Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thor's a much worse role model than Kurt Cobain.
Even he did that.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks for looking out.
Sam knows what's up.
Rad. Oh yeah, like the Ninja Turtles. Radical. I knew that.
Oh yeah, Sam's hero.
Sam, how's your project going?
Yeah, right. You must be off the clock now, and you can do some project work, surely.
He's got one underway. Let's see if he can chime in on the comments.
Let's see here.
Rad equals radian. Sounds mathematical.
Looking at the first release party stuff makes me realize we need to go back. I need to go back and update some things.
What things?
I think
What, the
Vbol has told me a couple times that some things have been updated with our first feature that we released on a release party. Yeah, it's all good.
I'm going to update the blog to under review since it's under review.
Yeah, boy. Sounds good to me.
Oh, and in 2 minutes, somebody needs to do an hourly review, and I've just done 2 in a row. So I feel like it's not me. That's what I feel like. It's either Chris or Andrew.
I went last before I... Pretty sure.
No, David was before me.
Yeah.
I can try and bumble through a review.
Ah, right. Hang on. Right.
All right. I'll get the next one.
Let me get you set up, Chris.
I'm going to be winging it.
Oh, like the rest of us have been rehearsing something.
Yeah.
I mean, they're so polished and like tight that I can't imagine they're just off the cuff.
That's how we roll. Right, let's get rid of that comment and let's go, dude.
Okay, so do we need to explain what we're doing?
You gotta talk.
Tell me how this goes.
Here, I'll
Start on the right.
give you the
Start with
cue.
the beer.
Just read off the teleprompter.
What's balenaHub? There.
Okay, so we're building a catalog of curated applications, and you'll find that each application has a deploy with balena button. Okay, no, so this is our release party number 2, and today we're working on something that we're calling balenaHub, and it's something we've been thinking about for quite a long time in response to kind of like demand from the community to be able to access all the projects and stuff that both us and community members have built in a single place. Because we've got a lot of cool things and the community's made a load of cool things, but there's no place that kind of brings them together into one spot. So we've come up with this idea that we're calling balenaHub, and today we're aiming to bring all those apps together, or at least we're starting with 10. I'm going to bring all those together into one place, and each one is going to have a deploy with balena button. So if you're familiar with a project already and you've used that button, there's no difference apart from now everything's in one place. So you'll be able to see all different types of projects, the devices they support, as well as sort of we're trying to set up the process for the community to make their submissions. And ultimately, our goal is to like become the center and everyone can self-serve their submissions and kind of like share their apps with the community. So this nice flowchart that Phil has made is giving the kind of current state of play, where we have stuff in green, which is done, stuff in orange, which is ready for review, and the stuff in red, which I still think is kind of, it looks negative, but it's just in progress. I think, yeah, we need more statuses next time. So yeah, and Steve showed off kind of first rev a moment ago, where we've sort of populated the database with all the apps we want to share. We've been through a load of repos and added a new balena YAML file that describes the application and adds the metadata we need to present a nice card for people. Alexandra's been making logos. We've been PRing those into repos. So we've got a nice batch of apps ready. But yeah, I think we're getting there. Like, we're making good progress. Definitely on track to beat the 11.0.
Well done.
How does that sound?
What do you mean?
Pretty good.
You mean do 12 hours?
No, beat, like, we need to be clear.
golf.
Beating the record is lower, like golf. Yeah,
No,
as Carl
okay.
said the other day.
I'm not sure we should be setting this as our target, because otherwise we're just going to like release a Hello World app and then stop the clock at 5 minutes.
Or
I'm
next
not
time
sure
you
we're
guys are gonna-
optimizing for a low time, are we?
Yeah, all the work is going to be done in advance, and all we're going
Let's
to do
not
is click
PR
one
anything.
button.
We'll self-certify everything. Just shove it in. Stop the
no
clock.
records. Like, we're just going for it. We're hanging out. We're having a good time.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's true.
We're optimizing for user experience, not time.
Also, it's perhaps worth mentioning that we have an Etcher thing there. So some people will remember when they flash an SD card in Etcher, it comes up with a nice little project suggestion for you to build. Like, one of the things on our task list for today is to change that to point to Hub. So instead of one project that you can build, you can go to Hub and you can find a whole load of projects. So that's something that we're finalizing right now, and that's what I'm working on currently with Alexandra. and it's looking good. That's it from me. To be clear.
I'm trying to review Andrew's blog post at the same time as.
Back to you, Phil.
Oh, no, I can't multitask. What was I going to ask? While I was gone a minute ago, did we get to a point where we knew what the Etcher image is going to be? Did we reach consensus?
We're currently reaching consensus. It's happening in the background.
It's right here. This was it.
Oh, good.
It isn't David Stickman.
It's two people with no hands throwing diamonds at each other.
Yes, that's the one we went with. We decided on that one. Hold on a minute, though. I'm going to make a live update to it.
I mean, it kind of is close. one of the tests.
Okay.
Just no stick people.
I just PR'd an improvement. We've got hands.
Right. I mean, now I'm in. I'm all in now. Yeah.
Bulldozer just merged hands.
So the dude selling springs?
No, look close.
Are we selling like pitchforks?
Oh, you can't use hands. Hands is a project title that's already been taken.
Yeah, these are proper hands.
Chris made hands.
Oh, man.
Hans the composer.
Whenever I can hear anybody's flow doc be deep in the background, I get some sort of stress response. Does anybody else get that when you hear a ping?
I thought it was me that gives you stress responses.
No. You chill me out. I think to myself, if this dude's still here, I must be all right.
That's what I say every IoT happy hour that Allison allows me to continue to do this. I'm like, I have no idea how I got so lucky.
I mean, you were pushing the bar with that multimeter and the balena fin, I have to say.
Yeah.
Oh. You make that sound like a constructive thing.
Wait till you see me fix that balena fin.
Yeah.
By fix, you mean bring back from the dead?
Yeah,
I mean, is it going to smoke again as part of fixing it?
Learn soldering starting with a ball grid array.
Yep.
Was that this week's episode? Soldering?
No, not yet. I have to learn how to solder first and then purchase a soldering iron.
That might be the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you just read in a book how to solder and then you can.
No, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
You should get the same soldering iron as Chris and me.
Is that the internet connected one?
Yeah.
Then that's
waiting for you to add device support, David.
And expose the public URL so we can adjust the temperature for you.
Yeah. So this will really screw with him. We've turned the temperature down.
Yeah.
Can it be treated as a dependent device? Has Rahul got that working yet? Where's Rahul?
No, it's not. It's a 32, isn't it? Not a 2866. Where's Rahul anyway?
Yeah, what happened to him?
He's eating dinner.
Because he wanted to meet Harry.
The launch URL is going to be hub.balena.io, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Alexandra's trolling David about his drawing.
No, that's not trolling. That's
condescending. No, she means that in this voice. Well done, David.
No, that is not at all. That is a genuine compliment.
Good boy. Get yourself a biscuit.
A biscuit? What's a biscuit?
Oh, no, you didn't have biscuits, do you? A cookie.
No.
A cookie, Doug.
Oh.
All right.
Right, I'm going to review this document if somebody else can fill white space.
I'm trying to come up with EFP text.
I already had it.
No, I'm still revving.
Ah, okay. Let me know if you need help. All right, now I'm done with this post.
See that? Told you. Honest appreciation. Knew it.
Alexandra's just too nice. That's her problem.
No, I know it. I know it. So let's do this. I want to do a quick glance.
How's that Jetson Nano project going, Shaun?
It actually failed.
That well.
Doing great.
I'm glad I asked.
Yeah, it failed saying there's no such image Mongo latest.
Oh yeah, I've had that before. If you retry it, we'll go through.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to do, but it's worrying that has happened. So that shouldn't happen.
What did I have that with the other day? It was something similar, and it wasn't one of our images. It was somebody else's image that was being pulled in.
I wonder if sometimes there's probably not like a retry logic in pulling external images, and if it can't connect it and can't find it, then it'll just say it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Kyle had a ZoneMinder repo that I was trying out, and it had MariaDB being brought in, and the same thing, it timed out because it said that image didn't exist. But when I repushed it, it was fine.
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
What are you doing now, Chris?
EFP thinking. Hashtag thinking.
Hashtag thinking.
Oh no, I failed.
Andrew's suggestion is a blank text box.
That's why we have him round.
There.
And you're making fun of me.
Okay. All right. I like that one. There's that missing dash.
You realise you're discussing something none of us nor the audience can see.
Oh,
Real shortly.
Yeah.
We're preparing to have the vote that we talked about. So
okay.
For the featuring in Etcher, we're going to put 2 options up on screen, and then how are we going to do the vote? Twitter poll?
I don't think so, because I think that it makes people context switch. They've got to find Twitter. They've got to potentially have Twitter. Find the Balena thing. I feel like we could just get them to put stuff in the comments and we'll count them.
Yeah,
Okay.
can we just
Spam the comments with your view.
Yeah, put them both up on screen side by side, or one after the other, and then have folks put them right into comments here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get Alexandra to screen share with them side by side, and we can label 1A and 1B, and then spam the chat with A or B.
Yeah. And I'll draw a high-tech Google Sheets graph of the distribution.
I want to add one more for consideration there. You guys can dump that one too. I had to get it out.
Whenever I concentrate on this document, there's silence in the background. I can't be the only one that can do talking.
We're at that point. I mean, the last time we did this, we had segments where Alex would talk about the company culture and stuff. And I think we were missing that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I wonder where Alex has been today. He's been busy.
Maybe he's watching. Yeah, could be. Or I don't know if he was traveling or not for Thanksgiving. I'm not sure.
No, I
Kyle.
think he's working on the internal architecture stuff. And yeah.
There are like other things happening in Balena, not just that this isn't the sum total of our output today.
Oh yeah, we had that other. There were 2 big projects this week, right? This is one of 2. Busy week.
Oh, I'm deferring to Shaun about whether we talk about the other one.
No spoilers.
Right.
Yeah, let's not commit to anything.
one for one. You heard it here.
That's for tomorrow's release party, I think.
I'm washing my hair that day.
Yeah, and you took us, what, 2.5 months to recover from the last one?
It does feel like a Friday, Miguel, but that means tomorrow's going to feel like a Saturday, but I have to work. Oh, and it's Thanksgiving, so so this is going to mess us up, isn't it?
Yeah, I think quite a lot of the American team are off, so it is kind of Friday today.
Yeah, this is Friday.
I'm here tomorrow. We can party.
I'm going to go deep fry a turkey.
Nice. Chris, did you cut my contribution? You jerk. It's fine. It's fine.
I think maybe.
Gladly edited it.
You said it was too hardline.
Yeah, okay. I think that counts as cutting it, yeah.
It is too hardline. It's just an idea. I wanted to address the builders, but I get it. I get it.
Oh, yeah. That was last month, wasn't it?
That's right.
October, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Miguel was Little Uzi Jacuzzi or something.
I think that's Cameron.
Cameron?
The only known fan of the supervisor.
Little Uzi's a rapper, right? Like he's a real rapper. So does that account represent like Little Uzi's jacuzzi?
Right, I'm finally through that review.
Thanks, dude.
That is the question. Who is Little Uzi Jacuzzi?
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Yeah. Well, we do. It's Cameron. There's somebody who pretends to be called Little Uzi Jacuzzi. I'm pretty sure it's Cameron.
It's the account he uses to catfish old ladies.
And pick up the supervisor in release parties.
Yeah.
Those are its 2 main goals. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Yeah.
It's Cameron for sure.
All right. Live your mission, Little Uzi. I want to see where that supervisor at and where them ladies at.
Okay, so we're going to have this poll on which image in a moment. Do we?
All right.
Like,
where's that? On YouTube?
Yeah, Alexandra's preparing it so we can show them side by side.
Nice.
Oh, it's Andy.
Hey, Andy.
Oh, hey.
Hey. Andy was my Balena buddy when I joined.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Haven't heard from him for ages. I hope you're doing well.
Chris, maybe you should tell him what balenaHub.
Yeah, you need to give him an update. He has no idea what's going on.
He needs to rewind about 17 minutes and either that or wait another 43. Are you sure we don't want to tweet this poll as well, Phil? Like, I'm feeling like we should.
Why?
Yeah.
So that we have multiple places.
There's only
to count
13
it.
people watching at the moment.
Poll multiple sources.
Yeah.
You go for it, dude.
It's my guy with hands right there.
Oh, is that what that is?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was like a scale for where the I don't know.
Oh, I got the coveted fill. Looks good to me. Nice. All right, I guess we're staging.
Stamp of approval.
I didn't make it past the first paragraph.
That's okay. It's pretty self-explanatory. Rahul made it through too.
Nice.
Phil,
While eating dinner. Props, Rahul.
Shaun?
how long does the Scratch project take to build?
Not
No,
long.
not long at all.
Like minutes. Less than a minute.
Then it seems like something's going wrong with this.
Oh.
Oh, maybe I need to kick it again.
What are you building it on?
Back in a minute.
On balenaCloud.
Oh.
Like 1 minute.
Oh, no, this has been... All right, that's wrong then.
I mean, it's X11, a window manager and Scratch. It's not a huge.
It's tiny.
Yeah, that's weird.
Where are y'all running this poll?
I think we can talk about it on stream and tweet, maybe.
Okay.
Overruled. Story of my life. What do you think, Phil? Yeah, well, we're doing this anyway.
We're doing both. We're doing both.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We really need to do live streaming back of the logs when Balena deploys. I think it would be lovely, Steve.
It sounds like I'm the only person in the whole company and everyone else is just talking.
That's about right. We drink the beers and do the talking. There's only about one engineer.
Hey guys, what did I miss?
No, but I agree, yes. We should. I think with how we plan to, like the new architecture, it should become a bit easier to implement that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, I pinged the YouTubes to see if anyone's awake and wants to join in. Oh, you can run the poll on YouTube too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna grab. Oh, here. Oh, nice job, Alexandra.
That's not quite ready yet.
Oh, never mind. Oh, I missed the. Ah, damn. Wait.
Yeah. Phil Miguel's asking about changes in the release party process and the beautiful sidebar.
Yes, the sidebar is a checklist. So that's kind of our summary of a more in-depth diagram, which I can show in a sec. The colors indicate green is done. Amber is under review, so the work has been done. We're just waiting for it to be reviewed so it can go into done. And the red means it's underway, work is underway, but not quite ready for review.
Nice.
Is there any changes in the release party process? I mean, we've got some overlays. It's a bit less hacked together in the moment that Chris was having to do last time with his Google drawings live on the stream. The other one we've got, so I was just editing at the same time, but I can show you for people that have just joined.
We didn't cut docs this time.
Ooh, let me get rid of that.
Yeah,
Actually, that's true. We cut docs last time.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Not only did docs not get cut, but it was like the first thing that was completed by people and Rahul.
So I've expressed the process in what do we need to get done to drink beer? I know Shaun doesn't follow my draconian rules, but some of us wait for success. So we're trying to turn all of these bits green. Some of them are dependent on each other and some of them aren't. And we're working through this process. People beavering in the background. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how's it going?
Yo, welcome back.
Are you coming in to give new energy?
He's coming to tell us that his project's broken.
That's what I'm trying to sort out right now. Is Shaun found that Balena piHole wasn't building anymore due to a Golang dependency being broken. So I'm trying to fix that live and on the fly.
Nice.
Can you share your screen while you fix it live and on the fly?
If you guys want to see the build flying by, go for it.
Yeah.
Why not? That.
I mean, it's that, or Chris will draw pencil diagrams again.
All right.
I got to drop off a call, guys.
Right on.
But yeah, I think Tomas is handling some of the other deployments. But there's something odd about the Scratch one. Like when I do the deploy with Balena with the Scratch project, it just seems to spin there for ages. So I don't know.
Is that something to do, Steve? Is that something to do with the default branch's main, not master?
Let me think.
I mean, the deploy button
shouldn't.
No, it did work when I tried it several times.
Yeah, it's still just spinning and it never completes on that.
We've got the repo URL and we've got the deploy repo URL. Is the one in the model expecting, or that goes into the model is expecting to be under a default branch?
I mean, it just wait. Let me check the repo. So main is the default branch. It will read that. The config seems fine. So. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if it's because of this, but in the Balena YAML, there is application environment variables that is supposed to have values, but it doesn't. I'm not sure if that's causing the builder to not finish. I don't know. I'm talking about this line. I mean, it shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't think that would be. Sounds weird, but
yeah, at the very least, it should just skip the contract, and yeah, that's how it's supposed to handle it. But I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna jump, guys, but I'll come back hopefully.
But we've still got Tomas, and he can look, right?
Yeah, he's probably more competent.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, I mean, he's been drinking more than me. He's the only one with the beer. So
it's water, man.
Yeah, sure.
You see,
sure.
Oh yeah,
orange.
So that green glass, yeah.
Yeah, it's gin.
Pure gin.
There you go.
Catch you later, Shaun.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.
Our viewership has gone up since Kyle declared he's live coding.
Well, I'm watching a build fail. It looks like this time it failed to download the source tarball, so at least the failure is different, but it's somehow earlier than a Golang dependency missing. So not sure what to do there, but I'm mostly just watching it do its thing.
Steve, shall I remove that empty environment variables?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think if that's the cause, but at the very
least,
might
as well.
Yeah.
Andrew, I think we're there with the poll image.
Nice.
Do we want to do YouTube on stream in the comments and Twitter? And we could say give it like 20 minutes or 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right, so this one.
Right, Tomas,
like 4 minutes ago.
I've cleared up the Scratch Balena YAML if you're retrying it at some point.
Cool. So shall I tweet this then, and then Andrew, you can do YouTube, and then we'll do the stream in a minute.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh, you weren't joking when you said you were just doing a build, Kyle.
Yeah, like the failure seems to be. I mean, I did add a small fix here that we're going to try and use a vendor branch if it's available. So it reran the build. It didn't even get as far as the build this time. It got as far as like downloading the package, which is a valid URL, and it failed there. So I'm going to chalk that up to GitHub. Maybe I should add more curl attempts, like retry this many times. But I have seen that URL fail before when just requesting the source from GitHub. It's odd, but I've seen it happen. Maybe the builders just get really busy. I don't know.
Oh, you can only do text polls on YouTube.
This is the problem I just found on Twitter.
Not everything is Instagram, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you can do a tweet of an image and then attach a poll underneath.
I guess, yeah. There you go.
I think.
I'm going to do this.
Or vice versa. How can you put a time limit on YouTube?
No.
So should we say we'll call it at the top of the hour, so in like 30 minutes?
Sounds good. And posted.
Making some progress this time. See, all I had to do was retry it, and now it's actually compiling. Debugging at its best. Keep mashing compile until it does what you want.
I mean, for our audience, Carl's joking. Don't hammer our builders when your project doesn't work.
All right, it's gotten farther than it was going to be before, so this change actually seems to be good. I'll push this up and let Shaun know.
Thanks, dude.
It is still Shaun. Shaun's the one deploying the apps, right?
Tomas was doing that.
Okay, Tomas.
Sorry, what? I heard my name, but I didn't hear this.
I'm going to push a new version of Balena piHole in a second that has some fixes in it, so you're going to want to grab that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Okay, so I can show you how the UI looks like, and then I'll switch to actually preparing this to get deployed. I mean, there are plenty of things to improve, but I think it should be enough. So, wow, that's some noisy keyboard now.
Sorry, I'll need that.
Kyle's that guy in the office.
Yeah, oh man.
You miss all this stuff when you don't
Good you work
with
from
people.
home.
Yeah, right.
So we are getting everything with logo and description and everything. You can actually search now.
The Kerberos one, that's cool. Yeah.
balenaCloud. So it searches through both the description and the name. I wouldn't put my money on the search if there are 5,000 apps. It's a bit naive, but it works. So yeah. This was a broken link. We need to handle that better, but it's not as crucial for now. So I'll leave it off. This works. This works. Now you actually get the owner.
Whoa.
And if you click, oh man, that is not the URL. Yeah, so that needs fixing. And then when you go here, you just get some like deploy with Balena instructions, which should give you an idea how to write the config. And then there's the submit form. The only thing I need to finalize is to add a proper API key that pairs with our API. So every time you submit, you get successful request and not a failed one. And I think that's it. Aside from this not working, we can start getting this ready for a deployment.
This is looking awesome.
It's looking cool. Oh, that would be so good when we get the UI build changing color.
For search, are we gonna add like categories at some point to beef up the search capability.
Yeah.
Or other metadata. Right on.
And like device types is a good one.
Yeah. You hear that, search and metadata nerds? On it.
How many options are there going to be in this vote, oh leader, Chris?
2.
Cool.
I've already tweeted.
It's A or B.
Yeah.
Oh, well, funnily enough, I'm not on Twitter right now.
We had 1 vote and then it disappeared. Oh no, we've got 3 votes.
Nice. Good old Twitter.
Oh, right.
It
I
has
get to
its
vote.
pieces.
Oh, man, I'm doing that for sure.
Oh, me too. Oh, yeah. Hold on a sec.
Let's put this link in. I'll put the link in chat.
See.
So we're doing 2 different votes, with the same vote in 2 different places, and then we're going to collate results and graph them. Does that sound right? Andrew, while Chris is sneezing.
Sounds right.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, to be honest, the YouTube version is not as robust, so I'd be surprised if anyone's clicking or replying.
Oh, I'll go and click it. Presumably
We also need to share it on the stream, though, as well. Right?
I'm sharing it as a link, but we can bring it up on screen as well.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, guys. I've fixed piHole, so I'm going to hop off and get back to work.
Right on.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks,
Later.
Kyle.
Thanks, Kyle.
Nate.
Bye-bye.
Where's the vote on YouTube then? I mean, don't feel you have to answer me, Andrew.
Oh, it's in the community chat, but unfortunately, community chats are pretty restricted to like either doing a raw text-based poll, showing an image, or just linking. So I added the image and asked for people's votes in the replies. And then for folks on stream, here's what we're choosing from. Am I sharing the photo?
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. So,
Look at that
instructions are set.
magic. Straight from doodle to actual real concept.
Yeah, look, except no people.
No spring salesman.
Feel free to vote, hit A or B, and we'll add it to the tally.
Can I vote or will I bias people?
You can
vote.
Definitely vote.
Vote, Steve.
I'll go
Exercise
with
your
A.
rights.
A,
You can follow the
definitely.
instructions. It's supposed to type A into the chat.
Oh, wait.
Therefore,
Chat.
we can.
I don't know. I honestly didn't listen. It's just I just saw 2 images, A, B, and I choose.
You're like, God damn, that A looks great. I chose A as well.
I chose A.
I also chose A.
Me too.
This might be
Someone in the name of democracy choose option B.
Yeah, somebody has.
We do have some votes for B on Twitter.
11% in Twitter or currently for B.
11%.
Wow.
Yeah, that just goes to show you that it takes all sorts.
I mean, it might be just because it's the images look quite small here, so I can't see what's happening on B.
No,
I just see lines and something blue, and that's it.
I think we have all the context to make sense of B internally. Like, I don't
Yeah,
think it's
yeah.
an easily grokked thing externally.
Oh, so I get to say, here we go.
Are people still voting, or can I stop sharing?
People are still voting.
All right.
There's lots coming through on YouTube now. All of them say A, clearly, but
I mean, Miguel has a good point, though. There is more to it than just a pie.
I mean, it's not a pie. It just looks like one.
yeah.
And
we
hey,
don't
this
have
is-
like generic single board computer, do we?
No.
I mean, how would that look like?
Much like that.
Exactly.
Maybe a different color.
This will be one of many experiments, so we can iteratively improve.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Don't have to live with this forever.
Yeah.
So if we just all choose A and then we'll move on.
All right.
We have to let the crowd decide.
Oh,
Like if there's suddenly a massive swing and we end up calling it Hubby McHubface or whatever, like we have to go with it.
Yeah. Oh man, that should have been
Oh,
a thing.
you just invited all the trolls on the
I did, yeah.
Hey, Pete.
But it's all right because that isn't an option in the poll. So.
All right. Couple more minutes.
David there with the controversial B.
Mm-hmm. What a beautiful day.
Open data gam is going to take the whole day.
Right.
Is that the thing that drags us out to 12 hours? It's
maybe we should start with 9
build.
projects.
Oh yeah, that was good.
I mean, 9's a square number. I like that.
Or just do that one last. That's not how it works, huh?
Oh, we are doing that one last already. That's the thing.
I was hoping you were going to tell me positive things about the Scratch project.
Scratch project is go. It's
Maybe.
already
Hurry!
the only one. You're only waiting on Open Data Camp, which is going to take a while. Then Octobalena, but that needs the PR to be merged. So Matthew, whenever Matthew approves it, we will need to push a release then. And piHole, I'm currently building it.
So what would happen, Mr. Chris, if those projects haven't finished building? They just won't appear in the finished app catalog. But to all intents and purposes, the app catalog is functioning and it's all a success. We've just got 2 projects still building, right?
Yep.
So that seems okay.
Yep.
We don't have to sit here draconianly waiting for a project to build before we sip our beer.
I thought that for projects that were waiting on maintainers, couldn't you just make it look at the PR that's being considered? I think Shaun said something to that effect.
Yeah, if it's...
The thing is
Go ahead.
unless I don't know if the UI is filtering those cards out. Like if there is no contract.
Yeah, if there is no contract, it will filter it out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then it's fine.
Right on. So should we start prepping other stuff?
So,
as well?
which PRs are we waiting for?
Octobalena.
Just Octobalena. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we could fork it. Well, I'm assuming you forked it already, Andrew.
Yeah.
To make the changes. So we can push the fork to the app, and then it's problem solved until Matthew sees the PR.
Cool.
Oh, that's true.
All right. Time to add the other labs children.
I've not heard from Sam for a while. Oh, yeah, Sam's in the chat. He's voting. Old Sam. You need to be getting on with your project, dude. Oh, piHole's done. Cool.
All right.
Good work, Kyle.
What's the Twitter poll look like? Oof. 81% to 18.
It's quite telling.
Presumably 19, or there'll be 1 missing.
I'm going to retweet this.
I mean, I'm no maths whiz, but...
Oh, in totally unrelated news. Seems like Diego Maradona has died. I don't know.
What?
Just throwing out random news.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's young. 60. Man.
I expect riots later.
Oh, he had just had surgery for a blood clot.
Yep.
In his head. Right? Subdural, is that skull?
We're not going to drop it, Miguel. We're just waiting to see whether the project maintainer Matthew, he's in Liverpool, but presumably he's doing an honest day's work somewhere else and we'll get round to his project.
We're gonna work around it.
Yeah, and anyway, we can work around it if he doesn't pick it up today.
All right, waiting on art for the blog before I stage. I guess I should stage it. I think everyone's feedback's in. Contributor page is /submit, right?
Yeah, that's what it was before.
All right, thanks, homie.
Aki's made a nice suggestion in that we should change the heading "Contribute your application" to "Share your project with the world."
Yeah, I like that.
Which I'm down for.
I'm down for that too. LGTM. All right.
Where are we with the blog post, Mr. Andrew? Is that another thing we're going to wait until right till the end to push go?
Not necessarily. I think the content
just in case we redesign it all.
Yeah, that's what'll kick it out to 12 hours. Post is complete. We just need once it's up and running, a screenshot of Hub and maybe a zoom in on a card, because we do reference the card and what's that all about.
So it will be at the end probably.
Yeah, and then just some general design for the hero, the heroic image. We'll stage it. Looks good to me. Then I'll switch over to prepping the other projects on the list. Or did you want just 10, Chris? Should we just keep on keeping on since we know that?
No, I'm happy to keep going. No need to stick to 10. Nice. Like, this is just the launch.
All right.
You need to keep the ball rolling.
Extra credit time.
I'm thinking it'd be cool to have like a weekly update of the apps we added.
Yeah.
Like, do like a weekly roundup.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the happy hour or something too.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about the Etcher feature project. And for Andrew, maybe Chris. You know the call to action link we put on the button?
Yeah.
That it has like the UTM source and whatever for analytics, I think. Are we going to? Do we need to add that?
That's a good question.
Today, yeah, because they're not done with the big update where we're switching to more our newer analytics platform. So I would do everything the way that the old way, the current way.
Which is
to add the parameters.
To add the parameters, okay. And
Yeah.
do we need to? Do I just put random or not random, or do we need to create those somewhere else?
I would ask Jasmine. I think she has this particular way that she wants this stuff standardized.
Yeah, I wonder if Jasmine's around. We could get her in stream.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good call.
Don't call it version anymore. Call it like test and then the number.
So I'm gonna go with these. Paste it in chat.
There's a question for you there, David. Is multi-container the better way to go, even if you just have one process?
Sorry about that. Was looking for the unmute button.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand it either, Sam. If you can clarify a little bit, I think that would be helpful. Multi-container.
If you've only got one process.
Right,
no.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But maybe I don't quite understand the question.
I think it does help if you want to pass some. I think whether to go with a plain Docker file or Docker Compose.
Oh, I always go with Docker Compose, right? If that's,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if that's what the question is, yeah, I always do.
It's just easier to add other services when you want to, and then it's easier to do some configuration. Actually, the only way to do some configuration, like setting some capabilities and labels. So,
plus, I just keep the one way of working in my mind, and I do it the same every time.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So
I think
I went balenifying something. Oops. Sorry. One proc. Yeah, I'd say like you said, like you guys were saying, a Docker Compose is probably the right way to go, even if it is just one single container, one process to begin with. Could always add more later if need be, or like you said, some of those labels are only available in there and can't be managed or manipulated via a straight Docker file. So yeah, if you're going to do it, may as well do it that way. Yeah, and then I think, so this next comment here, so I see Balena projects going both ways. I think probably earlier projects use a Docker file, and I'd say just generally speaking, newer ones, we seem to all have gravitated towards Docker Compose. Chris, is that from the lab's perspective at least? Are you guys pretty standardized on Compose?
I think I want to say yes, but there's probably instances where the answer is no.
Yeah.
Because I think it depends. Like if, for example, I'm just building a one container project, I'll probably start with a Docker file, and then I'm not going to add the Docker Compose unless I need it. So unless I need to implement something which is easier in Compose, like I don't know, ports or something, perhaps. So you'll probably find there's a mix.
I do it the other way. I start with the Docker Compose always. Yeah. I don't know why. Get to these habits, don't you?
I think like the Inky Shop project, for example, I think is probably single container with Docker file, or at least it was for a long time if it's not right now. So when it comes to adding something like Wi-Fi Connect, then you have to convert it to using Compose anyway and change the structure. So it's probably easier just to start with Compose.
I rarely have one device running one app anyway. I'm often combining different apps to run several things on my devices anyway.
Yeah, it's a good question. We have 10 minutes left on the vote, and it's looking solid option A.
I need numbers, dude. I can't have solid.
It's a solid maybe on option A.
Do you actually see numbers rather than just percentages?
We have 81.3% option A, 18.8% option B. You mean individual counts?
Yeah.
16 votes total.
Right.
It doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you how many votes per option.
Cool. I'm glad we went this way.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's A.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point Sam makes. Like volumes and ports is much easier with Compose.
Yeah, for sure.
We found a way to potentially utilize B.
Which is
I voted twice.
It'll be for the hero image probably for the blog post. I like the cards. The cards, well, like the cards and showing like the act of submitting the act of submitting a project or downloading and deploying.
What was sorry to interrupt you. What was the text we want to show in the submit page?
Share your project with the world.
Okay.
Instead of contribute your application.
Yeah.
Cool. I am going to have a quick coffee break, and then I will beef up some YAML.
Okay. Bye. Update.
Strategically listening the top of the hour update.
No way.
Oh, nice one.
That's a
I have a quick update.
Open
Datacam has now built.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
So
all of them?
I guess, yep, except for Octobalena, but I guess, I mean, I would mark it as done. It's not done. But... You can put it green, right?
Well, until it's not done.
It's Tomas done.
It's
I think
standard. Like there's nothing.
Why don't you just push the fork for Octobalena and then we can call it done? Why is David waving things at the camera?
I imagine he's about to smoke a Jetson Nano.
I'm getting ready to do some soldering
Oh,
and some. Where's my multimeter? Where's that digital multimeter right here?
Wait, Chris, do you mean like I fork it and I push that?
No, I mean like so Andrew's forked it already, so he could PR the changes, so we can push his fork of that repo, as in it's already there and ready to go.
Yes, but I think it grabs the Balena YAML from the repo URL. So I mean, I can do that. I can need to change that.
Ah.
It's more work, but I can do it.
I mean,
okay, I'll do that.
I mean, the other option is we just hold off on that until Matthew gets to look at the PR.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine either way.
Tomas, can you share the Excel file? I just want to. I see 8 tabs here: balenaSound, balenaDash, Basic Station, balenaCups, Balena Minecraft Server, Kerberos, Scratch, and piHole.
There you go. So you see 8?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So okay, probably there was one that failed.
Makes sense.
Just need to figure out which one.
God, the emoji game is strong in the spreadsheet.
Yeah, I was expecting something green and then.
No, it's some tab. Balena Cups, maybe? Do you have that one?
Yep. This is an interesting game.
Can you share the screen, Steve? Do you have this one? Do you have this one?
I have 7 more to guess.
So here it is. I can try and refresh. No.
Which one is it?
Fun.
Sound and Dash. piHole is there. Then Scratch. Is Scratch there? Basic Station.
Basic Station. Oh yeah, Basic Station's there.
Minecraft. Oh, you don't have Minecraft.
Minecraft
right?
is bottom left.
Oh,
it just hasn't got the icon for some reason.
Yeah.
What happened to
Cups?
No, that is the icon. I mean, it's not the default one we load.
David's got it's the Coral one.
Ah, Coral, okay.
Kerberos.
There's no open data cam. There's no open data cam and there's no Coral. Somebody's got something against Alan and his projects.
I bet
or
no
one has pushed any.
Yeah, the Coral one isn't in the list, because, the top list in the spreadsheet.
Shaun set the is public flag for all of them except open datacam, and then I told him, don't forget about that one, and I guess he forgot. Let me quickly check, and since he's not here, we can blame it on him.
Yep, good idea.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is public flag is set to false. Yeah, so we need to set it to public. And I guess only he can do it, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, among us, yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna ping him.
So, by the way, here what will happen is this is very ugly. Don't judge me, but if there are more than 5 device types here, it will. You can click and it will give you a list of all the
I think
other
that's
device type. It's
pretty functional for today.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. And that's it. I mean, now we are just waiting. We are fixing up the Docker file. Gonna push. If everything goes well, we can deploy it, and that's it. And it should work.
That's a good point, Mr. Chris. Deploying. And Carlo.
Yeah, I think we can say
Balena Minecraft server should have a logo.
That is the logo.
That's the logo. It's the.
Oh, look, I can see
GitHub.
like the logo that's in the repo is not what, like the path that's in the Balena YAML is not pointing to the logo that's in the repo.
What is it pointing to?
Yeah, it should be this. It's pointing to Alex's avatar when it should be pointing to logo PNG in the repo.
Oh yes. Oh, and it was a Shaun PR.
Yes, double the fault.
I mean, we'll probably need to figure out a way to kind of validate this YAML file, kind of, I don't know, render it somewhere before you do
Yeah.
Oh no,
a
it was
release.
Andrew's change.
Oh, well, he's not here, so we can blame him.
Same. Yeah, same result.
Okay. Are you handling that, or shall I do it?
Who are you talking to?
You.
I haven't got it cloned.
Okay.
If you can do it quicker.
I think.
Oh, Alex is in the comments.
But like Alex, you have an icon already called logo.png. We just need to update the Balena YAML. So we made an icon but forgot to use it.
Well, Alex can probably do that pretty quick.
That was Shaun's
Yeah.
fault. Yep.
I don't know whether Alex wants to come on the stream. You could email either me or Chris or David, and we'll.
Although, yeah, depends what he wants to do. I've got write access to his repo.
Well, that was a mistake.
Yeah. I think he shared it with me when we were first building and testing the project.
Steve, can you check Open Datacam?
Just a sec.
Should be good.
Yep.
Nice.
Whee. Good work, Tomas.
Why do we have the nano logo twice? I guess it's a different device type, but same logo.
It's an SD card and there's a
Yeah.
EMT one.
Yeah, that's what I assume.
It's like instant revoke.
I thought that might be, yeah. You do?
No, you fixed that right away.
What a miss.
Alex trolling.
Oh.
Not our Alex Programmer DE trolling Chris. There's a issue with his Balena YAML is pointing, his logo is pointing to his GitHub avatar, not the logo. So we're pulling in like a, one of those auto-generated GitHub Space Invaders instead of the piHole logo.
I'm pretty sure it was my bad. I had that as the placeholder for a bit, and then Alexandra created the logo. I added it to repo, but I never fixed the URL.
I think that's what happens when we have people coding live on the internet at 4 a.m.
Maybe. All right, so I felt guilty, so I'm making my coffee right now, but I came back for the top of the hour because I think it's my turn.
Yay! Right, let me share my screen.
Dedication.
I'd forgotten. So
you got it. You're my pals. Like I get up at 3 a.m. for you all. All right.
And then write bugs. Off you go.
All right. On hour 6 here, we are in the midst of our release party number 2. We're building balenaHub. balenaHub is a catalog of edge and IoT applications that product builders like yourselves can submit. You can try out different apps. You can search for projects that you maybe haven't thought of or curious about. We got a couple of build steps going on here. A number of them are in parallel. What we've completed so far is the Hub UI design, the data model, how we operate the API, the docs. In progress are Etcher feature projects. So that's the little promotional project spotlight that shows up on Etcher when you flash. We have our blog post underway, and all that's left is the Hub UI build. What's create apps mean again? Is that just like the creation process?
Yeah, that's the setting the apps up in the labs accounts. That's what Tomas and Shaun have been working
on. Some deployment fun, and then beer. Or for those of us where it's still super duper in the morning, perhaps another coffee. That's where we're at. We wouldn't be doing this without community members like you all. This is a way for us to spotlight not just the work that we're doing at Balena Labs, but also our community. We've got a good number of community projects on the list already. We're about to add a couple more. But once this is up and running and you all have a project you'd like to submit, feel free to follow the submission instructions and we'll get them up on the hub. How was that?
Sounds good.
Right on. I was really looking for Phil's validation, but then he bounced in the middle of my update. Nah, for good reason, for good reason. We've all got kiddo aggro. Or sorry, kiddo, or aggro is like a gamer term, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
We get distracted by children from time to time.
Yeah, I heard mine yelling earlier. I chose to ignore it.
I believe the aggro term is from role-playing games, right? Where the tank needs to have the aggression of the monster. Therefore, I have aggro. There, you learned something. TIL.
Cool. Excellent.
Okay, I am pushing a new release of Balena Minecraft Server to update the YAML and use the logo.
If you're on the chat and you love RPGs, hit the spam that like button.
Oh, we can call our results. Oh, it was close in the end.
Really?
63.6% option A, 36.4% option B.
Whoa.
What? Did you hire a Russian bot farm of Twitter accounts?
I retweeted it to my account, which are a lot of semi-technical folks, more designy, like web folks.
This is not close. 63%.
I mean, it's not really in the scheme of things, is it? It's just closer than it was.
How did it turn out?
Right, yeah.
It's still basically 2/3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we can mark the UI build green because now it's really just the Docker file that.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and I would mark create apps too.
Yeah.
What are we?
I think. I mean, that will never be
If we
done.
want to have, if we want 10, well, let's say we add Inky Shot.
We need a logo.
Oh,
that's easy.
Yep.
We can.
Well, technically, we have a fallback logo, but I think the direct orders from the commander-in-chief was to have uniques, Chris. So technically, we could have been falling back all along.
There's a draconian review process that just kicks you out if you don't have a logo.
I can tidy up Inky Shot. Let me grab my coffee real quick.
Well, we've got Inky Shot or we've got balenaSense, which Alexandra's probably already done a logo for. Like both of those we could do.
Yeah, there was the one with the thermometer, wasn't it? So.
Oh, I think we left off the skin temp scanner on the account of it's still impossible to buy those sensors. Like they're out of stock worldwide.
Wow.
Still, that's totally crazy.
And then, yeah, we haven't done Coral, have we?
No.
Yeah, so that's a good one too. Any of those.
All right.
So that puts us at 12, I think, total.
Yeah. Well, we didn't want to go crazy with our projects because obviously we want to equally balance it with community ones.
Might need Sam to get that project wrapped up and pushed quick here.
Oh no.
I'm trying to think what others.
I mean, if anyone watching has some good submissions, let us know.
We do have 6 community projects, and 4 Balena ones right now, counting Octobalena.
Oh, yeah. Octobalena is the one preventing us from hitting 10.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Matthew will see it later. I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know that I would alter our process. I think just give him some time and he'll grab it.
Sounds good to me. Plus, he has a really cool logo.
Yeah, and he's already got a logo, so yeah, we just let him find that later after work. Trying to think, is there anything else sitting in incubator, playground?
I mean, we have a few candidates, but I'd rather promote community ones.
Yeah.
This is looking good though. Where's Carlo? If he's working on deployment, he should join us.
Yeah, maybe I can ping him.
There he is.
Is it just there?
Hello.
What's up,
Hey,
guys?
Carlo.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep. How's it going?
Yep. No.
So we're just fixing some the scripts in the Docker file so we can create an image out of it.
Cool.
And I guess once we have that in place, what else is missing?
Then we deploy the Kubernetes templates and have it out.
Cool. And the domain, the DNS we've already configured, right?
Yeah, there's only one domain name that we need to set. So the other redirects are already in place.
Oh, cool. I guess then it's the Docker file passing.
What's up, Carlo? Nice haircut.
Yeah.
All right. Projects.
Yeah, we were just
we
were discussing whether there's anything more we can put in place to reach 10 without Octobalena.
Oh, I don't know. Iki shot.
I mean, like non-Balena ones.
Oh, well, I mean, those people aren't around, right? So we'd still
have the same problem.
I mean, unless they saw the PR and immediately grabbed it, yeah, they wouldn't. It wouldn't help.
No, I think we're probably good. We can let things just process.
But we can still do the PRs after.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the launch. Like we want to keep this going now.
Cool. Oh, Sam, what's Sam working on? Is this app number 10? What's going on, buddy? Oh, so the fork PR workaround didn't work?
We haven't tried it, have we? But it's like the theory is that it needs more work, so we may as well just wait.
Gotcha.
Sam, remind us. He had emailed it over to me. I can't remember what the project was. What the application is. I want to say it begins with an R, which is of no use. But yeah, refresh our memory, Sam. And Alex Programmer DE, should I show it to you somehow? What is that? He's loading GIMP, so he's making his own logo over there.
Yeah. I updated the balenaYAML to use the logo that Alexandra made, but he can obviously make his own logo too.
True. Wasn't Will working on a secondary project, or did he hop off?
Oh yeah, he was.
A dashboard or something.
Yeah, his Balena dashboards project.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still watching or not.
Ooh,
I can't
balenify
remember. That might have been. That was early. That was like 4 a.m. when he was in the comments.
No, he just messaged that like not too long ago. Like at least an hour and a half.
Yeah, so Will, if you're still watching, let us know what that one is. A Blink server. And Chris, you had mentioned that was something that you were thinking of building at one point as well, right? What is a Blink server? I'm not familiar with it.
I haven't looked at it for probably 3 years now, but I remember it as it's like an app you can install, and it's like a gateway. So you get like a nice like an iOS app, and you can set up things to control like GPOs on a Pi, for example. But it's like the cool thing is you don't have to build the app. It's all like configurable, and you can set things up. Like, I mean, Sam probably knows a lot more about it than I do. But that was, I think I was thinking that would be a good app a couple of years ago when I was playing with it.
Are you all right, Sam?
Is he okay?
So, Tomas, we've got the obviously final decision on the EFP, so we can prep that now as well.
Yep. Oh, it's here. Cool. All right. Download. And we're going 100% balenaHub, right?
Yep.
We're not splitting. Let's do it. balenaHub v1.
Just 2 more checks, Steve.
Is it?
Oh, let's check. We're just waiting for the final Docker file.
Okay, because I was looking at the previous build probably, and it failed. I was like, oh man, not again.
All right, let's set up Edge Impulse. Because why not?
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like that's our typical culture, Chris.
What? Why not?
Yeah. Let's do this thing. Then we look at each other. It's like, why not? Go.
Yeah.
Or if it goes south, I blame you. Let's see. balenaCam tinyML.
What text did we decide on? Is it explore first class community?
It's the one that Andrew posted with the hyphen in it.
Yeah, but not the one that I did last minute. That got cut.
The hard line got cut with a hard line.
Discover edge projects created by product builders like you, all ready to deploy. That's not the one?
No,
that one
got before
cut.
that.
Yeah.
So it's up. Explore first-class community and Balena projects, all ready to deploy in just a few clicks. Submit your own projects and share with the community.
But with the first-class fix.
What's the fix?
The dash in first class.
Yeah.
There is a dash.
That's good. Cool. Then that's the right one.
Nice.
Okay.
Although Alexandra is saying she needs to leave, and she's working on the hero image for the blog post.
Ah. Sorry, is there a follow-up? Oh, wait, is there an action item for me?
Well, she was waiting for, I think, you to give her guidance.
My fault. Coming. All right. Okay. Sorry, Alexandra. Responded. Tiny machine learning. I like that. It's tiny. Did we ever get the word out to any of the, like Jasmine or the analytics folks? If they wanted to join or lend us some insight on how to track EFP?
Yeah, Jasmine said she was okay with the parameters.
Cool.
Hello, Mr. Phil.
Hello. Back. What's up?
I think we were going to make more things green on the diagram, weren't we?
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah. Steve said hub UI build is green.
Mm-hmm.
And Tomas said create apps is green in like the way Tomas says things are done.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Air quotes.
I should set that like to a new slate of purple.
Just put air quotes around create apps.
Cool.
And I think EFP is just about to be.
I haven't got a color for just about to be.
Yeah.
It's like yellow.
I only need. I only need a PR viewer now.
Okay, I can do that. But obviously we don't want to approve it just yet, do we?
Yeah.
Because it will get bulldozed.
No.
Let's see.
So PR is here. There you go.
Cool. And I see Carlo's on the stream, so presumably we're talking deploy.
Yep. We're just waiting for the image to be built.
Tell him how nice his haircut looks. Don't be rude.
Oh, your hair looks nice, Carlo.
Whatever left of it.
It's not an incident. Eh?
No.
Quack.
Whoa, look, we're getting very green up the right-hand side now.
Yeah. One red thing is what's
one red
the most
thing.
important one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No pressure, Carlo, but it hangs on you, dude.
All right.
The deployment templates are ready, so we're just really waiting for the image.
Do you think it will build this time?
I hope so.
I feel like I should go and at least get my beer from the kitchen, but I remember this last time.
Yeah.
And then it was roughly 5 hours after going to fetch my beer and being able to drink my beer. I'm wondering whether I leave it to the last minute, eventual consistent beer.
No, I think you just start now and you wait for the deploy instead. Because it can go either way if we fail to write a proper Docker file.
Have you followed my diagram, Steve? It's only when these are green, dude, that we get to drink the beer.
Yeah, but it's how Tomas said which one it was. Open data cam is done. It's the same thing. These are also done, except they're not done.
Right. We're just
There you
relaxing
go.
the definition
This,
of done.
these people think it's a binary thing. It's not a
Yeah,
binary
of course,
thing.
right? I mean, it's
It
done.
can be done, but not quite done.
You should get some whiskey first, beers for later.
There you go.
Yeah, there's no whiskey in my diagram. That
Yep.
They process for that.
So, did we determine if leaving the application environment variables thing in without actually having them messes stuff up, or is it fine?
It wasn't super conclusive. I removed it, and I also removed the white space at the top of the file from the one on Scratch. And then the build went through, but who's to know? We would have to put it back and try again to see if that was the cause. If it's empty, then personally I'd remove it.
Okay.
Yeah, almost. Almost doesn't taste like beer though, Rahul.
The PR is looking good, Tomas.
Cool.
I will not approve it.
No.
Just don't let Rahul see it.
Yeah.
Okay. He's probably gonna find something.
The image is being pushed to Docker Hub, so we're almost there.
Yeah, when I saw that, I got a bit excited. But we don't know if it runs.
Yeah.
So Phil, I think we are done. You can get the beer.
Are we?
I mean, it's being pushed to Docker Hub. It's almost done.
Yep, all checks passed.
It's not all. I can't almost make it green. It's green or it's not green. There's no shade called almost green.
You can almost start drinking then.
Well played.
Right, I'm going to go and collect my beer.
Should I go and collect my beer as well?
It might be a terrible move, but I'll go. Right, back.
All right, I'm using backup images or backup icons now, Chris.
Steve, we need someone to certify the PR.
Yeah, let me try again.
So Juan Tonello wants us to show a bit more of code in the stream.
Apparently, Carloid doesn't like you. It likes me.
More code.
Yeah, I think we finished.
Yeah.
Most you can watch like them push stuff to Docker Hub, I guess.
Yeah. I think Carlo's the one with all the action right now.
Yeah. Look how excited he looks.
Mission successful.
My mission or the mission?
Your mission.
Yes, I found beer.
Nice.
Oh, look at that. A tribute. St.
I
Austell
always
Brewery.
drink a Cornish beer, literally in tribute to my mate Chris.
Nice.
I do like a tribute.
Good pals.
I'm going to open it. I'm not going to drink it.
Absolutely not, John. A tribute is not like Bud Light.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. No, it's got some taste to it. Yeah, I know. Jasmine. Did we talk about, did I miss the talk about Sam is doing a Blink server? Did you see that, David?
Yep, you missed it.
Yeah, we covered that. Chris mentioned that it was a way to control GPIO using an app.
I mean, that's probably my oversimplification of what it is. I'm sure it does a lot more. But I liked the way it would let you sort of build your own interface, which I think was pretty cool.
Oh, there's growing public demand for an overview, even though we're only at hour. John joins late and tries to change the process.
Yeah.
All right, we're going with fallback, Chris. I'm sorry.
What?
For Edge, I mean, unless you have a icon for Edge Impulse.
What's the fallback? The standard one, the generic one?
It's the community logo. Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look. Edge.
I mean, technically, there aren't any other projects using it, so it would be the first one. It would be unique in that regard.
Technically, it would be unique because it's the only generic one on there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good logic.
I'm putting it in.
Can't complain with that.
You could always fix it later.
Why can't we use their, like, the Edge Impulse logo?
Do they have a logo?
They have those little 3 green bar thingies.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 3 colored bars.
Yeah, I guess we could just put that in the image parameters and call it good. I can feel Alexandra like shooting me with laser eyes from across the globe.
Hang on. Beep, 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 beep. Carlo, update. I can see him unmuting. What's going on, Carlo?
We're about to push the Kubernetes templates, so we have this deployed.
Ooh. We've almost deployed.
Nice.
Just search my almost green. Oh, now I've poured that beer. I like keep going to get. I'm not used to not drinking my beer when there is a beer. Yeah. I should have left that in the bottle.
Don't jinx it.
Trolling myself.
All right, Chris.
But we still don't know if it will run. We just know the image build. That's all we know.
Steve, don't play with my emotions.
No, I'm just telling you your beer might get pretty warm if things go wrong.
Oh, no.
Steve's like that voice in my head. You've earned the beer, Phil. Have the beer, Phil. Beer's getting warm, Phil. Someone else might drink the beer.
Life's short, Phil. Go for it.
Treat yourself.
2020 is not the year to not drink your beer.
All right, there we go. Edge Impulse bar line thingies. Let's go. Forgive me, Alexandra.
PL's welcome.
Yep. Was it 512 by 512?
Yep.
Yep.
That's not
suspense.
I don't trust Windows. That's not a square. Is it?
I thought Carlo was getting his bottle opener out there.
So did I. I think it's
It's a YubiKey.
Yeah. I mean, that's still good news, isn't it? Right? We're authorizing something.
Yeah. Yeah. Good call.
Something's about to go down.
We should just do commentary on Carlo.
Yeah.
He grabs his YubiKey.
Connected.
Oh yeah, he's trying to get it in the USB slot.
He's about to create an
His
incident.
monitor's failed. Oh, no, it's
Touch
back
it,
on.
Carlo. Touch your key. Yeah.
Hey now.
Yep.
Here he goes.
What?
Build in the.
Oh, he's on a brighter screen now because his room lit up. We'll try and work out what he's doing just from the reflection in his glasses and screen emissions.
It's still in the probably AWS console.
Yeah,
Setting
there's a
something
flash of
up.
green every now and again. Yeah.
Yeah. Not terminal yet.
Oh yeah.
Or you can use your YubiKey as a bottle opener.
Add that to the list, John. YubiKey bottle opener.
Oh yeah, for holiday. I don't know if Mark's on, but I only see Edge Impulse supporting Raspberry Pi 3 and 4, so I'm going to go with that. I probably should default to the 4, huh?
Yeah.
No, it's, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a feeling, I mean, don't go with this because it is just a feeling. I thought he told me it would run on a Pi 0 and everything because it was pretty well optimized.
It says V3 and V4 tested.
Fine, that's good enough.
I tend to get burned by following through to anyone who has the sentence, I use this with a Pi 0, and it's fine. So we're going to go with 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's definitely brighter on Andrew and David's screens now and darker on everyone else's.
Oh, wow. Oh, because of where we live.
Yeah, this is my window right now.
Yeah. Like when we started, it was super dark in that room downstairs, and I mean, even with the the lamps on or whatever, it's just not the same.
All right. There's that for our Edge Impulse homies.
Carlo looks worried.
I don't know if I'm worried, but pensive and studious.
No, I've seen him thinking, why isn't this working? And that's exactly the face he does. Oh, we can't hear you, by the way.
Oh, I can unmute him. Hang on. There we go.
The YubiKey. Ah, okay.
Oh, their mic isn't connected. I have no idea what you've done to your mic, Carlo. Oh, you've put your jabber up, mate.
Oh, there. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So we're waiting for the load balancer to get a public address.
Can you curl the domain from inside AWS, from our VPN? Like if you get the HTML back, it's a good sign. If you don't, Phil will drink pretty warm beer.
Really bother me.
Let me check first.
So Edge Impulse goes to sort of done category.
In what way? Is it PR?
PR, yeah. Waiting on approval. Cool. Getting there. What is next? Sound piHole. Let's go.
We're not doing sound pipe.
Oh, we're
Nah.
not? Oh.
Nah.
All right, then we're all good.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Cool. Oh, we have ours to add. Has anyone done a key shot? I think, did I leave while someone was doing that?
No, I think we decided to keep it, and then we've got like an even balance of Balena projects and community
Oh,
ones.
I see what you mean. Okay, yeah, we're good.
But we can obviously add more in the following days.
Exciting.
Yeah.
So blog post wise, we're text is staged as our links. I just need screenshots and art. But we can grab screenshots when everything's live.
Yep.
Cool.
So are we adding edge impulse?
I have a PR that has the new goodies. I'm just waiting on whoever Aurelec to approve.
All right.
God, the suspense.
I know. It's that like last mile. I mean, I would prefer this over the waiting for tests. Silence.
It's not that different, I guess.
Yeah.
Why don't you fill the people in, Chris, on what we're building?
But it's only 40 minutes past the hour.
Oh, that's true. Are you gonna wait 20 minutes?
We are, yeah. And we're going to hope it's done by then.
Right on. Well, thanks to everyone who's still watching. I know we've gone through a lot of ups and downs. Many more ups, though, for sure.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Yeah. This has been amazing. It's awesome to see everyone come together and build something in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, nice work. I mean, to everyone, but especially Chris, I mean, this was like a presentation at our internal summit, what, 5 weeks ago?
Yeah,
6 weeks ago?
I don't know.
Yeah, and now it's a thing. So
yeah,
that's legit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to see what people do with it.
It's just a bunch of balenaSound clones. Like 200 of them. Just kidding. No, please contribute. You're awesome. Amazing applications.
Thanks for the support, Alex.
What we should have done is have him spin up a Minecraft server. We could have live streamed. It's not too late, Alex. I'm just saying, if you want to live stream some Minecraft where you build deploy with Balena, but Minecraft form. The UI. Build the UI while we build the real thing.
Oh, Carlo's gone dark again.
I think this is Carlo now. It's moved from Chris to Carlo.
He's operating the AWS console.
Yeah. I might just commentate and make up terms for whatever he's doing. I have no idea what he's doing with his deploy thing.
Is there anything you can share about what you're doing, Carlo, or is it like private stuff?
He's currently reconfiguring the widget server so that it points at two different capacitors
For maximum
at the same time.
widget efficiency.
Yeah.
Nice. He's doing his tasks.
He's changing the server oil fluids.
He's making
I'm actually checking why the load balancer doesn't get its address. So we're stuck on something.
Rotating the tires.
I told you, Phil. I told you.
You tell me what. Go and get your beer, Phil. This is all fine.
That's what I heard.
You jinx it.
Now I have a
I
beer.
did tell you something.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dashboard card. Cool beans. All right, feeling good. What happens when I go there? Oh, nothing.
John, I feel like this is a dangerous precedent to set, trying to predict the end of the stream.
Yeah.
Predictions never do well on release parties.
Why don't you hop on in here, John, and tell us the people about some of the holiday gift ideas that you've been collecting. Thank you. You are awesome. Thanks for sticking it out.
Oh, you sounded very Canadian then.
What?
You had a nice Canadian out.
Oh, I'm pretty close. I'm like one state away from Canada.
It's a pretty big state, though, isn't it?
6-hour drive to Vancouver, BC.
Yeah. Oh, John, you're causing trouble, mate.
John loves to rib where he can't be ribbed back. You know what I mean?
Here he
Get in
is.
here, man. There we go. But he
now
have
he
audio
can't.
issues.
Now he can troll.
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, nice and clear, man.
No, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
So, what should I buy the techie in my life, John, for the holiday?
Hello.
Can you not hear us?
Well, as you all know, topping this list is a Raspberry
go.
Pi,
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
And I have to mute something here.
Oh, you've got YouTube running and you can hear yourself.
I was like,
delayed by 20 seconds.
who is this ass that's talking over me? It's me. So the obvious gift, of course, the first one is a Raspberry Pi kit. That you can load somebody up with the Pi, the SD card, power supply, and the case. But it takes on special meaning thanks to Phil and his son Harry, who did their Scratch project, which shows an immediate way of how to start working with a Pi to do some coding with Scratch, which is a nice visual. I don't know if I want to call it a language, Phil, but it's a visual tool for coding that's good for not just kids, but anybody that's interested in the constructs. It's fascinating, and I think people would find that on Christmas Day and in the days after, infinitely interesting.
I spend my days coding, and yet still, when I'm doing Scratch and blocks programming with Harry, it's just good fun. There was a recent blog post released on that, right?
Yeah. We actually had Harry come in and plug his project earlier.
Harry is a star, for sure. But other things on the list include stuff that, of course, are our favorite hardware hacker. No offense to everybody else who I don't mention, Chris.
I thought you were going to say me.
Who showed off some really cool wish I had that tools on the IoT Happy Hour this past year, including the small mini soldering iron, and that heats up
in like 8 seconds for routine things and 22 seconds to full temperature with
Via
a fine
USB, right?
fine tip. Yeah. And that's particularly awesome. It's depending on where you buy it, between $70 and $110 US, but it has, you know, a built-in screen so that you can see the temperature and other stuff like that. I think I have a link here. Not
I
sure
just
if
got a new USB
There
power
it is.
bank the other day where it heats up like even faster.
Oh wow!
Because you have
yeah.
to have like a proper like USB-C power delivery one, and then it's super quick.
Solder from anywhere. Hey Mark, I just real quick question for Mark. Do you happen to be a maintainer for the Edge Impulse repo?
Yeah, sure. Should
Can you
I
approve
put you in contact?
PR?
Sure. Let me.
Thank you, sir. That way
You're
we can have
welcome.
10 apps.
Yeah,
Alright.
the IoT
You're the man,
screwdriver.
Which
The
ones
IoT
are the
screwdrivers.
finalists?
Sorry,
Jim.
Mark, what was that?
Who are the finalists?
Uh,
Do we have a list or something? Sorry,
do.
John.
We can look at them the next time Steve shows off the UI.
Okay.
I mean, hopefully the next time I show it will be on hub.balena.io.
True. It's true.
That's good. That's even more awesome.
Let's catch up, Amen, about the release party he asked a couple minutes ago. I think you can go 10 minutes early, Chris. It'll be fine.
Wait, didn't I do it last time?
Oh, you did do it last time. Whose turn is it now? Phil.
Oh no, I've got to undo a bunch of changes that I was waiting.
Look, the man has asked twice now.
Let me
That's
undo.
true. Is it like, so I guess we probably don't explain the release party concept.
Ah, yeah. So every once in a while, we get together to build a new feature live. You know, instead of doing it business as usual, we want to do it on a live stream so that we can include the community members like yourselves. Have different team members hop in and out who specialize in different things, kind of report in, or keep the vibes going. And so far we've done pretty well. Release party 1, we created high-level device metrics within balenaCloud. You can check that out. And today we are en route to balenaHub.
And I guess today we've also we've involved the community in that we've actually let them choose the path of one of the features that we've developed with polls and stuff, which is pretty cool.
That was neat. And have straight up injected their projects into this new feature.
So for the benefit of a man, this is what we're building today. It's the beginnings of hub.balena.io, and today it will be a list of curated applications in a card view, each with a deploy with Balena button, and there'll be a mix of Balena Labs projects, but also community app submissions, which we've curated and added. And there's a bunch of things that we've been doing throughout the day that you can look back on, if you so wish, that we've turned green, designing it, building it, some models and APIs, things in the background. And an instance of each of those apps was created in balenaCloud, so it can supply the metadata for the hub to get into those cards. Tomas has been changing the Etcher feature project over so they all point at hub so people can find it when they're flashing something with Etcher. Andrew's written a blog post which is just waiting a few screenshots, and the only thing that's keeping Phil from Phil's beer is this bit, the deploy to the hub.balena.io, and that's all down to Carlo.
I keep getting worried his power is going out because he goes completely dark and then it comes back again.
Release parties are also a great example of how we work together at Balena. We're a fully remote team. We're located all over the world, and we somehow get along. So,
and we somehow get things done.
Yep, we do.
Sometimes
somehow get things done.
On release parties,
almost done. Like the definition of done is up for debate.
Yeah,
we can't work all together. Yeah, done.
follow along by clicking on hub.balena.io.
Are you just hitting refresh over and over and over again, John?
I certainly am.
I am.
I'm just hammering that server.
I am now.
Did we answer your questions, Amen? Do you have any more? Feel free.
Do that.
Just build a page with a meta refresh.
Seriously.
I'll see if I can help. Carlo, it doesn't work. I'll refresh. Carlo, it still doesn't work.
Oh, this is Phil as a service, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
Back on GIFs, another hot gift idea is the powered micro screwdriver, the IoT screwdriver. And these come in different shapes and forms. The one that Chris showed off, of course, has a screen that shows the screw
it has
direction.
to have a screen, doesn't it? I mean, what use is a screwdriver that doesn't have a screen?
Right.
Wait, is it connected though? Like, or is it just a screwdriver with like a screen?
It's just a screwdriver with a screen.
Well, actually, it has a microcontroller,
Yeah,
an
it's got an
STM32.
Yeah.
So
It's got an
I was doing
STM32.
I was doing some DIY at the weekend, and I was looking at my screwdriver. I couldn't work out what that thing was doing. It had no output whatsoever.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right, and you got lost, and you didn't know which way to go.
How many turns has it done?
Right, and more importantly, what was the torque that you were putting where?
I had no idea, John. I was working blind.
You know, the torque setting, I think, is particularly good. You know, who hasn't torqued off a screw head on something quite critical? Like, oops. And there's actually several versions. Mark shared with us a simpler and less expensive model. Again, for, you know, if you have big paws and meaty hands, these things are actually, you know, a must-have, not just a nice-to-have.
actually, it's tricky because when the thing that screws is more expensive than the thing being screwed. Tricky, not to see if it's a good choice or not.
I'm not going to touch that. You know, we have a number of erudite members of the Balena team, and we had some interesting gift ideas, fiction and nonfiction, including the I don't know if you want to call it a classic quite yet, but it's the game programming patterns by Robert Nystrom, which, whether you're programming for games or not, it's a good study of logic, which can be, you know, if you're giving it to somebody else, make sure they're in on it. But if you're recommending it for yourself, that could be just a ticket. And one, which is, and I do want a copy of this. I think it can be pretty expensive though, which is The Art of Electronics, which is now in its 3rd edition, which is really soup to nuts about electronics. And particularly, you know, I find books like this and resources that if you're just starting out with soldering and working with resistors and other components, to really understand how is it that those things work together and make a circuit, that can be very informative. Although, you know, those books are textbooks, I think, that are assigned at the college level, but some interesting things to paw through.
Yeah, I prefer picture books.
Yeah,
comics, you mean?
Oh,
Yeah,
and
comics, yeah.
you know, I did recommend, you know, on the fiction side, I mentioned a book that I think came out in the 80s called Microserfs, which was one of the first books about sort of the programmer's lifestyle, software developer lifestyle. That was sort of an instant classic. Of course, I'm old, so, you know, there have been other books and TV shows and films since then. But there are also great books, and you know, that are good to have around as references. Like I have a copy of Pro Git that if you haven't done work with Git, or you're organization or you're just interested in learning more about how to make the best use of GitHub and Git repos, that's a particularly popular one. Gets good reviews. And on the fiction side, I was just reading Seven Eves, which is Neil Stephenson's latest book that starts on the very first page with the moon exploding. And his books are interesting because it's problem solving. You know, from a real, if you're a developer or somebody who works in software, which, you know, it's all solutions based. Interesting books.
Cool. All right,
Carlo.
we're at blog post MVP, man.
Carlo, I'm thirsty, but genuinely dry mouth thirsty.
You can make blog, green.
No, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
Wait, the blog post is launched or just ready?
No, it's ready.
Ready.
I think that's orange, isn't it?
Oh. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you hit publish.
I'm just saying we've arrived at MVP.
I think we have Aurelien connected to YouTube right now from Edge Impulse, and in theory, the PR that you made, it's approved, Andrew.
Woo! Yeah.
Can
Thank you
check?
both.
Say hello, Aurelien, for Edge Impulse team.
Oh yeah, it's approved. Awesome.
Yay, 10.
3.
Okay, so
Hope you're
I
listening,
love our
Shaun.
community members.
100%.
10.
A plus. Who wants to tackle this one?
I don't think I understand it. I've read it 3 times now. I don't know the question.
Yeah, I'm not real sure. I mean, we can speak to some high-level details, but I don't really fully. I mean, monolithic, micro, or hybrid is more, if I understand correctly, more of like how an application is developed, and the application that's running in the containers is really up to our end customers. So that kind of comes down to how they build and design the workloads that they're running. As far as Balena OS is concerned, we build our own operating system from upstream Yocto sources. So Balena OS takes Yocto, adds in a bit of magic to connect up to balenaCloud, but it's a minimal by design operating system. That's again for an IoT device, typically has resource constraints, and you want to lower your attack surface as well. So the containers that are then running on top of the host OS, we have sample projects. I mean, that's what we're deploying here today, right? Are some community contributed applications and some of our own that we've produced. In each of those scenarios, though, I guess I would question what your definition of monolithic is. Based on the premise that some of our projects that we build have multiple containers, like Balena Sense, for example. I mean, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 5 or 6 containers that are in that one. Telegraph, MQTT, Grafana, Influx, maybe 1 or 2 others. If you're talking traditional sense, I guess that is microservices. balenaDash, on the other hand, I think is just one. No, there are multiple containers there. So, the point being, though, is some of our projects are split into multiple containers, some are not. Customers using the platform may choose to deploy their application in one container or may choose to break it up, and that's kind of up to them. But that's sort of independent from the underlying host OS. So hopefully that gives a little bit of clarity. If certainly if there's further questions, just drop them in.
Top answer, dude.
Yeah, I've said that once or twice.
Yeah, it showed.
I've presented to one or two. I've presented to one or two audiences.
I was trying to think in my head how I was going to tackle that, even if I understood what the question was. But that's pretty good.
Yeah. We get that question in various formats pretty regularly. And so I see, okay, so you guys have a micro OS with your own security. Yeah, it's a minimal by design operating system. We only include the packages absolutely necessary to bring up a device, start the container runtime, Balena engine, and provide a minimum set of services like networking, SSH for connectivity. But that's pretty much it. We don't even include in the host OS my favorite text editor, Nano.
No.
Sorry, dude.
Nano.
No, man, don't bring this here.
I love Nano. I've made whole projects in Nano.
Here in the stream, who is using Nano versus VI?
Yeah, inside of Balena OS, you only have VI unless you go out and build your own custom to include Nano or Vim or Emacs.
Saw side channel, John was recommending we show some code examples. I wonder if, because we haven't done it in a bit, if we wanted to walk people through how to balenify their app, or at least the simpler route of just making sure your balena.yml is there and populated, adding a logo. We haven't done that in a bit. My eyes are bleeding from prepping projects, so I hope someone will volunteer.
What do we want to show? Another project?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think.
What
do we have left on the list that we could draw from? I mean, otherwise you could dip into other labs projects, or I mean, if you're talking about starting from scratch, I guess.
Yeah, we could do. Let's do Balena Sense.
We should at least have an icon for that.
Oh yeah. Okay, we can. How about I'll just pull up sound. We can at least just walk through it.
What are we doing?
Oh, this is a release party, Shaun.
Is that what's going on here?
Yeah.
It's like every now and again we get together and we try and build a feature all in one day.
Yeah, if you weren't aware, this is actually our second one. We've actually done this before, also.
Oh, can I watch the previous one?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Will it be quick?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll take just under 12 hours. No big deal at all. You could do it in less than a day.
Nice. That sounds
This will
like
take
a good
20
time.
seconds. Steve told me to go and get my beer an hour ago.
Oh yeah, he warned you, man. I heard him. He warned you.
I mean, I told you to get the beer and start drinking, not wait for
I
everything.
might have to in a minute. I'm going to die of thirst.
Phil, you just got to celebrate
Ooh.
each green block.
Look who
Right,
joined.
I've got several drinks to have then, mate.
So this one's already done, but for folks just chiming in or like, oh, how do I get my application up and running? You just want to make sure if you don't have one yet, start a balena.yml file and make sure you include all of these parameters. We have pretty thorough docs done by Vipul and Rahul earlier on this broadcast. You can check those out. I think it's under the deploy with Balena subsection under documentation. But yeah, Slug's just the machine readable label. Name is how you want to formally call your project. You don't want to mess with this or this. You wanted to tell us where your repo lives. And then we would like you to provide a 512 by 512 logo for your project. After that, a quick description, not too wordy because otherwise you're going to fill up your card with a bunch of words. If your project has config variables, please include them. If you don't have any, don't include them. And then determine what default device type you'd like users to start with, as well as including supported device types. And if you don't know, solve for the bare minimum. It's like Raspberry Pi 3. It's probably a good place to be. Yeah? Did I miss anything?
Yeah. No, pretty good.
And then in your README, feel free to also add some other usable goodies. We have our deploy with Balena button that you should add to your project. That allows people to deploy your project to their balenaCloud account with like a couple clicks. Yeah.
I've got the link right now. Let's see. I'll drop that into chat so folks can simply. There we go. balena.yml configuration file.
And if you need any help, David, you spun up a forum channel, right? For folks who need a hand, need some advice, need some tips. Feel free to visit there. But pretty straightforward if you follow the docs that we created this morning. We'll also have an intro blog post out, and you can always rewind this stream back to, I think it was like hour 2 or 3.
Yeah, second or third hour, I think. Yeah, the forum is created. I'll grab the link to that as well.
Alex, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Been by aliens and locked into brainstorms and being milked for insight.
It's all right. You've not missed much.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything.
We're still designing this. Don't tell me.
Oh no, we've done the design.
Yeah,
but only the
No,
design.
we're only 7 hours in right now. We've still got another 4 to go. Plenty.
Let me take you through it.
There we
So
go.
here's
So
here's
that's
what
the
we're
thing.
doing.
Like I showed up around 10ish because I'm waiting for Chris to give the customary thing. But like Phil, I'll take it from you as well. It's okay. It's all right. It's fine. Like it's not what I came here for. But I'll
We started this morning.
Alex, you're a bit low. Can you?
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we can barely hear you.
While you guys explain. How about that?
So we started this morning with Alexandra on the stream. She showed us some of the design work she was doing for the hub. And then that started to go into Steve's work to build that. In the background, we had Akis do the data model and the API work to add these extra bits in about repository URLs and whether it's discoverable and whether it should be a featured project. We took the users through a bunch of the repos that were going to appear as applications on the app catalog today and added all the extra fields they needed in their balena.yml. And we did a bunch of that live, including sound and some others. And PR'd some community applications to get those in as well. We had Rahul and Vipul come onto the stream and they did some live documentation updates to describe what that balenaYAML, those additions are and how to do it. And all of those have gone through in a green. Where we are now, oh, that's helpful. Comment right and bang in the middle. Here we are. Where we are now, we've got the Etcher feature project all good to go, but we obviously don't want to merge that PR until the hub.balena.io is live. Otherwise, a bunch of users are going to click into something that isn't there yet. We've got a blog post ready to go, but we haven't got some screenshots just yet. So those two are pretty much done. We're just waiting for this deployment to happen, which Carlo is on now. And then we can get to beer o'clock.
Yeah, nice. I saw something, Steve. This is for you, and I think I'm gonna upset you, but like we'll work on it together. We'll work through the pain. So I saw a version 2 when Andrew was showing that in the contract, right? And I think that version should be like version in contracts is the version of the thing that we are describing, right? Not the version of the file. Is that the version 2 was because we've changed the file type?
Yeah,
like
I
Docker
mean,
files
yeah,
or compose files. Yeah, I think we either need to take that away or like because. But then what I thought about, which may be interesting, is that if we actually start having contracts in repos, ours and others, we could actually start deploying version bot optionally if people want it. We could just add version bot to anybody who wants it on the basis of that contract being there. So that's kind of cool. But I guess I'm just kind of saying, like, I mean, this is stuff that for everybody watching internationally, this is stuff that we've been working on internally, contracts and whatnot, that I don't know if anybody can follow what I'm talking about. And, whatever, I'll shut up. But it's not very well described, so I can see why you would think it would be that. But,
yeah, I mean, I know there was like a version, and then wasn't it like content version or something? And
component version, yeah.
A component version, yeah.
Yeah, it's a long conversation that I think we'll put even the most sort of awake to sleep. So we'll have it.
Yeah.
But I think we either need to find from the structure what version it is, or add another one like file version or format version. Oh no, actually, it's version of the type, right? So it's really should be in the type.
Yeah.
I think we're getting somewhere, aren't we? We're launching.
Yeah. So it's actually working. I mean, maybe not for everyone.
I don't have DNS, but
I don't have DNS
other people are saying it works.
No, it's working.
It is.
Yep.
I mean, I need to see it for myself.
Yeah. Oh, that's so dope.
This is so annoying.
This is sick.
I wish you could see this, Chris. So good.
How does it look, Tomas?
It looks amazing.
That is so
Nothing
cool.
here.
I mean, does somebody want to share their screen so I can see it?
Yeah, can we?
Oh, come on.
No DNS. Oh, mine. There it goes. There it goes.
Oh, this is so sweet.
I kind of feel left out.
Yeah, it's me against the UK people here.
Yeah, I'm going to start debugging my DNS now.
There.
Carlo's just trolling me over my beer. Oh,
look at that.
Like, yeah, live, right? Yep, hub.balena.yml. Sick. So sick.
Amazing.
Thomas, you want to PR the EFP, and Andrew, you want to get some screenshots pretty quick.
Yeah,
it's already PR. You want to need an approval?
I can approve it, but do we want to do that if the DNS is not fully propagated?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
It's propagated, Chris. It's all fine. I don't know what you're talking.
It's propagated, just not for me.
It hasn't reached Cornwall yet, but over here in Seattle, it's all good.
Okay.
Turn off your computer.
That Cornish internet.
Nice work, everyone. Sick.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Paint me some green boxes.
I've got one more green box, dude, but I'm going to be a stickler.
There's no button. There's
Good
no
job,
back
Carlo.
button.
There's no what?
No, I went to submit an app, and then I realized you have to use the browser back to go back to the actual list of apps.
You can press on the logo as well.
Steve, you can share the repo so he submits an issue.
Yeah.
Steve, there's two logos.
First.
Yeah, in the navbar.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll share with you the repo where you can open issues. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, this is so good.
I'm just manually updating my DNS to a different server. Yes!
It works. So where do we submit? If I submit an app, where does that go?
It will go currently to the contact us. I mean, that's something we need to do.
Yeah, it's still a process-based way to, tell us about your app. I mean, we got to get more comfortable with becoming an app store over time. I
mean, at the very least, we'd like probably to have a dedicated email for this, but
it works for me. With that.
Now he can drink his beer.
No, I'm going to wait for the EFP and the blog post.
Okay, I am reviewing the EFP right now. EFP is approved.
So
and bulldozed.
Bulldozed.
Chris, what's next from here, actually, or are we going to talk about that after we party?
I think we can talk about that after we party. But like,
all right.
I guess we want to. I think we should aim for self-service because, like, we've just set up a manual process for people to submit their apps. But obviously, we want to get to the point where people can do that of their own accord.
Yeah.
/submit works, right?
Yep. So I just tried. The submit actually gives you an error in the UI, but the email does arrive. It's just some course issue that we need to fix on the Docker file. Yeah.
It's all good.
I mean, we won't miss any emails. The only thing will be users might get confused that they'll think that it didn't work.
It looks amazing. It looks amazing. Great job, everyone.
Work.
Yeah, it's
look at that.
Etcher feature project going green.
Post is live.
It's just the blog post, Andrew.
It's live.
Etcher's good.
The blog post is live.
Yeah. Or hold on.
Yes.
It did a
green and green.
I mean, hold on. Stop messing with my emotions.
It's kind of done.
All right, now it's done.
Sort of.
Done.
Hooray!
And
introducing Balena.
That was fast.
7 hours, 19 minutes, everyone.
We are green.
Woo!
Beer time.
Enough time
Beer
for beer.
o'clock.
Cheers, everybody.
Smash the record.
Cheers.
Let me get some.
Good job.
Coffee.
Cheers.
I feel so left out, guys. Like, this is terrible. I just joined and you just got it all done. Like, couldn't you just like have 4 hours of work left?
It made Carlo do something because the moment you joined, Carlo pulled his finger out and made it work.
Well done, Carlo.
Yeah, well done, Carlo. Super good.
Am I sending noise, by the way, guys? Sorry about that.
No,
It's all good.
I can't operate my bottle opener. That's the problem here.
Is it an internet-connected bottle opener?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I was expecting it to be 3D printed at the very least.
Yeah.
Sam is here too. Like,
He's been here the whole time.
Been here
The whole time. Even when he motorcycled home, he had us on in his headphones while he was riding.
Yeah, Sam, you're making me look bad. All right.
Sure.
We had
This is not
community
okay.
folks hopping on to approve PRs.
Alex,
like,
you were
legit.
counting on you were counting on this lasting for at least 10 hours, right?
I mean, look.
There's beer everywhere.
That's fine. That's how they do it, right? When you win the championship, you spray champagne.
You sit beer in your lap, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's the same.
I've got a Firebird, 2 horses.
Who bought you that, Chris? Who sent you beer in
2
this
birds,
horrible
1
year
worst.
of ours?
Andrew, by the way.
What's up? Oh, yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Oh, the 3D printed
I
box.
love it. Dude, I saw you printed the bearing too. That thing looks cool.
Yeah,
Did it
I
work?
mean, the bearing is kind of funny. I have. Is this the time to talk about my 3D printed stuff? But
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're launched. It's fun
I
time.
might have to drop in a minute, but yeah, go.
Nice. Ugh.
This works, but like my other two, like were like less interesting. I think this one is like okay actually. Somehow it fixed over time. I don't know, but then I printed a big one. I magnified it, and I put lubricant in there because why not?
Why not? See, Chris, why not?
It's actually like rolls less than the other one. This is so confusing. This whole thing, how like 3D printed bearings are made of PLA. I was thinking yesterday, like is there a way to like automate trying a bunch of things and just like having a machine learning algorithm or some sort of evolutionary thing, like to take the bearing, like break it, run it, see how it like flows, then change the settings and keep going. Like, I go away and like, a year later, it's got like the perfect bearing.
Oh, you got a community question for you, Alex. Is that a Quest 2 behind you?
Oops. Yeah.
That sounded guilty.
Yeah, I feel bad. Like I've got with COVID, I've just kind of gotten my hair, and I just bought a bunch of expensive technology.
I mean, the fold is very cool.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
That is sweet.
But the one thing that you can't buy that I have is this. An orange special edition, 1 of 10 only made fin.
Wasn't it called? Is that the amber?
No, the ambers are in the office, the kind of the original ones. But this is the fin 1.0. It just Carlo made 10 in orange
I think he called them the hero editions.
Yeah, though I don't know why I deserve the heroism since
Yeah. Isn't yours the hero number 1?
It is.
Mine's number 5 or something.
Whoa.
I mean, I feel I'm high on the list, but then again, you're probably high on the list too. I don't know.
No, I didn't have much to do.
Yeah, I literally did flex on you. It's true. It is a flexible display after all. It's you're supposed to flex it. That's what it means. Yeah, but the Quest, I feel bad about it. I think because I don't use it very much. I guess it's the new Raspberry Pi. Everybody buys it and puts it on their shelf.
We're fixing that though. That's not going to be the case for Raspberry Pis anymore.
So does that mean that the next product we make is going to be VR?
What to resolve that same issue where people buy VR and just leave it on the shelf?
So what's next, Chris? Before we party or go home or both?
Go to bed.
I'm excited to see what submissions we get now because we've kind of set the tone for the community.
That's right.
And we've basically said come on
you're
guys,
right,
submit your stuff.
Right, I thought that. Yeah, you're right. Actually, wasn't the next milestone to be user driven, and I guess we've kind of merged that into this one, didn't we?
Yeah, we've made it I want to make sure people could submit stuff, even if it's a manual process to start with, and then we want to obviously progress that into self-serve. And then we've talked a bit on the stream about how Fold for COVID was kind of an exploration into the open app concept. So we can start to expand that out and sort of bring that concept to more of these apps. I guess that's the other thing. By being on Hub, eventually all these features are going to be applied to the apps that we have listed there. So now balenaSound, you have to deploy your own copy, but in the future it could be an open app where it just does everything for you.
So making it self-serve is basically just adding a checkbox, make public, right, in people's app settings or something in balenaCloud.
Yeah, and then I think we need to introduce the concept of how we rank the apps, because Mark always talks about this situation where the Android App Store was flooded with Hello World apps to start with. So we want to make sure people can find the polished ones as well as find the ones to try out and play with.
I do appreciate Mark's optimism. I would like to have that problem.
Yeah, we're basically the another Android App Store, I think.
Well, look, when we're the Android App Store, we'll deal with the Hello World app. So
Get your Hello World submissions in.
Pry into the millions of dollars and sort it out.
I mean, the two things that I would like to see that seem quite easy to do would be, one is enable people to let others know that they've actually installed the app and stuff. So when you to kind of build some kind of virality. So if I go and use balenaSound, it would allow me to tweet to everyone that I've installed balenaSound and promote that to the to whoever developed that.
That's a good one.
I think Jasmine would really like that one.
Yeah, and
right.
I think it incentivizes people to put stuff on the store and get their own small community.
Well, it's actually the tail of deploy with Balena, right? If you deploy with Balena, when you're done, we should say tell everybody else to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the authors will take care of that probably as well.
Sorry, the what?
The owners of the applications will take care of that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm thinking that like you would be able to actually, when you submit an app, you could attach your GitHub handle and your Twitter handle and stuff, and that can be auto completed in the messages, like the auto message if somebody doesn't want to have to write their own one, like we used to do with Etcher. And then the other thing is maybe some kind of starring or rating thing where people can kind of give props to.
I mean, that answers the question of how we like prioritize the working ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I think those
really
two
cool
things should be easy to do.
Yeah, it's amazing to get past this first hurdle where now we have something live. So it's like I'm super thankful to everyone who's worked on it.
Guys, I just realized what we did. Like, I was looking at it, I was like, this is really cool. But then I'm like, so we now have contracts on all apps stored in releases on balenaCloud, right? Like, the number of things we could do. Like, OMG. Like, yeah, what it works with. Like, oh, wow. Yeah, it just dawned on me.
I'm going to deploy myself a balenaSound from Hub.
Hey,
I've just deployed myself a Scratch.
Oh, that's true. Maybe I should do a
Balena on
Scratch.
that page, right? It's like
Scratch
on Balena, Balena piHole, Balena cups, Balena this, Balena that. Who are these?
Yes,
Well, anyway,
it's true. Yeah, I guess that's a good point because it's less important in this context.
Yeah, right.
custom domains and device URLs. You know what? That is a release party feature because we've got most of it, and I think it's kind of gotten stalled.
Let me get the list out.
Oh, Alex is still waiting. It'll get there.
Yeah.
I changed the Cloudflare, Alex. 1.1.1.1.
Yeah, I mean, there's also 8.8.8.
Yeah, I'm on 8.8.8, and that came. That's live now. Yeah, I was thinking that, Alex, you could pull the stars from GitHub for your rating, but I don't know whether we'd want our own.
Yeah, we talked about that, but we decided to go for our own.
Yeah.
What should the Balena stars be? Should they be like kudos? Should they be like applause? Should they be like stars, likes?
Whales.
Charlies.
Charlies.
Number of unicorns.
Yeah, unicorns.
Yeah, unicorns is quite
This
nice.
project has 564 unicorns.
Unicorns.
Man,
Unicorns.
Oh my god, unicorn! Are we gonna turn the blockchain company finally? I know it's gonna
do it.
Cryptocurrency.
I love seeing these names in here as well that came from the community.
Mm-hmm.
Got Will's in here. We've got Cedric's project in here. Alex's project. This one comes from Tebow. Kyle's in here. It's so awesome to see these community submissions.
Aaron thinks the stars should be pictures of my face.
I was actually thinking the same thing.
Yeah, that's great.
This
How many
project has
Phil
500
ratings?
fills.
That's how you attract people, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So to bookend for anybody like Sam, who sat through the whole thing, today we have undertaken another release party where we design, build, and deploy a feature all in a day. There was some, up front we did lots of pre-thought and a few bits and bobs in front just so that it was a bit more concise than the last 12-hour marathon. But we have released hub.balena.io in one long stream, including the design, some build, some data model and API. We created a bunch of app instances to populate the cards that you've just seen on hub.balena.io. And at the same time, we've changed the Etcher feature project to point to the hub. We've done a blog post about the whole process, and we've updated our documentation so that you out there in user land could submit your own apps to be curated into this hub that you've seen today. And we've drank beer.
Yes. Well done, everyone.
Yeah, well done, everybody.
Well done.
I'm super interested to hear the feedback of everyone out there watching and trying this out. Just tweet us or email or forums or whatever. Just interested to hear.
I'd love to wake up tomorrow and we've got 15 projects on the hub. not 10.
Yeah.
As long as there are no troll submissions.
Yeah, that's a nice to have problem, right?
It's a hello world.
We'll find you. We've got special skills.
Well, maybe there's a space for one hello world.
Yeah. Yeah, we could use one of them. It's going to be a question of who is the first. Alex Programmer GE probably has it ready to go.
Yeah.
Actually, the Android thing was not a hello world. Was actually the application that was on the tutorial. That it was not a hello world. Was a kind of a decent application, but yeah, everyone was pushing the same.
Well, that's what Rahul and people were worried about, wasn't it? That people are going to go to the docs and copy and paste the balenaYAML example.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just end up with 100 sound projects.
Well,
I appreciate all you guys.
On to the next one.
All right.
Thanks, Peanut.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peanut. See everybody for release party.
Say goodbye, everyone, Peanut. Say goodbye.
Aw, cutie pie.
Party's over.
Should we sign off then?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye. See ya.
Bye, guys.